often you get to have esports events in Africa in general. I think as far as I'm aware, this is one of the first ones that's happened. And being African myself, it's a pretty proud moment, man.
Yeah, a little bit far from home.
Yeah, it's true. Opposite side.
I'm always aware whenever European people just tend to say like, oh, it's Africa, as if it was sort of one giant country. But yeah, I mean, it's my first time on the continent, really. I think I might have flown over at one point or another towards Egypt. But other than that, never really been here, so I'm excited. I think it is cool to be able to bring Counter-Strike to new places. Yeah. Obviously, it's a game that kind of connects people all over the world, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to this. It should be very good. We've got 2 simultaneous streams, as you can tell. We've got us on the English stream. We've got the Arabic stream happening simultaneously as well, so it should be very, very cool. We're here in an arena in Casablanca. It's early morning here. Well, I guess it's normal time for me. It's the same time as UK, but it's just getting up to about 10:30 in the morning. And as the day progresses, I'm sure it will start to fill out a little bit as well. We've got a few people here, but for the most part, I think this is going to fill out towards the mid to late part of the day. People are still waking up and stuff, having their breakfast.
Yeah, and it's hot outside as well. So presumably, maybe when the temperature goes down a little bit, more people want to come out and enjoy a little bit of Counter-Strike. Had a great opening ceremony yesterday. It was good fun. Got to see some African culture that I just haven't seen before. It's a really cool experience for me. I enjoyed it a lot. Obviously our first game of the day. We'll see how that plays out. We could be having some one-sided games. We're not going to be surprised if it happens.
True.
But, that's part of the experience.
Yes, exactly that. I mean, we'll take a look as we're going to head in towards the game in just a second. For those who are joining us, it is Morocco taking on Tunisia to kickstart things here.
Right.
And this is where, for us, what home nation alike, but also arguably one of the favourites. For me, Tunisia are definitely they absolutely smurfed their way through the qualifiers. 4-0, only dropped 7 rounds across 4 best of 3s. Didn't drop a single map. Only one 8 maps they played, even went to double digits from their pro. I mean, it just showcases how good they are on paper, and also probably what our expectations should be for them, which is pretty high, right? They are definitely seeing what I was saying, sort of our top 2, top 3. Right? And then South Africa. I'm also looking towards maybe some of these other teams that we didn't get to commentate. We didn't get to commentate South Africa for Counter-Strike. They've had Bravado, and the remnants of that old Bravado team are now all killing it at Tier 1. We're talking JT, Sonic, TC, the coach as well. They all came over here from that.
That's true, yeah, the escapees.
Yeah, exactly. And they've just announced a new project as well coming in towards Europe, which is pretty sick. They've done North America, now they're going towards Europe.
Oh, really?
Should be pretty cool. It's the Bravado team. I got to catch them last year on LAN. They were pretty sick, man. They're, for a side who don't get to play that much Counter-Strike, right? You're so far away from everything. It's kind of the Australia problem, I think, as well, right? The ping is so high, makes life a little bit difficult. But, they honestly coming to Europe, I think, is a really good decision. That's where Counter-Strike is, really, for the most part. So, I'm interested to see what they can do.
Hopefully they can bring back some of the expertise as well, and kind of like, I think that is one of the promising things about this project, sort of on a longer timescale. It's just the idea of sort of building a little bit of infrastructure in Africa for people to play and compete against each other. I think that's really promising.
Exactly. It seems like, as well, this is starting to become a region which is very, very open to Counter-Strike. So, and just video games in general. Of course, this is the groups coming through. Over in Group A, we've got Morocco, Tunisia, Mauritius, and South Africa. 2 of the big hitters, it has to be said as well, in Group A. Group A is sort of the group of death, I have to say. Tunisia and South Africa are probably what I would say is my 2 favorites. Then we obviously got Morocco being the home country. To see what they can bring. We didn't get to obviously comment on them because they get a direct invite straight here. Got to catch them a little bit in the show match, but they were using P90s, shotguns. They were having
a good time. Yeah, they were having fun.
Exactly. And then Mauritius was pretty cool as well. Over in Group B, Egypt, Ghana, and Namibia. There was also Algeria as well, but they didn't end up making it out. But they were actually my real dark horse team.
Yeah, I thought they were going to be good too. Egypt definitely also very competent, so I think they're going to be good. Ghana definitely very new to the game, you could tell. So not expecting that they're going to be making too many waves, but we could be surprised.
Alrighty, looks like we are just about to get live and get things started here in our game. We've got Morocco taking on Tunisia, and we're starting over on Sonny Anubis. So you're just going to get a 3K to start things off. Look for the 4th as well. What a start for Morocco.
Wow, okay.
My God. I'm not 100% sure if that is the right start, because they had guns off the rip, right? So something tells me...
Surely they're going to have to go for a bit of a restart.
Yeah, they had money, right? So, I mean, that feels like surely not. But hey, not bad at least for his individual prowess to showcase he's got something in the locker. There's a couple of names over towards Morocco to keep an eye out for. CHS, obviously from that round, but Kenshi is definitely one.
Yeah, he seemed like, even in the show match, you could tell.
Yeah, he's pretty crisp. He's pretty good with a deagle, so definitely a name that I'm going to throw out there nice and early. You know, he was pretty sick. Over on the other side as well, when you look towards Tunisia, Remind was definitely one of the names that was, for me, on the kind of the forefront of my mind. He was very, very good in the qualifiers.
Yeah, who was the other? Wriggler, I think, was one of the players that kind of caught our attention a little bit too. So curious to see how he's going to be playing here on land. I mean, that's kind of another part of it for my money, is the idea of getting the experience, like traveling to an event,
yes,
staying in a hotel room, playing on a stage. It's not your bedroom setup. Like, it's very, very different, and it's a rare experience, maybe even more so on the African continent. So I'm interested to see how this will affect the players, and give him a little bit more motivation to really fight on for the dream, because it's not easy to do.
I do feel like there's definitely a side to it where for players who maybe aren't as experienced playing on lands and stuff, you're just sort of out of your comfort zone, right?
Yeah,
I think that's just one of the big fundamental things that makes a really, really big difference. Seems like we are live though, round number 3 underway here.
Maybe.
Got guns out, but yeah, I don't know. We had guns on the rip, so that makes me think that we maybe weren't, but it seems like we are. But then we see a team kill come through, so then it makes you question, are we?
Yeah. I'm gonna assume that we're still waiting for a couple of things here just before we go live. So, but yeah, Anubis opening map. Trying to see what else we end up with here. Definitely not a bad map. Wouldn't be not opposed to it. But yeah, we are starting with best of 3s. So
I do see Train and Cash in here. Now something tells me this is not part of the map pool.
Presumably
currently.
not.
Yeah.
Although we can always dream.
Yeah, we can dream. I know. I'm a big, but both of them.
Yes.
I love Train, love
Bring him
Cash.
back.
Yeah.
Get him in there.
I mean, I've seen the pictures that FM Pone's been doing as well of the new updates. Cash looks awesome, man. He is really doing something quite special with that. So I'm really interested to see whether that ends up happening, because for me, Cash was like my early memories of Go was getting involved in that. So
yeah, it's a great map.
And I love Train. People say it was too CT-sided. Grow up is what I reply.
Yeah, you just have to embrace that. I'd be so interested to see if Train comes back, like how will it play with the new smokes as well?
Yes,
Like, there's so many questions like that are just kind of in the open. So yeah, very excited to see. I'm sure it'll make its appearance one day. We'll get it back in the mix. Okay, maybe we just are straight live. So 3-1. Tunisia. We did expect that they were going to be playing a hell of a lot better here, and certainly seems to be the case at the moment. You'll see some of the Moroccan players holding all the way back. Definitely very stretched out on the CT side. Not really like a coordinated effort to go anywhere here. This could be quick.
It could be. Tunisia, they're aggressive, right? That's how they play the qualifiers. That's what made them so scary in the quals. Gonna find one as well as Potite. Pretty low here. Tunisia was so keen to fight, but they were so low. Both within that one bullet headshot range to that USP, so it could have been a little awkward, but it isn't in the end, and it will be a 4-1 start. So yeah, I think for now, Morocco on the back foot a little bit, because that was an eco, so we're not going to expect a huge amount this round where we maybe have a little bit more of an investment coming through. We've got to try and make this sing, and I'm assuming they want to go for a force spike. You've just ecoed, so probably want to get some sort of investment. But I say that, we've got an AWP
and
a
Nova,
Nova, an MP9, Deagle, and M4. It's a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, and I think they ended up in this position where, oh wow, it's a 2-for-1 shot for Fenner. I actually can't believe that. How did it happen? They just ran in front of him. NC showing up as well. He was one of the players that saw the early stages there at the show match. Definitely coming up with some good shots. Now 1 versus 2, but Wriggler is very low on health. So gonna go for the bomb plant instead. It's probably a sensible choice. I'm just gonna say, like, the unevenness in the money for Morocco is one of those signs that, again, they're just a little bit more new to the game.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously, normally you want to try and keep the economy somewhat even on the CT side so that everyone can buy at the same time, or everyone saves at the same time. We'll see how the retake gets on the way here. No diffuse kit in play. And even low on health, if you just buy enough time here, then it could work out. Ooh.
I think this is the actual start. I think this is what we're on about. Because we did start in towards the game.
Yeah,
and we had
I was going to say.
guns from the rip, which, hey, we have no complaints about. But at the same time, we've got to have the pistol around. It's pretty, some people call it RNG. I think that's coke. There is strats behind the pistols. And let's see
especially
what
in about 12, they make a big difference, right? Like, you kind of have to respect it now. You have to say, all right, we actually have to put some effort into winning those pistol rounds.
Yes, yeah. Because you lose a pistol round, a lot of teams like to force, lose a force buy. You get like 3-4 rounds down at that point. On MR12, that makes such a big difference. But we're finally live now. Tunisia taking on Morocco here. Tunisia start on that T side, Morocco on the CT side as we're in towards Anubis, the most T-sided map of all. Tunisia might want to try and do something. Pop flash doesn't work. Feno going to get a double to kickstart things. Beautiful way to go about it, but they're being flanked by Riglo, wants to fight, and it doesn't work out for him as Feno finds one more.
Wow, what a round from him. 4 kills in total, that's really sick. The timing there for Tunisia was maybe just a little bit off because they actually had like a very clean run to backstab that setup, the forward setup for the CT side. So if they would have had the timing down, but I guess also Feno just landing those shots so quickly that it kind of blew apart the timing, unfortunately, for Tunisia. So, wow, okay. Now that we're live, maybe it does look a little bit better for Morocco.
Yeah, maybe, they were kind of just chilling out a little bit earlier.
That's fair, that's reasonable.
It, too serious. Warm up the aim a little bit. Like a little bit live aimbots, so to say. And now they really are trying. And of course, good start. So, off the back of it, we are going to see a force spike come out from Tunisia. No bomb plant, not a huge amount of kills, but coming towards the Tech 9s, the Mac 10 in play as well. Let's see what they can do with it. Bama spamming, trying to find that kill. Looking for first, it's labored, and he'll fall to the hands of Fales.
Yeah, pave the way for a bomb plant here. Chest coming up, and it's not necessarily that bad here. Bomb gets planted, but they should be able to take care of business. In the middle of reloading, gonna get caught there by Kenji, so it's pretty expensive. I think for Tunisia, that's probably worth it. You get 3 kills, get a bomb planted, you're gonna be happy with that. But Morocco, they managed to save the day anyway.
Yeah, exactly that. So a 2-0 start coming through for Morocco. Pretty damn good, man. I mean, for Morocco, they definitely come in towards this game as the underdogs. I don't think there's any kind of 2 ways about it. They're a side for us who, we didn't get to catch in the qualifiers, but we just know how good Tunisia were, right? So I think in most instances, we would say one of the favorites, not only in this tournament, but also in this game. So for the home nation, getting a 2-0 start like this is pretty damn good. And my assumptions, just based on them starting on the CT side, is that this is Tunisia's map pick. We don't actually know the veto just yet, so we're kind of taking this as it goes. But my assumption was, if they're going to be starting on the CT side, it's probably their opponent's map pick. So
yeah,
not a bad way to start things off.
No, we know how big of a difference you can make on Anubis. Having that early start and just getting off to a nice position on the CT side, it's quite valuable. Bunch of Galeals coming out, just the 1 AK on Fales. Yeah, and a very much more slow approach here. I do like what I'm seeing from Morocco. Kind of mobile. You could see Nucleon is kind of, hanging out between the B and mid. So he's like a very flexible player at the moment. Yeah. A little bit far back on the A-bomb side, but that's fine. Yeah, this whole setup seems very decent for Morocco, I've got to be honest.
It does. I'm going to buy, of course, back in for Tunisia. The one thing that I'm keeping an eye on, there's not really a hell of a lot of utility. 2 smokes, 1 flash, 1 molly. So most of that's probably going to be using an execute of some sort, and then it means they're going to be left with little to nothing in terms of util for a post-bomb. So they're just going to have to take raw fights, and that is, so far not worked out. Morocco more than happy to fight themselves. Speaking of, smoke and molly being used here on the exit. Good util being thrown in, a pop flash as well to give them that space, and it has worked. Now they're out on towards A.
Yeah, really a lot of space being created here. Potate, he's going to get that one, but Feno will take him down straight afterwards. He seems to be the dangerous player on the Moroccan team so far. Does peek back into it, but doesn't quite get that shot off, so bomb will go down. Like you said, no utility for the afterplant here for Tunisia. So 2 rounds so far for Morocco. If they can make it a 3rd one here, then they're off to a really hot start. They do have a defuse kit on Feno as well. He's going to negotiate that one very nicely. Takes down Nucleon. Suddenly it's 2 versus 3 here. Sako up on the high ground, but he's a little bit overexposed. Leaves Feno alone to get shot in the back, and Tunisia, they're on the board. Yeah, nice round as well. Remind, just playing as that insurance policy, right? Coming in from behind, making sure that any sort of inkling towards a retake doesn't actually get the legwork that it wanted. So Morocco get caught. And that will be that first round for Tunisia. And maybe now where they can start things off on a positive note. Guns come out, a successful post-spawn, only 2 casualties too, so economy starts to build up. Yeah. All the kind of boxes we're trying to tick in a first true gun round go successfully. And that's all you can really ask for Tunisia. And now it's actually about building a bit of consistency, getting consecutive rounds on the board. And of course, it probably helps having Morocco's economy. So they should really tie this game up. And that's the compounding sort of damage from the previous round, where even though they lost to Tunisia, they still managed to do so much damage that the CT side of Morocco, you just can't really buy just yet. Oh, he was ready, but Sako, that is a sick shot. He's meant to go down. Like, Fala's meant to win that fight almost every single time. That's pretty interesting stuff here. The spray is good, though. Chidonge coming in will take a couple of good kills, and they're still going to get the bomb plant here. They should be winning the round. But if they can save the AK out, I mean, it's not necessarily that bad. They can at least bring that into the next round.
Yeah, an AK kept alive. Like, honestly, a small win in itself. Generally, on a CT side, these eco rounds, you know, you're expected to lose them like 98% of the time, right? We're being completely honest. No armor, barely upgraded pistols, right? We're not really expecting a hell of a lot. So you get an AK kept afloat, that's not bad. A, helps you build up a bit of stability in your economy. Maybe means in a few rounds' time as well, because somebody saves a gun, they don't have to reinvest, could be in an AWP later down the line. Small little wins like that. But if they get a couple of rifles, that's even better. Kenshi, he's a bit of a beast with the Eagle. Definitely keep an eye out for him. He's going to find another. This might be a retake on. They've got a bit of time.
Yeah, the bomb plant actually was a bit delayed, although without the kit, it's still very, very tricky here. They're going to get Wriggler as well. Chidonge has to stay alive here. Don't fight them. It's not worth it. They have 10 seconds where they have to try and defuse it. It's very unlikely if you just stay alive for another couple of seconds. Nice headshot. I don't know if they have the time for it. They're going to jump straight down there. I can't believe it. That's like a 2 versus 4 that they actually managed to run back, and with just a couple of seconds left. Oh, no.
0.02.
That's ridiculous. They actually almost had it. That is so sick. I mean, a lot of effort from Morocco. I've got to say, it's still a very, very impressive round, but...
Yeah.
Man.
To lose by 0.02 is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. But yeah, like you said, that is ridiculous. 0 buy, no armor, no utility, 2 deagles in a 2v4 post plant. They kill all 4 and a 0.02 off winning it. That is, I mean, in just a pure confidence booster, that's actually a massive round. That will really be a bit of a kick up the arse for Tunisia. Like, damn, we actually cannot really take our foot off the gas against these guys. We may not have played them in the qualifier, but we cannot let them fight us, because we know, as we've just seen, they are crazy.
Yeah, that should be a really important reminder than early on here. Chidonge coming into it again. This time it's Fenner to go down. Early start here for Tunisia. Again, if they win this one, there's no money on the CT side, so good position to be in if they can make it work.
Oh, good spam from Remind. I don't know if he just heard Kenshi or if that was just a pure instinct, but it works. It's a big, big couple of kills to find early. Kenshi and Fenno so far been uber important to the success of Morocco. So losing both of those early is going to make this very difficult indeed. Mac-10 up close. Chidonge got a pop flash, so he might actually be able to send them in towards this dark position. Wriggler get that Mac-10 up close on the move, who knows. But one by one, now they just get picked off. Back spotted, low HP, nuclear on a full, and surely that's not going to be around. 1v4 and an MP9, surely no chance.
Yeah, and I think they spotted him out as well. Going to smoke him off there. Best you can probably do is try and upgrade this into something a little bit better, but yeah. That's a bit of a shame because they did so much work in the previous round in Morocco. You wanted to see them succeed in the next one. They're going to get reset once again. So Tunisia quite happy with this.
Yeah.
I do think it's important for Tunisia to have that kind of an experience early on. Like if Morocco is going to be stronger than we expected, which it certainly seems like, then you want to know that right off the bat in the first best of 3, right? You don't want to underestimate them for too long, and almost losing a 2-on-4 like that should kind of steal up the Tunisian side, is it right? Like we're up against some strong players.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the wake-up call. You know, to a degree, Tunisia definitely could come into a tournament like this and probably actually come in quite lax, right? Because they did so well in the qualifiers. You know, only one map, and that was against Egypt, went to 10. They won that 13-10. Every other map was 13-9 against Egypt in the first map, and then before that, I mean, every other one. I mean, Ghana and Nigeria, 13-0s in both of them for Tunisia. I mean, they
really crushed it.
They were making life look very easy in the server. Back-to-back, I mean, they got 4 13-0s in a row against Nigeria and Ghana, so they really looked very, very good. So there's definitely a world in which they can come into a tournament like this and actually just be pretty lax, right? But I think because of that, like you said, having that wake-up call very early on, or realize actually we, especially against the host nation, this is on their turf, you know, this is sort of their comfort zone to a degree. We actually can't let these guys play their game properly. And there's another big thing, and we kind of had a little conversation about it beforehand. For a lot of these guys, they're used to playing Counter-Strike on a hell of a lot of ping, like, you know, towards 80+ ping, right? Where I think for a lot of us in Europe, we take that for granted. We've got servers in near enough every country. North America have got hundreds of servers across the country. So you're usually playing at 20 ping, right? So for these guys, they've gone from 80+, maybe even sometimes 100+ ping, especially those of South Africa, for example, and now they're on none, basically. 5 is kind of what LAN ping says, but it's basically no ping.
Yeah, I think for the qualifier that we were playing, a lot of the teams ended up playing essentially on like Frankfurt servers, in spite of the fact that we're in North Africa, which is a bit of a shame. Like, you know, that could be a bit of a dream for the future, that we can actually have more server infrastructure in the region. Like, I have no idea how that works out for Valve. Obviously, I'm not a it's not really my expertise, but just it would be cool, because obviously it does make a big difference to you know, to the local scene, not having to try and connect to servers that are really, really far away to try and play on. That's going to be a fun experience. Mind, good flash around the corner there. It's a little bit of a team kill, but it doesn't really matter at the end. They're pretty much going to crush this bomb side. They seem to favor the A bomb side at the moment. Yeah. They have all the executes. You can see the smoke, so they know how to throw them from the outside. Like, they're clearly well-schooled in how to execute onto this one. So, yeah, why not? I mean, keep it up.
Exactly. So far, so good. And once he's over Tunisia, we can hear them get a little bit loud there as well, which is good, getting hyped. That's always what you want to see. On a LAN environment, sort of, you know, mental games, right? Get in your opponent's head a little bit. Yeah. Start to really make them feel a little bit uncomfortable. Just to touch on what you're talking about, the service thing, I heard something quite interesting. Yes, I think Lucy was telling me. So in Asia, obviously, is one of the big problems they have with ping, right? Especially like Australia, they can basically play no one. So actually setting up servers, or they've set up a server in Guam, right? Which is sort of it's out there, an island on its own, and it's kind of in the middle. It's sort of fair for everybody.
It connects everyone,
I think what they were saying is basically about everybody gets about 80 ping. So it's sort of, I mean, it's not terrible. I play with American friends on 80 ping, and it does. I don't feel laggy really ever. Like,
you can do it.
Exactly, it's workable.
Well, it's also like if everyone has the same.
Exactly.
Like,
it's fair across the board. Everybody's sort of on 80 ping. So that's actually quite an interesting thing. Maybe that could be at least the quick fix, right? Rather than saying like let's have servers everywhere. Maybe it's like let's centralize one server somewhere, and then everybody plays on this one. So I think as well, in a lot of other qualifiers, a lot of North African teams, or even West African teams, end up playing on Dubai servers. Again, it's still pretty far, right? So, and they're like 100 ping, and then that's the sort of middle ground for like the Asia sort of things as well. So Middle Eastern teams or North African teams sometimes play, you know, MENA. They end up playing Dubai because it's sort of the middle point between the two of them.
The one that everyone can agree on.
Yeah. So it's like, that could be a quick fix maybe for here in Africa. And events like this could be really a good way to showcase why we need it.
Yeah, get more people on board. Attempted to go for the A-bomb side here, but they're kind of losing players quickly. Nice spray down with the AK there. Chance coming up for that one. Wriggler on his own, 30 seconds for a 1 versus 4. Does not really seem doable. Bomb's down in front, and he's going to be very exposed. They're all going to come through here. Might get another kill, but even at that, he's not going to be able to win the round. Okay, this is pretty important, right? Nice round here. Still a lot of money on the Tunisian side, but we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's a big round to be taken, I think, is probably the way to go about it. I think for now, for Tunisia, they come back into their first gun run after being reset twice. Yeah. And I think part of your mental starts to think, like, damn, if we don't win this, we're actually in a lot of trouble. Because that's talking about Morocco getting towards the point of maybe even like 6 rounds minimum T-side, which probably could lead in even towards 7, maybe 8. Yeah. So it could be awkward, right? So I think winning that gun round keeps things even. And it's still only a 1-round game between this. If we're able to go back-to-back in rounds on Morocco, they can put a lot of financial pressure on towards Tunisia, which actually could be them starting to take a lead.
Yeah, that'd be sick. That would change our perception of the game maybe a little bit. Feno, it's going to be Kenji to start the round, taking on Fowlers again. He's been very good, and that flash setup outside, I mean, it seems to be working for them. Pick a player up, put some pressure back on the Tunisian side.
Pretty big gap there. You know, we've already seen they love the A side.
Yeah.
And I think for us, right, we're looking at this and saying, that gap there, that actually could work against them. Remind, finds a big kill. Kenji falling is always a help. He's got a very advanced angle, but Feno double backs and he'll find him. Riggler gonna fall as well. This will make things a little awkward. 2 versus 4. Tunisia left in a tough spot. Bomb on their back, sure, but where do we go from here?
Osaka goes straight down. They're walking close to that B-bomb site, coming through the dark position. 2 versus 3 at the moment. Ote's ready for it. Shadonj to get the spray on 1. He misses the shot here, but Shadonj will keep it going. A sick triple for him, defending the entire CT force coming in. That's absolutely wild. Tunisia, they love that round, and it's going to put even more pressure on Morocco now, unfortunately. A little bit of a tight spot for them.
Yeah, that's the sort of round that can really break the mental a little bit, right? You know, you've just got to a point where you've actually made this a competitive game, made it a 1-round game. Economy, you know, on the other side is going to be a little fragile too, because you've making even the ones you've been losing, you've been making them expensive, so you know their economy's in a bit of a tough spot. If they had lost that round Tunisia, they're broken, and it will mean that there would have been a chance to maybe even spiral a little bit further forward, but Not to be. 5-2-3. Money now low as well. We've got Deagles out for the CT side. Which, granted, they've been pretty scary, the Deagles. So I'm not going to completely count them out, but a good start here.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been doing some pretty good work with it. Oh, I think he was turned around for his own flashbang there, unfortunately. Kenji showing up. Saka will get another headshot on Fallers. It's kind of starting to fall apart a little bit here. They're actually very efficient with the Deagles. It's Rigler and Remind to bring the round back in favor of Tunisia. The bomb going to get planted, but there is an AK sneaking around the back once that smoke. Oh, he's going to walk straight through. What a wild play. I can't believe he actually succeeded with that. Tradonge, got to be careful. Yeah, he needs to reload. I was going to say 2 versus 2 now, but those Deagles are absolutely wild on the Moroccan side.
Yeah, I'd always as well say don't count out a 5-7. 1 bullet headshot at close range against full armor. Don't count them out. We've seen these retakes get a little bit of legway behind them. Swing, Rigger turns, and that might cost him his life. He doubles back, and Fenno will fall. Just for a moment, that looked like it could have fallen apart, but thank God it didn't. And a 6-2-3 start. And now this is actually where we can start talking about this being actually a pretty good T-side. Generally, Anubis right now, statistically, the most T-sided map in the pool. It's about 55% T-sided.
Yeah.
No other map is really T-sided at the moment. You should be kind of getting a bare minimum, I'd say 7-5, right? That's where I think it's a bit of a handshake. Anything less, maybe a little bit worrying, especially if you lose a pistol.
I think
know
so.
how things can get quite tough, and anything more, you get towards 8, maybe, then you are cooking. And right now, they're on track to potentially head towards like an 8-4.
Yeah, they're having to really save some of these rounds on the T side. Like they're having a little bit of a struggle getting through, but at the end of the day, they win some of these clutches. I mean, it kind of goes in their favor. 2 people on the B-bomb side right now. It's Nucleon and Kenshi. And they need to just keep this alive for a little while. The backup's not that far away in the middle, so they can call upon it. Kenshi's going to be ready. But I thought so. That's no head armor, I think. Tradonge with the MAC-10 just runs him down. This should be a very, very quick round here in favor of Tunisia. I think the lack of head armor there really, really cost Kenshi a bit.
Yeah, MAC-10 drive-by. Always a scary prospect, especially now, you know, we kind of spoke about it. You've gone from players playing on 80-plus ping when they play online to now 5. It's a completely different ballgame. The game is so much quicker.
Yeah, if you know that, you can kind of take some risks that you wouldn't ever try to do online.
Yeah, we know the Xantaro's peak. We've all learned it from, I think many a player have learned from the experience from those guys. I think this is a good call to save as well. With 3 staying alive, you can rebuy back in. Fenno finding an important kill as well. Remind, he loves these lurk plays. However, he's not the only lurk play. Otay going to make a little walk as well. Might try and find something. He'll get caught. So the save successful, and it is very successful. Make 3 kills at the tail end, keeping their money alive. And with 3 alive, that always means rebuy back in. No matter the situation you're in, drops can come through. So it's not really all doom and gloom. But that's 7 for the T side already. That's not bad. Now I think no matter which way things go for the last couple of rounds, I think you'd be pretty happy.
I would agree. Don't really necessarily mind that Tunisia went for a bit of a fight there. They do have a lot of money on that T side, so they probably think, all right, let's just give it a crack and see if we can steal something back. It didn't really work out, but it wasn't necessarily a crazy choice. We'll see. Tunisia, for a while, they've been running the same default. They kind of drop the bomb out here outside of the A-bomb side, and they kind of just wait. They want to see what happens on the CT side first. So far, just the CT. Oh, actually, did he walk through? I think Tradonge, yeah, he tries to walk through the smoke over on the other side of the map, but Fenno takes him down. Good holding of that one. That could have been pretty dangerous. Nice start for Morocco.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I've seen as well, there's been a tendency for Tunisia where actually, even though they have the money, they're not wanting to T-side all that much. And I think it's quite interesting because it actually works into their playstyle quite well. They're very aggressive. They like taking fights quite early. They like lurking as well on their own. Lurking with an AWP's not really something you want to be doing these days.
Yeah.
I think it's actually the right call. They understand. They've bought the AWP out a couple of times, but for the most part now, in their game plan, AK's out on deck is where we need things. Rigler, gonna find an important kill. Level it back to a 4 versus 4. Shy of a minute. Bomb going to go down as well. Tough retake here. Retaking with an AWP, never easy. Util's pretty slim as well.
Look at Remind. He's actually walked himself into the smoke on the high ground there. Now, Fennos is kind of spotting it. This is really smart. He's got the right idea. He's got the spray as well to take down one of them. That was still really heads up for Fenno. I thought maybe he was going to overlook that. Nice flash here to send Patay in. It's just really, really good teamwork coming up for Tunisia. And the bomb is ticking away, so the retake has to be right now. It's a good shot. It's just going to leave Rigler on his own. Grenade might be able to catch him right on top. That is a nice grenade. And with the kit in the back pocket, they're going to be able to win the round. Huge for Morocco. They really needed this round.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. That's going to keep them afloat. Heading into the final round of the half as well. Money kept on deck a little bit more as well, so we're going to get a full buy out both ways for the most part. I do look over towards a couple of players here on Tunisia who might actually be a little feeble when it comes towards the funds. And yeah, Chidonge, only a Tech 9 for him. I say only. It's actually still a pretty scary gun these days. Running gun.
Be, yeah.
They like a little running gun as well, Tunisia. So I think it might actually end up working out in a way, but not a bad way to heading towards this final round. Like I said, 7-5 for me on the T side. That feels like a handshake between both sides where you can be pretty happy. You get a pistol from Morocco in towards the second half. We're talking about a tied game pretty quickly. This one, very, very important. We've got a triple AK Galil, and it's actually a Mach 10. Slight upgrade at that tail end.
Okay. Yeah, it's head armor on everyone except for Kenshi, so he is in the front line though. You never know what that Mach 10 could do. And they're going to go for the split on the B bomb site here. He's going to know it. They've got 3 people on the other side, but what an opening. Sako goes down straight afterwards, and a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Tunisia here. It's looking very good. Bomb down, smokes are up, and I don't know if these 2 last players on the Moroccan side can really retake this.
Yeah.
They are coming through from the center of the map. It's going to be very hard. Maybe even more so now that Fenno goes down. 1 man with an M4. It's not going to happen. It's Bate to take him down, and it's 8 rounds in the first half in favor of Tunisia. That's pretty comprehensive. They're going to be happy with this.
Yeah, Chidonge as well. 14 kills in that half. He's looking pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I think now we get to start to see these guys flex their muscles a little bit. You get a pistol here as well for Tunisia, and they could be already on track to potentially even closing this map. That'll be massive for them. We do have the veto as well. Anubis Nuke at Ancient is what we've got. This is the pick of Morocco too, and that is maybe a slightly a bit of an alarming thing. Lose your own map pick, heading towards Nuke. Nuke is a tough map to play on. I think arguably we, is the hardest map to play on currently against a good side, right? It's very, very difficult to break down these CT sides. On the T side, it's very difficult to get things started as well. So this could be good. And we saw Tunisia play it in the qualifier. They looked pretty good in it, I have to say. Their outside control was very, very good. Jordy up close. Bote going to get 1. Chest going to fall. Remind going to add 1 as well as Nuclear gets caught. This is a scrappy fighting towards mid with Pote walking away with double. And Sako also drops. Kenshi, Fenno left all alone in a 2v5, and Fenno's barely alive. 1 foot in the grave already.
Great timing. As soon as the duelist takes the attention, the rest of the CT force in there, they all peek, and you could see how awkward it was for the Moroccan side there, trying to sort of stay alive. You probably just had to push all the way in and fight the duelist right away. As soon as you slow down and you're sort of out in the open, it could be very dangerous. So, yeah, unlikely they're going to make it back into this round, but they have some time to work with. So, Kenshi, if he finds a kill here, where he's slowly getting dropped low, nice headshot from Wriggler. And I think any chance now is probably going to be dead in the water here as Fenno is on his own. P250 or not, this is just such a tough task.
Yeah, it is. Julie's at range. Fellas will see it off as Fenno falls. He was so low. He was asking maybe just a little bit too much. 9-4. This is now starting to get to the point of damning. Hence why we came in towards this competition speaking very highly of Tunisia. They were great in the qualifiers. We already mentioned it. 4-0 they went through the qualifiers. Didn't drop a map. Only 1 map against Egypt went even double digits from the opponent. These guys were cooking all the way through. And I've spoken to some of the other teams, and they've all mentioned Tunisia. They said they're a little bit scared of them. So, fair enough.
Good chance they can make it to Riyadh at the end of the year.
Yeah, 2 spots available.
2 spots available. Wouldn't be surprised if Tunisia's going to claim one of those. That'd be pretty sick. What an experience for those guys.
Yeah.
To represent their country at the final stage. Of course, they're going to be met with a lot of opposition, too. We've seen some of the teams out there. Some surprises as well. Denmark didn't make it. I'm still a little bit sour about that.
I'm not.
They got crushed. Yeah.
It was a rough qualifier for them because it was the Gaming Gladiators core. I mean, these guys were top 8 at a major only 3 months ago, basically. But it was, in all fairness to them, it was only 3 out of the 5. And they also then immediately after the qualifier made 2 changes. So I think it kind of felt for me, I think in hindsight, but a bit of a dead roster, unfortunately, where they knew maybe change was on the horizon.
Very low energy, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Of course, Sweden, the defending country at the moment, they won the last time around.
Expecting big things from them, it has to be said. I've already, I think I've seen, it was on Wikipedia, the roster they're putting forward. Pretty stacked. They've got a couple of decent names.
They know already? All right.
I think so.
That's kind of cool.
But yeah, those guys, they were very, very good last year, so expecting big things. Deagle gets a team kill. Chidonge will close things out. 3 kills to his name and a P250 to round it out. 10-4. Tunisia, they're on fire right now. 6-round buffer zone they hold themselves over Morocco, and this gunman's got a hell of a lot of confidence that needs to come into it. We have to see Morocco find it. If they don't, they're probably in a lot of trouble. I mean, maybe even talk about Tunisia map point.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like this first round has to be a big success.
Yeah.
Very curious to see if they're going to have the same kind of approach to what Tunisia had. Like, it was very structured. They had the executes onto both A and B bomb sites. Like, clearly, they've been spending time prepping. They're not just coming in here to play for fun. So very interested to see if Morocco is going to be able to do a similar thing. They've got the mid grenades here to burn out the front part of it. So that's already a good sign. Let's see if they could do more. They're putting a lot of pressure on Remind. He's actually reloading while he's turning the corner. That could be dangerous here. Nucleon and Sacco, both a couple of kills. And yeah, they're going to clean up the start of this round. Very aggressive for Tunisia, and they get punished for it a lot.
Yeah, it has to be said. I think, for me, that feels like Morocco have really done a good job of adjusting, right? Because they realize that Tunisia are so keen to fight. They're so happy to get up in their face. Speaking of, both eyes going to push the smoke and going to get away with murder. There's no way you should be getting away with that. But nade in hand, Nucleon will fall. But I think, like you said, right, they've kind of realized that Tunisia want to take fights early. CT side, but they're getting super aggressive. And because of that, all you actually have to do is just pump the brakes a little bit. Step back, hold, and just wait for them to overextend. And that's what happens. 3 fights taken in quick succession. And it will be a 5th on the board. And now, potentially, this is where we can see Morocco start to build up a little bit of a repertoire here on this T side. They have to get some consistency out. Still a 5-round buffer, but that's the first gun run gone successfully. And to make matters worse, the economy's a little bit rough over towards Tunisia. We don't really have a buy here. So we're probably expecting them to get a 6th too.
They should. I mean, that would kind of get them, I think, back into the swing of things.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily even hate the aggressive attempt there for Tunisia at the start of it. Like, I think it can be a way to kind of almost get a knockout punch if you're just pushing into them and they're not really ready. Like, they're trying to get their first round on the way, but Morocco was ready. It's a good job on them. Now, the Deagles for Morocco on the CT side were pretty lethal. This time it's only the 1 Deagle on Fallas, but we'll see if they can do some damage with it nonetheless. They're going to lose Pate at the start. They're going to lose the MP9 there on Wriggler. So, again, Morocco just hanging back, waiting for Tunisia to come. Yeah. And that's, I mean, that could be a strategy for a long time. If Tunisia keep being aggressive, then, yeah, why not start every round like this if you're Morocco? Might as well.
Yeah, and I think it's better than the other side, which is, you know, you don't really want to fight fire with a side who we know are mechanically so skilled. You don't want to sort of fall into their trap. So I do like this sort of adjustment coming through, and it's working. And we're seeing they're getting gifted kills. On this pistol round, not expecting a hell of a lot anyway from Tunisia, but I think if Morocco can keep this sort of tendencies up where the early to mid round, where we actually say, let's just call for a freeze off the gates, let's let them push us, and let's catch them off guard. That's a really smart way to adjust to what is, you know, a pretty big temptation to fight. Nice find with the Deagle. Fenner will fall. Maybe an upgrade to be picked up there as well, but I don't think we're giving this a go. He's got armor, but the best thing you can do is just stay alive in towards the next, especially if you can pick up an AK. It's a small little win. It will be now a 6th on the board for the T side. Not a bad little recovery. And now we're talking about basically only 2 gun rounds being the difference between this being a 10-6 and actually a tied game.
And a big open question about whether or not Tunisia are going to realize by now sort of what the strategy is for Morocco. Like, do they have someone with a little bit more experience, some kind of a leader here who's going to be able to say, wait a minute, guys, like we are being very aggressive and they're obviously waiting for us, so you know, we have to see if we have another layer of the plan here on the CT side. For sure. If they don't, then this could be kind of dangerous. Nicely done. That's actually sick. If he can keep it, still an open question, and it's going to be chance on the other side. Take him down. Okay, so no gun collected, but all in all, I think it's a whatever sort of round, right? Tunisia came in with such a minimal investment. Only one person had armor and right at the end there. So I think it's one of those where we're not expecting a hell of a lot. Now, though, 10-6. Reinvestment coming back in from Tunisia, and we see the AWP on the CT side. They didn't feel too keen about picking it up in towards the T side, but understandable. They played very aggressive. They were looking to take early, quick fights, so the AWPs were exactly the best thing for that. Now on the CT side, this might actually even mean Tunisia starting to pull the reins back a little bit and say, okay, we're getting caught off guard maybe a little bit too much. We're over-fighting. Let's try and slow things down a little bit. But maybe not with the MP9. A lot of small things happening in this round already. I think the mid player in Remind flashed over for the AWP to take the peek down in dark. So like that's a little detail where like obviously if you just peek into that raw, as it were, with the AWP on the CT side, you could get beat by a T that's already there. So the fact that they had the flash from the middle, like there's a lot of small details to make you think, okay, they do have some good ideas about how to play this on the Tunisian side. And it could have been a win there for Remind, but actually he's going to get out-dueled. That's an exciting start here for Morocco with the comebacks on. I mean, this is how you begin. And now they're going to switch their attention towards the A side of the map where Fallas is holding. He's got a smoke that he's going to put up right about now, so he's going to be safe for another 20-ish seconds, but oh, they're going to lose Nucleon as well. It looks like Morocco are doubting themselves that they don't really want to push forward into the smoke, so they only have one smoke and a Molotov here. No flashes left on the T side. That's a problem.
It's going to make a post-spawn, even if we get to a post-spawn, it's going to make it pretty awkward, right? Because you basically have to take raw angels, and that's where things become really awkward in this situation. And speaking of, this could be a pretty awkward fight as well. Jadonj close with an MP9. This is his territory. Sort of playing anti-flash, but he doesn't realize he doesn't need to. Oh, Molotov aptly timed. It's going to force a fight, but he'll lose his head. And they're all going to go through the flames as well. They want to fight. They haven't got time, so they've got to get out and towards this site. 20 seconds left. Bomb's got to go down. A little bit of an open plant there, but Fenner will get away with it. Takes a tag, but Kenshi finds a kill. Orp misses. Fallas will bail him out. As he will fall as well. Orp of Potai misses his shot, and that could be costly. All alone now in the 1v3. No scope won't connect. And yet another round for Morocco. They are starting to build up something here. Pressure's on Tunisia, and once again, money broken.
I can't believe that the timing on the Molotov with the MP9 on the other side, I thought Jadonj was on something. I thought it was going to be just a complete blow-up, but they actually went through. That's really sick. I mean, they had to. You're absolutely right. They couldn't really wait, so well played. Morocco making a last-second decision to go for the B bomb side instead of A, and it actually works out for them. So now a 3-round difference, and like you pointed out, no real money on the Tunisian side. So Morocco, they're actually getting back into this game. I'm really impressed here. And again, look at them showing signs. They know these mid-Molotovs, right? They're so critical to taking the center of the map, and it's a really strong sign that they're well aware of how to play this. I think really encouraging start here.
Yeah, it really does show as well that the voices in this Moroccan side are actually doing a lot of good work. However, Kenshi does get caught there. And unfortunately, Saka wasn't quite close enough to trade. The Molotov will force him away. For this close fight, opting for the AK-47, the right call. Question is now, though, for Tunisia, on this sort of low buy round, they're not impossible rounds, but you've got to play them a little bit more unorthodox if you want to make success work for it.
Yeah.
So how are we going to go about this? They've got half armor on a few of them. They've got upgraded pistols. They can make something work here. But I think the right way to go about it is basically try and gamble stack and just hope you get a bit lucky. And then maybe in a 5v4, on a site, in a raw angel, in the chaos of the situation, something can work for you. Speaking of, Deagle, pop shot, doesn't quite connect. Second back plat as well. Also keen to fight, and what a find by Wriggler. Nucleon going to get caught.
It's a classic experience when you're throwing those grenades. You just get absolutely domed. That's a bit of a shame, yeah. The grenades really would have been important here. They still have a chance. Fenno's bringing them right back. That's sick. Huge double. Bomb not yet getting planted, but surely that's not that far away. It's Remind showing up with the AWP. He's missing a shot there, but with the bomb planted, it should be enough. 3 versus 1, I'd say the AWP is going to be more important than anything else here. I'd
just save it. I mean, he's obviously close to the action, and there's a part of it which is sort of hiding in plain sight, right? Just trying to stay alive, closer than they would expect, but you keep this AWP in play. Money has actually been a little bit fickle over towards Tunisia for the last few rounds. It's something they've really been sort of fighting with in itself, not only just fighting Morocco on the other side, but also trying to keep themselves afloat. This next gun round, uber important. Lose this, and we could actually be talking about Morocco tying this game up. It starts to get very spicy. This is Morocco's map pick. This is a map they have to make work for them. Nuke coming up next. We know Tunisia were great in this in the qualifier. AWP will fall, though, as Fenno sees it off, so no save for Remind. 2-round game. A reinvestment to come through, but as we said, right, only 2 gun rounds being the difference. AWP will still come in play regardless. A lot of onus on this one, though. Lose this, and Tunisia on a lot of trouble, and I think even now coming in towards this round, they're under a lot of pressure.
Definitely. You can start to feel it a little bit now for them. Jadonj, he was sick in the first half, but he's been quieted down a little bit now, having a little bit of harder time. Yeah. This is so interesting. Morocco showing, I think, why they picked the map. Super ready, like a lot of protocols here for the middle. Molotovs deep, blowing open the smoke, just getting into it here, and it's Sako to start the round with. Jadonj's going to get traded right away before he could really escape that one. And again, you can see how far back they are. They are expecting for some aggression coming out, and the Tunisians are kind of giving it to them. They are showing up for the fights, and Morocco are ready. They might be ready for this one too. It's a nice idea, but the AWP is going to cut him down.
It's a nice little swing and peek. Very quick reactions. Kenshi going to get caught. 3 versus 3. Round maybe. Might just have something behind it. And you can see as well on the other side, we spoke about how Morocco have adjusted and read the situation quite well. I feel like Tunisia have it as well in this round. They've started to change up their tempos a little bit. They were fighting very early into the round. First 30 seconds, taking normally fights on 2 different fronts. This time, only one. It's an information gather. And then as we get to sort of that mid to late round, that's when they start to make a move. And I think that's a good adjustment on the fly. Starting to understand, but also now they've got to try and figure out where this bomb's going, because this is unorthodox. In through mid, wrapping all the way into the back lines of A, and nobody's playing towards the B side. It's a little awkward. I mean, they're going to get the perfect timing. They're going to get the site here. They're going to get a plant, and now it's about setting up the post plant. Smoke, molly, and a flash behind it. This is not a bad util set to have to work in this situation.
Remind has a chance, though, to make a big impact. He's coming through dark at the moment, but they're kind of set up to catch him, to be honest. So he should probably wait for his teammates. They're coming through CT spawn on the other side. Yeah, this is very, very tough. It's going to be a lot of time before the rest of them. Actually, they're going to get Molotov'd off in that position. So there's even another Molotov on Nucleon here. It's going to be a chance to go down. That's a really cool shot with the AWP. But we're not out of the round yet. I think Fenno is on a massive flanking mission. The bomb is planted for him. He's going to come through CT spawn. Even if Nucleon dies, the round is still on. Fenno, he's got the backstab in. 1 versus 3 as they try to defuse that bomb. Oh, he misses the spray. It was almost perfect. It would have been a sick flank there, but they will have time for it, I believe. It's going to be Tunisia barely getting through the round. That was closer than it seemed.
Yeah, for the first time in kind of a long time as well, seeing Tunisia back in towards their successful ways, but that was so close. The bomb was planted for him, but I think part of that gave it away, right? He had this perfect flank. Maybe if he was either 2 seconds earlier or 2 seconds later, they might have looked there and been like, okay, nobody's playing through CT. He's maybe over towards main, or he's maybe coming back through dark, hence why he hasn't peeked yet. But unfortunately for him, his timing was just a little bit off, and they read him. 11-8, 2 rounds to the all-elusive 13, but 3 rounds ahead of Morocco. Game far from over. Still feels like it has a little bit of legs behind it. And of course, a reinvestment right back in. Money not feeble just yet for the T side, because I mean, a lot of the rounds they've been winning have been pretty clean.
Potay's getting a little bit of confidence, you can tell. He landed some really cool shots in that last round. The one from CT spawn, I think, was pretty tricky shot potentially, and he's going to start this one well. Takes down Sacco. That's having a big impact right now, that CT side AWP. Remind, easy enough, flash through, and even though Fenno had the better angle there, it doesn't matter. He was so blind. Nucleon and Kenshi left, and this could kind of be the end of the road. They don't have that much money even on the Moroccan side. They're in a little bit of trouble right now. Yeah,
one small misplay there from Morocco where they don't actually pop flash over towards double doors. Generally, it's normally seen to just do a bit of an open flash in towards mid, just in case someone's setting up close. He gets away with it. 2 remaining, Nucleon and Kenshi. What do we even do here? Anywhere they go, they're in a lot of trouble. 1 towards mid, 1 towards dark, which Wriggler, he'll get caught. They're still not going to act upon that. It still feels like they want to finish over towards A. Might be the right call. Fale's going to fall, and there's a bit of space to work with in towards the site.
Some of the aggression here is, again, a little bit too crazy. Remind is going to show up. He's going to win that fight, but this is a 2-on-5 that's now turned into a 1 versus 2, and it's mostly because Tunisia are just very, very hungry to get these fights, which they probably don't need to, and it's putting it at a little bit of a risk here. The spray is good. 15 seconds here. Nucleon, you're going to have to get that bomb planted. Unfortunately, Chidon's just kind of close by, but yeah, he has to just hope that he's nowhere near enough to stop the bomb plant. There we go, out in the open. Nucleon spots it out. If he wins this one, it's a huge clutch for Morocco. That's certainly true. The spray is good. He gets the headshot. It's Nucleon in a 1 versus 2 to clutch it for Morocco.
That's massive. A 2 versus 4 overall, or 2 versus 5 overall. Yeah. Rigger gets caught in towards dark. They make a late round adjustment. Actually, let's double back towards A. Take a fight. It works, and 1 by 1. They get picked off. Tunisia, that's a bad round to lose. That's one where we show maybe just a little bit of a lack of discipline, and it's very costly, because this is where now Morocco can start to spiral in a positive way. Money, feeble again over towards that CT side. It's much harder to build up. So we've got a Hero M4, which is a loose term in itself, and a few upgraded pistols. We could be talking really about a 1-round game here. So this is under a hell of a lot of pressure. They are letting things slip. Their tendencies to want to fight are actually costing them a lot more than they're gaining.
Oh yeah, like there's no really good reason why you'd want to fight that 2-on-5, except for the fact that you're very confident that you're going to be able to win it no matter what. But this time it absolutely blew up in their faces. Could easily cost them the map here.
Absolutely. Only 2 kills. Potay, Fale's both going to fall.
I guarantee as well, the worst thing about those kind of rounds is, instantly when they're over, you knew. Like, it's not like it's not like if we interviewed them afterwards, they were going to say, oh, we didn't really know. Like, they're going to, immediately when you lose, you're like, why do we keep on fighting? But So it's painful emotionally, and what it means is also it could even jeopardize the second map, because you're going to be coming into it if you lose this one thinking, we had a clear runway to win that first one. This could be a 2-0 thing, but now instead, maybe we're having to fight a lot more and at the, maybe even at jeopardy of losing everything. Remind though, it's not a bad shot here, but he's going to get overwhelmed. I was going to say that 1 M4, maybe the chance to get back into it. But now the bomb's going to get planted, and Morocco with the chance to get 10.
Yeah, I think as well, coming back to a point I raised a little bit earlier about these low buy rounds, I think the way that teams should be playing them in more often than not is something unorthodox. And I think you should stack around a rifle. Basically hope that the pistols basically work as sort of cannon fodder, human flashbangs in a way, and allow for players like Remind to isolate fights. But unfortunately, he's isolated himself. So gets one, which is great, and then gets immediately traded. Bomb down, smoke up in towards main as well. Let's see Chidonge all alone. He's going to keep hold of this AK-47. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, but it will be Morocco making this a one-round game now. Tunisia, very much in terms of momentum, on the back foot. And this next gun round has a lot of importance behind it. They lose that, not only are they going to be losing the lead, and it's going to be a tied game, but they're actually going to give it over towards Morocco. Money will get broken once again. Morocco probably going to convert against the pistols. We're talking about 12-11 at that point, so it's all hinging on this next round. Gun's going to come through, but Morocco looking very, very clean at the moment. A couple of players really stepping up. Fenner's look good all the way through. Remind on the other side is starting to be really nullified by him individually. Yeah. And then we're seeing an individual like Kenshi having a real decent amount of experience. We kind of highlighted him coming in. He's a bit of a deagle monster, and well, so far his mechanics are being pretty damn crisp. 11-10, one round in it. Tunisia feeling a hell of a lot of pressure. Full buy going to come in for them. They've got the AWP in play, both sides, but so far, this is all Morocco in terms of momentum.
It is, and it's so painful because, again, for Tunisia, it's kind of the same mistake that's repeating itself over and over again. So it seems very fixable. It seems like, any kind of timeout or anyone even on the team just saying, hey, listen, let's just, when we get the advantage, we get the first kill, let's just chill out for a minute. Let's not keep fighting. But they're having a very hard time drawing the troops back. You could see even in this round, Remind wants to fight in the middle. Again, it can work out, but it can also give the Moroccan side exactly what they've been waiting for a while now, which is that early aggression. Seems like we're going to have an attack towards the B-bomb side this time. Wriggler, forward position here. He does have a flash and an HE, but not much more. Chidonge has a Molotov to maybe slow them down. See how soon they realize that summon is up.
Wriggler's angle is normally pretty good for one. It's just he needs the support from backside. Smoke out in front of him, spam. Threads the needle, doesn't quite find the damage. He's actually getting so close, but not enough to get the kills. Bomb will go down. Chidonge's going to find an important kill, and he found a second behind it as well. Smoke broken open by the nade as Remind swings in from dark. Nucleon gets caught. This one makes it difficult. Kenshi only good 4-1, and that'll be a retake coming through from Tunisia. Bomb goes down, but unfortunately for Morocco, the post plant never got set up. And that's Tunisia. Map points on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, the whole setup is really good otherwise for Morocco, right? They had the right smokes, they paved the path. I mean, if you get the bomb planted, even if you don't get any kills, you're going to be quite happy with that, but the after plant just never really worked out. They couldn't really get into good positions before they got mowed down. So it's map point for Tunisia after, I would say, a lot of struggles here to actually close this map out. They have 2 chances right now, or we get into overtime.
Yeah, and Morocco joined a very kind of exclusive list of teams who've been able to take this side to double digits on a map, right? Basically, barely anybody was able to do it in the qualifiers. These guys dominated all the way through, but Morocco, it's looked like they've had a lot of control. But Potai with the AWP, going to find Sacco. It's a nice peek from Dark. Great timing off the back of Remind's flash. He goes for the high flash, which catches both players in towards water. One tries to cross out towards stairs because he knows he's in no man's land. That's a good find. Already numbers advantage for Tunisia. 1 minute 20 on the clock, and they want to fight once again. East site is where Morocco wants ahead. They're going to fade the smokes, and Kenshi going to find an important kill. Tech9 catches the important player, Chidonge, as well. Wriggler's still up close. Bomb will go down. Post one going to be set up. The Molotov going to get extinguished immediately. Nade breaks open the smoke. It's carnage on the site, and a 2v3 in favor of Morocco now ensues.
And having a retake with the AWP at this range, you could tell one single shot missed here, and he's going to go down to Kenshi, who's not been missing that many shots. He pretty much opened up the round. He actually walked through the smoke here in dark to get that shot. It was very important that he did that. Otherwise, I don't actually think they make it onto the site. So huge individual impact there for Kenshi. Oh, would say, how does he hit that shot? Nucleon's going to go down next. What's happening? 1 versus 2 all of a sudden. They have a kit as well. Oh, but they line up for him. He comes right through. Huge clutch coming in there. They had a chance all of a sudden. Yeah, for a moment, a brief moment, it looked like Tunisia might be about to close this. Other ideas, Morocco still far from done in this game.
We head to the all elusive, right? The 12-11. Two ways this can go. Overtime. Looking towards at least 16, if not more. Or Tunisia closing this right at the tail end. The final round of regulation. This is a big one. Once again, buys out both ways, but both sides have to take hits in some way. We've got a FAMAS over towards Tunisia. That's a small little hit in terms of firepower. And Mach 10 in play for Kenshi and a couple of Galils as well. So Morocco will probably get hard done by a little bit more in terms of the firepower. But they've been making these sort of lowish buy rounds work, in all fairness. They're competitive with them still.
It's only 2 helmets on the CT side, so even the Galil and the Mach 10 there on 3 of the players, it could do a lot of damage. I mean, the Mach 10 against unhelmeted opponents, sometimes you feel like it's actually just amazing. You can just run and shoot, and especially on land, you're going to have a great time with it. Remind, again, he's just not shying away from this fight. Again, he's very, very good, but you lose this, it kind of starts the first domino here. He's going to go for the fight once, to swing back in, and again, one of those scenarios where you want to say, man, if you just fall back, you're in a 4-on-5, it's probably a bit of a winnable position here. Wriggler with a potential chance. He's heard them running away, so it really feels like he has some information. Fowler's getting shot at the back, and that should pave the way for a bomb plant here. 2 versus 4. A nice shot from Wriggler, but oh, the bomb's in T-spawn. I don't think they know that. They have no idea. So Wriggler might be dead either way here. No reason for them to fight Chadonge. Just they're going to go back into it. Chaz goes for the kill, and he's going to get it. Wriggler here, he's on his own.
I'm not sure if he heard it. It seemed like he reacted maybe off the back of the T-side step, but
yeah,
it looks like he's actually now called this wrong. So he's looking over towards A. Bomb's going B. This should be overtime on the cards. And to kickstart map number 1 here at this tournament, it's not exactly what we want to see. For Tunisia, there's a lot of talk around them being one of the scariest teams in Morocco. Coming out the gates, the host nation are looking very, very good.
Yeah, I think it's very impressive. I mean, they really kept their mind to things. It's going to be a chance to take the last kill, and it will be overtime on the opening map. Quite the comeback for Morocco, honestly. Yeah, they were really, really far behind, but Tunisia falling victim to, I think, just their own aggression. And quite, I mean, obviously that 2-on-5 was probably the most criminal round.
Yeah. I mean, even, like, you know, in that last round, the one thing you mentioned, Remind takes that first fight. It's great. Gets away with it. Really good kill. The best thing you can do there, he had a Molotov in his back pocket. Fall away, drop it in towards mid, and just take such a passive angle. Go over towards camera. Go and play in towards connector, right? Something like that, because you hold all the cards in your hand. You've got all the information. You know there's other players around. But he doesn't. He gets caught, gets traded, and at the same time he gets traded, one of his teammates falls as well. Before you know it, numbers his advantage. So overtime required here. We're now looking in OT number 1. The magic number is 16. 3-round halves, and we'll be starting in, hopefully, just a moment. But so far, so good. Morocco, all the momentum in their favor. Mentality monsters a little bit. It looked completely down and out. They were 10-4 down at one point. And they crawled it all the way back. And Tunisia now on the back foot. I mean, this is a pretty important time for them to have a conversation. Just, fellas, what are we doing wrong here? We've got to get back in towards this game. We had the sort of complete control. It looked like it was going to be our map to take with ease.
Oh, yeah.
They let things slip.
Yeah, mentally, I mean, these are some of the rounds that can be really hard to recover from, right? You need leadership, and you need a little bit of experience. You need somebody to be the captain of the team to kind of bring everyone back around and say, right, it was a bit tough, but let's get back into the swing of things here, because Morocco is surely going to be having a little bit more momentum at the moment. Yeah. Still very curious if they can patch out some of these mistakes in terms of the aggression, like knowing when you have the advantage and then changing your game after that happens. That's been a bit of a problem for them at the moment. They're pretty good at getting some of these early kills, but they give them up just as much.
It's true. Deep smoke going to come through from Tunisia here. Actually going to give them a little bit more coverage over towards mid. They don't have to fight as much, and this can sort of maybe get rid of some of those tendencies that have been a little bit bad, but they're so keen. Remind, he's been looking for fights more often than not. That'll just slow him down internally just a little bit. 1 minute 10. We've got plenty of time to work with. And you can see Morocco just poking and prodding both ways. Looking towards mid. Small bits of util that's going to keep attention drawn there. Bit of presence towards A main, bit of presence towards B. So they've got the perfect sort of default out the gates on this T side just to gather some information. And then they can make a late round decision, which has sort of been their playstyle so far. And it's working.
That's a very late smoke coming out there towards the A side. Pate's playing on the other side. We've got anti-flash for Fallas in the front, who should be looking into the wall just to not get blind, but they have a lot of grenades here on the CT side, so they're going to keep throwing in grenades to slow this down. I think Morocco, they have to make a really quick call, otherwise they're going to get grenaded here forever. Yeah, they're going to try and make their way through the smoke. So far, so good, as they take down Fallas. It's Kenshi off the start. It's a bit of a team kill. Pate keeps it going, and no scope to take down another player But Fenno, the spray is good, and they might be back in this round here. 2 versus 2, bomb getting planted. There is definitely a chance.
Yeah, smoking towards heaven. Bomb planted, rotate coming through. 2 versus 2, like you mentioned. Fenno low on HP. Sacco just ever so cautious on the flank. I'm sure they can hit both, and what a flick. Sacco going to find one, and Fenno will close it. What a post plant from Morocco. Rigler gets caught, and that is a massive one to take for Morocco. They have got now all the cards in their hands, and things are starting to get very, very awkward indeed. Oh, Tunisia, I wouldn't mind seeing attack pause. We haven't seen any of them, really, if I'm being completely honest. I wouldn't mind seeing them just take a breather. I just have a conversation. Fellas, we are letting things slip away here. This is their map pick. You don't want to give them an advantage out the gates. First best of 3. This is the group of death we mentioned. You know, 3 out of the 4 teams in this group are all basically of the caliber that could go to the World Esports Championships, right? So, you don't want to let any best of 3 slip. Hotai posted up at range. However, they can sneak under his AWP. He needs to be a little careful. Going to chunk the nade. He actually will get the first one. For a second, gets caught. Just also going to get traded. Rigler keeps the numbers in Tunisia's favor.
What a surprise. Double scoped and they walk right in front. I mean, yeah, if he misses that shot, he's surely dead. So, still, good 2-for-1 trade. And again, now we want to see a little bit more modesty perhaps on the Tunisian side. Just enough to make Morocco work for it here.
Yeah.
You know they have to show up at 1 of the 2 bomb sites, so why give them the benefit of finding the kills early? Grenade actually pushes into the smoke. That's a very dangerous play here for an AWP, but we'll see what Sacco could do. He landed that shot in the last round, and it was sickening, so maybe he could do it again. He certainly has the element of surprise. They don't know that he's here. They think he's already moved away. He's going to miss the shot, though. There was a really good chance. Fallas takes him down, though. Fenno might get timed here. It's Rigler nearly with a double spray down. And now 1 versus 3. They should win every single time, and Fallas will make sure. So Tunisia win a round here, finally in overtime.
Yeah, time things up. 13-all. 1 more round left in this first half of overtime. And it's still deadlock between these 2 sides. Neither of them in terms of control of who's really got the grasp of momentum. And a tough spot that we find ourselves in. If Morocco go 2-for-1 in this OT, I think they've got a really decent chance. It feels like a lot of the errors that were creeping in towards that first half sort of feel like they've been patched up. They're starting to play with each other a little bit more. The teamwork's been very solid. All these small little things. Once over towards double doors, that'll keep remind. Sort of posted at bay, but no wants to fight. He's more than happy to do so. Hotai going to take a tag. Sacco going to find that first kill. That's massive for Morocco. And Kenshi going to add to it as well. He's gone out though, and he gets caught. Chidonge, a double. Timing could have been better. Knife in hand. Kenshi gets caught.
Yeah, he brought them back into it. Remind, Sacco goes down on that AWP, so Nucleon and Fenno left, and one of them pushes right through. That's actually really sick. Takes down Chidonge, and suddenly we're back into another 2 versus 2 here.
Where's the bomb?
Currently stuck towards T-spawn, you're right, but there's so much time left. Like, this could even be very confusing for the CT side, because they might be trying for a retake that they don't even need to do at the moment. They might themselves get caught in a very weird position. Fallas, he's towards CT spawn at the moment here. 50 seconds, yeah. I like the fact that they're both going back to do this, because there could be a CT hiding.
They're going to get behind them. They're going to spot them. Remind, he just pushes all the way through. Came through dark, wraps them towards side. It's probably common over towards Fallas and saying, they're not here. They've got to be making a move somewhere. It seems to work out well. Fenno left all alone. 1 versus 2. A lot to do and not a lot to work with. Time starting to tick as well. 30 seconds on this clock. He's half HP, and Tunisia are looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, they are. He has no idea where the other CTs are, so he has to just kind of check everything, walk it through. It's a very, very tough clutch like this. It just is. At some point pretty soon, he's going to have to make a run for it and just cross his fingers that no one's nearby. And you know what? He's done the first part here. This is winnable again now. Yeah, 1v2. 1 flash to work with on the other side for Tunisia. Double nade and a Molotov and 2 kits. So they've got a fairly decent util belt to work with. First nade doesn't really do all too much. He's walking straight in towards Remind. All he was doing is holding. That is great. Great patience. Waiting for the opportunity to come towards him. And it absolutely does. And it's going to be advantage, ever so slightly, in favor of Tunisia coming in towards this second half. And them only being 2 rounds away from taking this in overtime. Yeah, they had to work really hard to get these rounds here on the CT side. It's been a bit of a struggle for them. Now they're back on the T side, where they seem to be just much more in control of things. Some of the execute towards the A-bomb side look very, very solid. But on the other side of it, now Morocco is going to start, obviously, with a lot of money at the beginning here, so they're not going to be suffering any kind of problems like that, maybe they're going to be ready.
Yeah, let's see what we can do here. AWP going to come out both ways. We didn't see too much T-side AWPing coming from Tunisia in regulation, but now in overtime, you got a little bit more cash. Why not?
Yeah, you might as well.
And to be fair to him, Potai, he really feels like he's come kind of alive with the AWP as well. It took him a while to get going. He definitely had a bit of a slower start, but once he started to find his form and a bit of confidence too, and knows that actually these aggressive peaks are working for him, he's been liking life a little bit more. Aggression here. It's going to be a big fight. They line up. Fallas for the fall. Kenshi will get a double, and he actually manages to dip away. Molotov down on top of the bomb as Remind gets in behind, finds a double of his own, and puts a lot of pressure now on Morocco. 2 versus 2 as the bomb does go down. A swing out from Dark. Remind again gets a kill, dips away, stays alive, and a Molotov at the toes of Feno going to force a fight that he did not want to take. Flames make this a little bit more easier. And a very, very good T-side round coming from Tunisia. That teamwork was excellent.
Yeah, I think Remind saved them so badly because they lost that fight at the entrance to the B bomb site, and they were actually getting away. Like Morocco were about to fall back, and they would have been able to sort of recompose themselves with the defense on the B bomb site, and instead Remind just shows up from the dark position. 3 kills for him in the round. That's really sick. Tunisia again on map point here. 1 more round, and they're going to be able to claim it in overtime. They got 2 chances to do it right now, so yeah, definitely possible.
This is where Morocco do their best work, though. Backs against the wall, pressure on. This is where we saw them come alive in regulation. Clawed it back 10-4 down, I remind you, ladies and gents. They were in a bit of a dark spot, Morocco, and they managed to take it in their favor. Aggression out from A main. And they're going to realize, actually, now they've got a lot of space to work with. And a third coming over to support them, too.
Oh, but they know. They definitely know Tunisia. They're well aware. Remind getting pulled in. Kenshi going down. Nucleon, he should be dead, but somehow he makes it out against Fallas. That's not an easy fight to win there. Feno, with the right timing, should be able to take down Chadon. She's actually snuck through somehow. It's still going to be a win for them. And a 2 versus 4. Man, I'm surprised that Morocco got away with that push outside of the B-bomb site, because that looked like they were going to get caught completely here. Feno, it's a good job. And Bate, one way or another, surely going to get found here. The flicks are pretty cool, but he's still got 3 more of those to land.
Like we said, this guy, he's heated up a little bit as the game's gone on. He might be able to set another fight here, but no, just going to see him off. Morocco, once again, make this a 1-round game. Looking for double OT here, map number 1. What a game we're getting here to start the African Esports Championships. And I think for Morocco, we always said, they just seem to find this 6th gear, this new second wind when the pressure's on. That feels like when they're doing their best work. Every single time they've been in a bit of comfort, they've actually sort of taken their foot off the gas a little bit. But now, cooking. That's a really good round. And I like the proactivity. I know it's super risky, but I think when you have been playing defaults and the defaults aren't working, you've got to change things up. And Morocco do that. On the fly quite well. Hot flash in. Sako forced off the angle. I give Tunisia a little bit of mid-control.
Bomb outside of the B-bomb side on its own at the moment, which doesn't have to be a problem yet, but you never know. Another hit like the one from the previous round, and if you lose the bomb, that's obviously going to be a big deal. Looks like they are congregating towards the B-bomb site. Nucleon is there. They got Kenshi on the back, but if any one of these two go down, it could be the end of the bomb site very, very quickly. I think this is going to be a very fast execute, so I think both players here for Morocco pretty much have to stand tall. Nice push in there. It's Kenshi to get the 1 and a big double. Yeah, so far so good. The push on the other side not really happening either for Tunisia. They're kind of stocked out here. They need to go. Fallas trying to move forward, but they get locked in the smoke. This smells like double OT every single time. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, 2v5 now as well. And a lot of damage has been dealt both ways. Fallas barely alive, 5 points of HP. Same for Kenshi. And Nucleon also in a relatively vulnerable state, but a 2v5 from this situation. We're also the high HP player is the one with the AWP as well. It feels unlikely. And time's starting to tick. 35 seconds left on the clock to make a decision. And they've barely got enough time to go. If they wanted to rotate back over towards the other side, they've got to basically knife out run the whole way. Fallas gets caught. And Potai left all alone. 1v5 of an AWP. Asking just a little bit too much. Morocco close it out and pushes to a second overtime with a flawless round.
Let's go. Chaz at the end, he is actually super come alive. Like, he was very quiet at the start of this series, but towards the end, he's absolutely stepped it. We see some good mechanics on him as well. I do like that. The B defense, they double push the dark position, anticipating an attack, and if you take away one arm of the attack, well, then obviously you're in a better position. So yeah, quite proactive defense for the Moroccan side. They keep it going.
It's hard to like. Heading in towards the second overtime as well. Now we've got to ask a couple of questions about both ways. Morocco, I think, for us, the only real thing that we're looking to plug in terms of their gameplay is just starting the halves quicker. That's always been their deficit so far, both in regulation, both halves start a little slow, but then tail end, they wake up. That's what we're going to see from them. If they can get things going early doors, we'll be happy. That's a big frag to find early. Just falling. He's been on some electric form. Him getting caught will set the tone. Nice and early Wriggler. At times a little bit of a slower game, so that's an important one for him. Also just for the confidence. Tunisia, now on the C side, have a lot of space to work with. They can start pushing up in towards mid. And this smoke might work against Saka a little bit. Now posted. Rifle going to try and get the information. Remind, he's dancing between the angles. He'll get caught. Back turn. Fenno will find him. An important way to level things up, but Fenno could be in trouble. Valles gets one. Does he expect the second is the big question. Saka's actually back turned. He needs to be careful. He'll dip away.
Yeah, he can stick around for one shot, but even that is too much. Valles will take him down, and it's suddenly 2 versus 4. Nucleon and Kenshi. How do you do this? I think, yeah, one of them already going down. There was Nucleon trying to retake from that forward position, and Kenshi goes straight down. So Tunisia off to a good start once again. It seems like Morocco is just destined to try and fight their way back with the from behind all the time. Tunisia, I mean, they've already had a bunch of chances to win the map outright. They've had all the map points so far. Looking good for them at the moment. I
think in total they've had 5 map points and they've been unable to close them out. And this has happened quite a lot, actually. We see a lot of teams who get towards map point and it's at that point they just slightly get a little bit too comfortable or a little bit too lackadaisical in terms of some of their defaults and their peaks, and it costs them. For now, 16 to 15.
It's also where a lot of frustration can build if you're Tunisia, if you end up not winning the map. Because suddenly you're like, oh man, we had so many chances to do it. We never really made it work, and now, you know, what now? Like, we're playing a second map and everyone is a little bit deflated.
Yeah.
Can't really afford that. Same default here for Tunisia that have been playing a lot on the T side. They drop the bomb back towards T spawn, and most of the time they seem to go to the A bomb side. They just favor the grenades over there. Timing here. Spotey actually to start with takes down one player and a headshot on the Kenshi. My god, he's so efficient all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's really looking good. Another big kill as well. The All-Pro Sako fallen. Of course, Kenshi getting caught as well, really going to help. A minute to work with pop flash in. Fight from Nucleon's good. Wriggler will get caught and he doubles back towards Platt. Give him a bit of space to work with. Nate could be pretty chunky here too. Remind going to eat a lot of it and breaks open the smoke. Remind gets caught. Nucleon got other ideas. He's still not done in this round. Black Platt doing God's work. He might even be able to fight a little bit more. Resmoke keeps him a little bit more covered on towards this front jail position, but they're going to get a bomb plant in here. Potai's going to plant in the open. Janon's going to try and hold. Nucleon again, one more, looking for a second up close, but it's Potai and Fales who combine. At no scope on sight, Tunisia finds 17. And this is big. They're starting to get to a really strong point where they can close out this half quite well. If they go 3 for 3 in OT number 2 first half, that's surely got to be them closing it.
Yeah, you want to see them keep this momentum up. Nucleon's a nice attempt at a defense there. I mean, it could have worked out. The grenade could have been better, but it's not quite enough here. 17 to 15, and heading into the last round of the first half of the second overtime. And it's even costing them some on the cash side, right? That's 3 true. MP9s, 1 from us, 1 M4A4 there on Nucleon, and that's all they have to work with here.
Yeah, you know, these days we don't have unlimited money. You remember the 16K
know,
OTs? They were carnage. You get 3 AWPs out every round, it was whatever. So these days, not to be. However, Nucleon again for a first. Sako and Nucleon going to combine for more, as both of them, 2 kills apiece, shut down this push on towards the site, leaving Potai all alone. He's put in a 1v5 to close out first OT, now put in a 1v5 again to try and keep them afloat in this half. Not going to go flawless, and it's a brilliant way for Morocco to just keep their name in the hat.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of an out-of-spawn call. You can tell that, like they've been doing that default every other time where they kind of stretch out at the start of the round. This time, they group outside of the B-bomb site, and they just want to shock and awe. Like, they want to flash their way through, overpower the defense, but Morocco were more than ready, so... Nice hold. Very important, I think, for them to get that round in. They need more of that on the second half. I don't think it's going to be necessarily easy, but Tunisia, again, 2 rounds away from winning this one. 1st to 19.
Alrighty. Yeah, like you said, 19, the magic number we're looking for. And so far, neither side really in a super, at least in our mind in terms of momentum. This absolutely can swing either way. That's been the story of this map so far.
Oh, yeah.
Also, credit to them, for Morocco winning out a round and that sort of a buy shows they still have the capabilities. It's not really about something as direct as firepower. They've been making rounds out of minimal amounts of firepower themselves. It's all about the game plan, and so far that's been the big sort of battle. It's battle of the minds between these two. Sako making a move. Aggro. Pop shot, doesn't quite connect, gives way to position. Both drop a smoke.
The real big thing is here, if Tunisia can kind of fight their own nature in how aggressive they've been in giving over kills to Morocco. It's one thing to try and get a kill early on, but once you've got it, you have to be able to steal your mind a little bit more. Wriggler in a position here. If they don't get pop flashed in, we'll see if it's going to be possible. Sako is kind of moving up with the AWP on the other side, so might be able to get the shot off. Oh, it's not a bad kill to begin with. Kenshi takes down one and leaves Pote, and he's going to get overwhelmed as well. This is looking like a surefire bomb plant here.
Yeah, surely. Smoke going to come down as well. In towards Connector, going to make things super difficult. Remind will find an important kill to maybe kickstart this retake, but Bomb should be rotating over, should go down safely in just a moment. And now we're going to look about what this CT have got to work with. That will help. Bomb gets caught on the rotation. Fallas will find a really important one on towards Nucleon. The plant comes through regardless. Yeah. 3-on-3.
There is a flank as well for Remind. We'll see if anyone's going to be ready for it. The other two players on the Tunisian side need to make a move first. Kenshi, you could tell he's got his lineup right here. He's ready for it. Oh, he just looks away. Fallas gets one. Remind on the other end. That's a sick retake. You could see Kenshi's crosshair is just pulled as Remind is peeking that one. So good timing for Tunisia. The other side of the attack starts, and it's enough to distract those T players. So huge round coming in. Tunisia again on map point.
Yeah, that's a massive one. And they were in this position in OT number 1. They were in this position in regulation. Both times let things slip. If this narrative's to continue, when Morocco have their backs up against the wall, that's when they do their best work. When all the cards are out on the table. So let's see. Not going to completely count them out. This is a T-sided map as well, inherently. Definitely got to give them maybe a little bit of a chance still in this. But 18-16 Tunisia, they have been desperately trying to close out this map. Multiple times they've had it. This is now going to be their 6th map point to try and see this one off. Of course, this is Anubis, which is the pick of Morocco. Up next is Nuke, Tunisia's pick, and if we need it, Ancient, our decider. Who knows? If Tunisia take this, Nuke was very good for them in the qualifiers. It's been a really strong part of their map pool. And it's a very difficult map to play. If you're not ready for it, and if you don't have the right defaults and set strats and stuff, you're going to struggle. Simple as that.
Yeah, it's so many challenges across the, on both sides. And if Tunisia are going to be aggressive again, you can very easily kind of lose control over where the CT players are on a map like Nuke. So
absolutely.
Yeah, curious how that's going to be playing out. But a bit of a timeout here. Maybe solve a big quick tech issue before we move on. Tunisia, one round out of the next two. Like you said, they've been here before, so not able to close out the map just yet. But that last round does give you a little bit of hope. That's not necessarily an easy 3v3 to win in the afterplant, but they did it.
It's true. Very, very true indeed. A couple of players have really been stepping up. Just Sveno, Kenshi, all a great run out here for this T side. 28 kills is not bad at all. Other side too as well. We got a few in particular. I mean, Remind has always kind of been the consistent factor. We kind of mentioned his name coming in towards this as well. He was brilliant in the quals and definitely a name that we look towards in this tournament. To potentially even be one of the players as a whole to keep an eye out for. And so far living up to that. And Chidonj as well. He was a little bit quieter in the quals, but he's looked all right so far. Looks like Tech Balls is done, though. We're on the way into what potentially could be the final round here of this map number 1. We've had a marathon to kickstart things. Between these two sides were so evenly matched. This could be where it all comes to a close.
Yeah, what a pleasant surprise. Didn't really know necessarily what to expect out of Morocco, but so far they've definitely impressed us here. The timing, Fallas can't really get the rifle out. Good flashbang for Sako to set up Kenshi to get the kill. So 2 in the start here for Morocco. It's looking very solid. Wriggler's going to go down as well, so almost locked in from the start. Yeah,
feels like it. First sort of 10, 15 seconds, this round's basically concluded. And once again, these are these small little discrepancies that we've been talking about. Tunisia's willingness and want to fight so early into the round is actually costing them a lot of space. And it's a good little mid-round adjustment there as well. The rotation comes over from Tunisia, So Morocco double back and go to the empty bomb site. They heard them rotate, so they're like, why are we even going to fight them? We don't need to. Bomb goes down, smoke's behind it, Molotovs as well. This one is done. Chidon's going to get caught in the back lines by Sacco, and he's remained all alone. An AK-47 in a 1 versus 5, where, I mean, they haven't really, they've done 1 point of damage. It's not going to happen.
I love the timing for Sacco to throw that flashbang for his teammate to get the second kill. Like that's kind of intuitive play. That's just very nice to see. They're going to lose no players in this round. Sacco gets a quad kill. That's pretty sick. Well done.
Yeah, normally the primary AWPer as well, but looks very clean with the rifle. And having that versatility obviously is very important. We see it happen all the time. AWPers who come in and they're just a little weak when it comes towards the AWPs, but they're very, a little weak when it comes towards the rifles, but they're very good obviously in the AWP. But it is, a big hole in their game. And obviously not the case here. 18-17. And now once again, another map point for Tunisia where they're unable to close it out and potentially another overtime on the cards.
It's really becoming a bit of a meme for Tunisia at the moment. Like that's again, like, it's got to be frustrating, right? Every time you give it up, you have to say, okay, like, let's try one more time.
Yeah.
Whereas Morocco, I think they kind of keep saying like, well, okay, like they can't get rid of us. We just need like 1 lucky break and we're good to go. Like we'll overtake them, right? So I think Morocco are going to have the momentum every time we go into another round of OT, whereas Tunisia are going to be left with this feeling of like, come on, like just 1 round to close it out. That's all we need.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this push from Remind. He's so far behind them. They can still win this round, Morocco, but they're in a lot more trouble than they realized at the moment. Fallas getting the opening kill as well does not make it any easier. Good Molotov in the back here. Remind, he's going to shoot one of them in the back, but at least they know that he's there now. So 3-on-3, and it is still winnable for Morocco, no question.
Yeah, a lot of damage dealt both ways. Kenshi half HP. Fedo finds an important kill. This could keep Morocco afloat. Numbers advantage now on the post spawn, and Wriggler's low. This makes this retake very difficult. Wriggler's going for the big flank as well. Chidonj holding as well. So they're taking their sweet time with this. Obviously, got a kit to work with, but only on Wriggler. If he falls in the backline, Chidonj's got a 10-second defuse. That's going to be awkward. First fight for him. Spots out up close. Just trying to fight till he will. Chidonj's going to get caught. And down goes Wriggler. We go once again. OT number 3. And Morocco just unable to fall every single time. Map point for Tunisia. Morocco come alive.
I think a tendency that's really developing right now, you could see it in that 3v3 when Remind, like, he's pushing so far ahead of his teammates.
Yeah.
I think he might have the kind of mindset right now to say, well, listen, if we're going to close this out, I'm going to be the one to do it. Like, sure. I have to find a way to get through, which in a way is admirable, but also it can be very dangerous, right? In that kind of moment when he pushes through, he dies. Yeah. The round is almost done right then and there. Like, the 2v3, very, very hard for them to retake. So, bit of a shame, really, because again, they have the opportunities. Like they're putting themselves in good positions, but they're just not quite getting over the finishing line here.
Yeah, if I'm right in saying, I think that's their 7th map points they've been unable to convert.
Yeah, and that's crazy.
Yeah, pretty tough indeed. And now we have to look about coming into OT number 3, magic number of 22 we're looking for in this one. And my God, this game, like we said, bit of legs behind it, but it's also really good to see because we were unsure if any team could really keep up. Maybe the South Africans we're definitely going to keep an eye out for, but we weren't really too sure if Tunisia were going to come in and similar to the qualifiers, actually just make life look pretty easy for them. They didn't drop very many rounds. Nobody was able to beat them in a map. Only one team got 1 map against 10 rounds against them. I mean, they were pretty unstoppable. And there was a world in which they could have come into this qualifier on a LAN environment and done more of the same. Yeah. So immediately out the gates, this Moroccan side looked really solid.
I mean, the start for them on Anubis was really sick, right? Like, it looked like they really were running away with it for quite a bit there. But, yeah, some issues finishing what they started here. Remind has got 30 kills. And so does Kenji. So, battle of those two titans at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting time we come in towards. Once again, the 1 point I brought in towards the last overtime, I'll bring it in here. If Morocco can start off a half well, I think they're going to give them so much leeway. The only issue that we've had with Morocco for the entire game so far is they just take a little bit of time to come alive. But when they do, they actually do feel like they're better side on the server.
Well, look at Kenshi. He is lighting a fire under himself, setting that one up. But Wriggler, nearly with a double return. That would have been really sick for the spray down. There's Remind again. He's walking up right behind them. But there is a smoke up so they can get the bomb planted. He's right there. As the bomb is getting planted, he pushes through straight into Chance that takes him down. Sick timing. If he would have still been planting the bomb, it could have been an absolute chaos there. But again, it's Remind pushing before his teammates, right?
Yeah.
The rest of his team is not ready for anything.
Yeah, they were so isolated. And that's the issue. Like, even if he gets one kill there, he's still going to get traded, and it's still going to be the same conclusion that we get to. He needs to just slow things down just a tad. Obviously, mechanically, he's been incredible, but it's more about the macro sense things rather than the micro of him on an individual basis. Potype just going to try and keep this AWP alive, but he might have to fight for it at the end here. He plucked one out of the sky. Nice find out towards Feno. Flash going to come down too as Nuclear wants to get in towards the action. He might just catch him. No scope from Potype just to keep this AWP in play. Good for the economy as well. You can't continue reinvesting in towards AWPs every single round if you are losing them. So at the very least, that's solid, but good round nonetheless. T-side starting the way you'd want. A nice aggressive play coming in, a post-one that wants to take fights off the gate, and that's exactly what we want to look at. Alrighty. You can see as well, you know, it's starting to get a little bit of noise coming through from Morocco. They're understanding the situation they're in, and they've already fixed the one issue I had. If they can start a half well, I'm happy. They've done that. This might be what's needed for them to maybe even flip the script. We could be talking about Morocco maybe taking the map.
Yeah, that would be, again, heartbreaking for Tunisia, no question about it. All right, attempting a little bit of a boost here. They decide to call it off. Boosting in CS2 could be somewhat dangerous at the moment. You never really know what you're going to get. Remind to start off with. It's Kenshi that goes down. They're trying to push right for the smoke, but the defense is just overwhelming on the B side here. So kind of a similar experience that Tunisia had when they were on the T side at the end of the second overtime, but they're going to give it right back.
Yeah, only real small issue there was basically they go through the smokes, which is generally actually not the worst thing in the world. It's actually just the two flashes they throw are actually the more shallow flashes. They don't do deep sight. So the guys who are playing back plat and back over towards pillar, they don't actually get affected at all. So they're more than happy to fight. So unfortunate for them. And spacing was a little bit off. They were just getting isolated coming through those smokes. So a very, very simple response coming through from Tunisia. Final round of this first half of OT number 3. 19 all.
He's surely dead. Oh, he's got some teammates with him. He nearly gets the follow-up shot. How sick would that have been? But yeah, he was very, very committed to that one. Now they're in the middle. They got a one-man advantage here. Morocco, everything is looking quite good. They could even afford to slow this down, although Sacco is kind of pushing in front here. Oh, almost, I think, flashed himself on that side. Fallas there. He's in some trouble. Reloads coming through. Pistols out. Fallas, he has to finish this kill. He's running right back into the rest of Morocco, and all of a sudden, they've got a two-man lead and a bomb plant surely to follow.
Yeah, exactly. UV4, quick spawn to work with, smoking towards camera to stop that rotation coming through. Wriggler going to find a quick one, though. We'll bring the numbers a little bit more level. Flash over, nade on towards the smoke. We're going through it. John's going to get caught, and so does Wriggler. Morocco, advantage, heading in towards the second half. Ooh. 2 more rounds is all they need to take their map pick. This has been a back and forth game, but for the most part, it's always been Morocco playing catch-up. Now the script has flipped. Morocco in the lead. It's Tunisia trying to catch up, and maybe that pressure might not be something they sort of survive in.
Yeah, different kind of feel all of a sudden. I'm really. Is that the first time that they have a lead now?
Yeah,
it must be, right? I think so. Yeah, because they were behind the whole time to get it. Yeah, so it's the first time that Morocco are actually in the lead into the third overtime. I can't really believe it. Tunisia, what have you got for us? Need to come alive, need to figure something out here on the T side, otherwise this could be a crushing defeat on the first map. It could be very, very hard to deal with mentally. Almost sometimes worse to play this close for such a long time and then not make it than to just kind of lose the map and say, all right, we got close, but you know, we couldn't like just have it over and over again. Like you said, 6 or 7 rounds so far that they could have won the map on, and can't really put it together. Yeah,
I always say it's so much better for the mental if you just get completely obliterated into a map, just lose like 13-3. You can just sort of forget about it and say, you know, whatever, we couldn't get into it. If you make it close, especially if Tunisia are to lose this, they had 7 map points and they've been unable to close them. And they could get a little awkward here. It's just up close. Shadonj will trade, but he does get overlooked into his back pillar there. Feno also going to fall. 2 versus 3, a missed shot with the AWP as Potype could be in trouble, but quick trades are good. 1v2. Sacco called upon once again, and they know exactly where he is. But he's going to go for a bit of a rotate.
Yeah, or at least, I think, trying to pretend like it for a second there. You want to see some discipline here on the Tunisian side. You really don't want to see them overfight. Like, as soon as they confirm that he's still coming from this position, wait it out. He does have a Molotov that could put Shadonj into a bit of a fight, so that could be interesting. But, yeah, they know where he is. Molotov's going to be coming out, pushing out in front. Again, it's just about playing for time, and Remind is on the other side. So, well done. Remind pushing his way through the center of the map. These rounds are good for Tunisia, but it worries me that so much of the work is being done by Remind.
Yeah.
Like, if he dies pushing through the middle there, maybe the attack just is dead with him.
It's very true. It's very true. A lot of it rests on his laurels, right? If he doesn't get successful, then it maybe just throw a little bit of a spanner in the works just to attack. And obviously, once again, the number we're looking for is 22 here. So if any of these sides want to take it, they've got to go flawless. And that's just not something that's really happened throughout these overtimes. They've always been back and forth.
Yeah.
So maybe the expectation that OT number 4 might be required here.
Look at Remind again. He's playing very much solo. He's flashing himself in. He's pushing through the smoke, and he's going to get the kill on chance. That's what he's been doing. That's his whole mission right now, is to try and win this essentially on his own, which, again, is admirable, but also incredibly risky. Yeah. Now, the push coming out from Morocco here, it's going to be Nucleon pushing through. Fenno is alone over on this side. If he dies, it could be over, and Nucleon's actually going to be pulled back right into the waiting house. Remind, he wants that shot back. He wants to win that fight.
That's tough. Shadonj might get one gifted, though. Fenno going to get caught. Bomb's advantage. Yeah, Bomb not committed. This is the Orca thing. But part of this could work out. They could sell a real ruse here over towards this site and take the bomb close. And they're going to do exactly that. It's risky, but it's actually going to work. Fight's coming through. They know where the last guy is. Sacco just fought, drops Wriggler. The bomb is isolated, and now this gets a little bit awkward. They've got plenty of time to work with, but Potai's all alone. Sacco's half HP.
He's actually coming back. That's so crazy. All right, he's going to get found by Potai. I was going to say, there's a world in which he just doesn't expect it, but fair play. Yeah, you're right for Tunisia. That actually works out. But again, the round starts with Remind just on a solo mission, right? Like, no one there to help him. It's just him.
It's crazy, actually, if you think about it in a longer-term sense. If you look to kind of future maps and future series, if he has just a bit of an off game, their whole game plan is out the window, right?
Because it feels like it, yeah.
All at the moment is relying off Remind, get an opening kill, relay the information, and react to it. Do you know, the person it actually reminds me of most is Stewie2K, right? This is what Stewie used to do for years. Why he became one of the most prevalent players within North America, one of the most successful players ever from the North American scene, was he was uber aggressive, used to get a lot of information early, and basically be a secondary caller in every team he played. Hence why he ended up becoming an IGL a little bit later down the line, because he used to relay so much information from getting so active, whether it was CT or T side, didn't matter. And Remind, I feel like, is doing a lot of the same sort of work here. Get early information, take fights, and credit to him, his mechanics are bailing him out of some dodgy situations at times too. He's doing really well in terms of his just raw aim. Back underway. And of course, Tunisia. Once again, no surprises. Map points, but is it going to be the same story? They have failed 7 map points so far. Is this going to be the magic number 8, or are they finally going to do it?
You got to think, like, at some point, one of these chances is going to come through for them, but
even if it's just like by accident.
Yeah, like, just get one of these rounds. This is what they tried to do at the end of the second overtime. They just tried to overwhelm the B bomb site. They're going to try and do that again. Remind starts out strong. That's the kill they were looking for. But actually, Morocco already trying to rotate on over. Nucleon in a bit of trouble here, but he does get the shot on the foul. It's not bad. Sacco goes down. One player left on the bomb side, and Nucleon is going to go down. So he does get a late kill with the HE, but still, 2 versus 3. Bomb getting planted here. Chaz, he's been playing very well. Nice shot on the Wriggler. Now it's all on Potay. Molotov's up. He's got this angle held with the AWP, but it's not enough. Tunisia can just never close this game.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? They're getting loud as well, standing up, making it known. Morocco cannot fall every single time. And you can see the difference in terms of the mentality and also just the expressions on both of these sides. Tunisia, it's stress, it's pain. That's their 8th now map point that they've let slip. Ridiculous. Whereas Morocco, 8 times they've been on the back foot and clawed it back and kept alive in this game. Insane spot that we find ourselves in.
And it's a bit counterintuitive, right? Because you would think if you had 8 chances to close it out and the other team has had none, you're like, we're kind of winning. It just takes a while, but it doesn't really work out that way. Like, it does feel like you're just all the time. It's not good enough. Like, you just need a little bit more. So for Tunisia, like, the fight continues here. Now 25 is the round that we're looking for to try and get it back in. What a wacky Molotov. I don't even know how that works. How did it even bounce up there? There's the one they were looking for.
I think it just hit like just that slight ledge there. I didn't even know there was clipping there. But
yeah, it's crazy.
Must have caught something. Either way, 21 all. What an insane spot we're in. 25, of course, now is where we look. First fight, Remind just dry peeking a smoke, and that's where you get punished. He's been getting away with a lot, right? Maybe even too much. And now finally he gets punished for what is just inherently over-aggression.
Yeah, and again, like his team is on the other side, but they're not, like you'd want to see them throw some flashbangs, like try and take some of the attention away so that the CTs are under more pressure on the other side, but yeah, we'll see. They push on through. Rigler going to get a couple of kills here. Spray down's actually more efficient than I thought here. At least the bomb is going to get planted, but is that enough?
Yeah.
2 versus 3? I don't know.
Oh my god, they're gone. He ran all the way. Sacco just gets out of there. He got spotted, but he wants nothing to do with that dark fight. And it's going to give Pote actually a hell of a lot of information. He knows he has to be flanking now. They have to know this. There's no way he's going to wrap all the way in towards mid. It's too long. So he has to be coming all the way back through main. Pote. Aptly timed smoke, in all fairness. Flashbang going to come over towards back pillar. Nobody playing back plat. Oh, it's team damage as well. As Rigler finds one, looks for another. He'll get caught, but it's all on the AWP once again. Potai, he's been in the situation a couple of times. He's normally unable to see it off. That time, a double from the AWP to close it. A couple of times he's been called upon, and unfortunately, it hasn't been successful. That time, different story.
That's kind of a sick round for Tunisia. Didn't look very winnable, losing Remind at the start of it and having to push into a well-defended bomb site. But I mean, Rigler, great couple of kills for him, actually paving the way. It's pretty important. Bit of a tech pause here, so before we get back into it, but yeah, it feels like what's happening, you know, just mind reading them, but it looks like for the Tunisians a lot of the time, it's probably Remind calling his own round. Like he's just saying, let me open up and then we'll do something after that. And
exactly.
That's good if he can make it work, but if he can't, man, it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, some Tunisian fans here, I'm sure they're gutted in terms of how some of these rounds have gone as well. There have been so many chances to close this out, and unfortunately, every single one in terms of getting the map, that final hurdle, they just cannot seem to get over. As you had this little tech pause, hopefully we get back underway in just a moment, but it's been a great game so far. What a way to start off the African Esports Championships as well, right? We've got
unexpected
triple OT, ridiculous marathon of a game as well. This is only our first best of 3 of the day. We've got another one coming up after this, and this is only map number 1 too. We've basically had 2 maps worth in just this one map.
Yeah, putting in some work early on. It's good. Getting everyone kind of warmed up for what is to come. 1 round separating these 2 teams. Tunisia, they need another 3 to make this one work.
Play. We get a little proactive here, and actually, Morocco are going to find out there's nobody home. So that's pretty decent information into the game. They peek out, and they actually don't overextend either. They go looking, see nobody's here, and now 2 out of 3 are going to rotate back over towards mid to stop this fight. That's a very good little adjustment on the fly. And this is where Tunisia actually, they don't realize it, but they could be caught in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. Remind gets one, but gets caught immediately. Just will trade him.
Same setup, right? Remind alone on a solo mission. To be fair, he did try to escape. He just got overwhelmed, but he had the right idea, I believe. Nice grenade combination onto Feno. The Molotov and the flashbang just absolutely clears him out. Well done, Tunisia. The rest of them really picking it up here. That's what they've been looking for. And Sacco, you should probably save this AWP. The chances of doing the 1v4 here is practically 0, but looks like he's sticking around for it. They don't have a lot of money either on the Moroccan side, so that could be very costly if they lose this AWP.
Yeah, just stay alive. I mean, there really doesn't feel like any point. He's got to have a look in, at least a little bit, but, I mean, I just feel like this is going to fall here, and then they're not going to have an open towards the next unless he calls for it. I think finally he's realizing, I say that, he actually goes in for the heaven peak, and now getting away alive might be tough. He just about escapes. To Sacco, he sticks around to potentially try and make this a little bit expensive. It's not going to be the case. They're hunting, and I do not blame them at all. He might just escape. Potentially. There's going to be a bit of a fight when he falls back over towards the site, and that is fine. So the AWP stays in play, and at least they'll have that to work with. If he had fallen, their money's in a really troublesome spot where we're talking about actually, even still, there might even be like a FAMAS or an MP9 if they want the full belt of util. That's going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but still, 23-21. Tunisia, once again, starting well in towards each half, each separate overtime. But it's not about the start anymore. We actually don't really care about the start.
Yeah.
It's about, can they close it, which they have failed to do so far 8 times.
They really have those A protocols on lockdown, like the flashes and the HEs and everything else. My God, what a start. Remind, we're used to saying it now.
Yeah.
Dies on his own, but the good follow-up as well. Morocco looking to take a round finally here. They absolutely need to as well. And this one CT side round could be huge for them. If they want to extend it, I'm sure they do want to play, like, you know, quadruple overtime or something now. Why not?
Yeah, ridiculous one that we're in. Feno. It'll be first contact. The player rotates just past them in towards heaven. They will pump the brakes here, going to slow things down. Back turned. Just needs to be careful. Flash over. That's a really good flash as well. Shadon gets an easy frag as Trus is just in no man's land. That's now going to give them the sight. 4 versus 3. Bomb plant. Still a pretty difficult post plant that they put themselves in, but potentially workable. Smoke in towards heaven. Smoke in towards camera. And a bit of coverage over towards main. And some team damage was getting information. A double spray down from Challenge. Yeah. And now this round has flipped. Feno, Sacco, Kenji all fall one by one. And Nucleon left all alone in a 1 versus 3 to try and bail out Morocco from a dicey situation. And it looks like it's not going to be. Falaise will see it off. And a flawless half. The first flawless half we've seen in overtime comes for Tunisia. And now finally, this could be them. They've got 3 opportunities to close out this overtime. Surely, Anders. Surely they can't go 0-11 in map points.
What a rough round to lose there for Morocco. Like, they had the start. They had it all lined up for them. But, yeah, for Tunisia, I don't know how they get back in the round. That's sick.
Yeah.
Shadon coming up with a really, really good double spray down. Obviously, that was a big part of it. But, yeah, 3 chances for Tunisia.
Yeah.
They only need 1. That's all they need. We'll see what they can do here on the CT side now.
Yeah. Surely we can't be talking about OT5. You know what I mean?
Why not?
I can't remember the last time I've done a 5 OT. I did a 4 OT a couple of weeks ago, and that was rare. Maybe, just maybe, might be a little bit too early in terms of what I call it. Opening fire going to be found by Sacco, and he wants a bit more information off the back of it. Going to send Feno into a fight. And he might just have the angle here. Potai, does he expect him up close? Yuto in hand. Oh, his left shoulder spots, but he will get away alive. And he actually repeats in the fight, in the flames, in fact, as Chidonj will level the playing field.
Yeah, they lost Remind again early on here, but 4 versus 4. Wriggler, you have to win this fight, and it's not going to be possible. Kenji showing up. He's been very, very good with the mechanics. You could see the confidence on him to take that battle. Chidonj, he's good for that one. He does tag up Kenji, but won't quite get the kill. Nice timing for Falaise. Bomb being planted in so much safety here. 2 versus 2. Is this it for Tunisia? Oh, Nucleon, that's a nice shot. And Bate, he's solo from earlier. He should have no business getting into this round.
No Yuto. And all up on a retake. And barely alive, 1 foot in the grave would require heroics. This crossfire is immaculate. There's no gaps in it, and no way that round was going to fall. They knew exactly where he was, how to play it. And Morocco stay alive. 0 for 9 in map points being converted by Tunisia. Surely this curse has got to end at some point. But Morocco, like we've said, every single time, they do their best work when all the chips are down. So I'm not going to count them out just yet.
I mean, they've proven time and time again that they really don't surrender easily. They're not going to give up without a fight here. So if they can keep pushing on the 2 like that, and maybe we could see another round of overtime.
All right.
We're getting there. Remind, oh, but that's a bit of a bad omen, isn't it, for Morocco? Remind activated his 38th and 39th kill in this series. He is doing everything he can to carry Tunisia over the line here. 5 versus 3 all of a sudden. And again, Tunisia, we've said this so many times, all they have to do now is play cool.
Yeah.
Stop fighting, fall back into the bomb sites and play it safely.
As long as they don't overextend, we're not going to have that egregious 2 versus 5 that we saw earlier in towards this game. That was way back in regulation, a long old time ago.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you know, they're pretty soul-crushing as casters, because we see it sort of with the X-ray and the mini-map and all the rest. It's tough to watch, so look, I'm sure it's probably tough in the server too.
Look at Morocco. They were expecting aggression. Like, they've been waiting around for a good 15 seconds. They kind of know that that's actually very cool to see Morocco kind of playing into that. But Tunisia have also learned something. For once, They're very disciplined. They are not fighting. I love everything about this. This should be the winning formula every time.
Exactly. Do not give them any way of getting into this. Oh, that might be one, though. Nucleon catches him in the flames. Remind, has the support of Falaise as well. Falaise gets one damage on towards the second. He's tapping away just above that smoke. Sacco, Nucleon both tagged down low as Nucleon now in the grave, and Sacco surely to join him. 1 versus 4 turned. Now, Tunisia closing out the map, their opponent's map pick in quad OT 25-22. Remind, what a performance from him. A couple of times where we questioned them, but you can't really take away from the kills he got.
Yeah, I mean, he was instrumental in so many round wins. Sometimes maybe overextended, but overall, I mean, what a battle that was. Morocco, I think a lot stronger than we were expecting.
Yes.
Really showed up. I mean, they were very, very hard to get rid of, but Tunisia, they finally got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Nuke is coming up next. It is the map pick of Tunisia, and you absolutely do not want to miss it. This one might have the potential of being, you know, a little bit of distance there as well. That was a pretty good game in itself, but the issue is Nuke is a very, very difficult map to play.
Oh, yeah. It is. Requires a lot more tactics, a lot more technical. And if you lose control over the troops, I mean, you're going to have a rough time on Nuke. So it was picked by Tunisia. I'm expecting that they're going to be super ready for it. And you know, they can kind of walk away without being too soul-crushed here, even if it's a hard game to start with, to be honest.
It was. Finally, in the 9th attempt, they were able to close out that map. They had so many. Regulation, it probably should have happened. OT 1, 2, and 3. And finally, in the 4th overtime, they were able to do it. But I think with that being said, we're going to throw this one to a little break. We've got about a 10 to 15 minute break before we head in towards Nuke. So you do not want to miss it. Off the back of that banger of map number 1, you absolutely want to stick around for it. So sit tight, ladies and gents. We'll see you soon. Oh my God, what a game to start.
All right. I think we're live too.
I think so.
We should be good to go. It's day one here at the Iesf in North Africa. We're in Casablanca, Morocco, and we've already had our first map over and done with on Anubis.
Yeah.
Which means second map's coming up.
Exactly. Quad OT is what we had on ours. Now, I don't think anybody had that on the cards.
No.
A ridiculous marathon of a game where it took Tunisia up until their 10th time, I think. They were 0 for 9 on map points. They were 3 up in terms of trying to close out regulation, failed that. OT 1, 2, 3, all the way to the 4th. Finally, on the 10th attempt to win out the map, they were able to do it. That's how long this game went on. And Morocco continued to claw their way back in towards it. So it's pretty impressive, it has to be said. And now we're heading in towards map number 2. However, for Morocco, maybe a little bit of troubled waters they find themselves in, right? They had this quad OT, and they got so close to taking it. There's a point where it looked like they actually might be able to kind of pip it at the post a bit. Now you go onto your opponent's map pick. So you've already lost your map pick, and now we're heading on towards Nuke, Tunisia's map pick. Things are feeling pretty good for Tunisia, generally speaking.
Yeah, you have to say, I mean, they did look like a strong team. There were some obvious weaknesses in their game plan, mainly the fact that Remind seems to be doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and when he dies, there could be some trouble. But new map, I mean, it could be that they have a different approach. They still look like the favorites.
Yeah, exactly that. We've got a very cool stage here as well, here in Casablanca. It's been a good time so far. We've also got, obviously, on the other side of that curtain you see behind us, we've got PUBG, MLBB, and some of the other Counter-Strike games being played off-stream as well. We've got some highlights to bring you off the back of that marathon of a game. We had some really, really cool moments. A couple of sick clutches as well coming all the way through it, and a couple of people who really did make a bit of a name for themselves. Kenshi, i.e. being one of them, and a really decent performance coming out for Morocco. He looked great all the way through. Chus looked great as well. He had a really decent moment. I saw a couple of fans here as well. He walked past us a little bit earlier, and a couple of people chanting his name and stuff. So he seems to have a little bit of a local fan base here, which is pretty sick. Over this other for Tunisia, Remind was the big name, doing, as you mentioned, a lot of the heavy lifting. At times, maybe a bit too much, I think it's probably safe to say. But on the inside, alongside him, Stonj had a pretty decent showing. Potai with the AWP came alive a little bit towards the end. He really had a slow start, but when he did come alive, he was very good.
Yeah, that was kind of fun to see. Like, he definitely had a slow start, but started to really hit some shots. Yeah, I think you covered it pretty well here. I don't know, like, it's going to be hard to say, especially with a little bit of a break here in between the two maps.
Yes.
I'm really curious how this is going to be playing out, but yeah, Ches and Kenshi probably the two players that really stood out on that first map. So
exactly. I'm looking forward to Nuke, though. Nuke is a completely different ballpark. Anubis, most T-sided map in the pool, arguably one of the puggiest maps in the pool, and it's one of those which is played at a very quick tempo, and I think fundamentally is like relatively simple. Nuke is the complete opposite. Most CT-sided map in the pool by quite some margin. One of the most complex, double layered. It makes things, the verticality of Nuke is one of the biggest issues that a lot of teams who are a little bit new to it have that problem with. So I think for Morocco, they're now in a bit of a tough spot. They looked individually, mechanically very, very good. At times, the game plan seemed to hurt them a little bit. And I think on a map like Nuke, if your communication isn't perfect, if the cohesion of the side isn't there as well, that's where you really can start to struggle. On a map like Nuke, it could be the case. However, they will get that CT side start. So they get that advantage. They get a pistol, a force buy. We're talking about 3-4 rounds at the gates early on Nuke, where they can at least get that confidence back. And, as I mentioned, we had a bit of an extended break here, right? So they could have a little bit, still in third gear. Maybe there's a world.
Yeah. You got to hope so, right? You kind of want to see the hometown heroes try and get onto a third map and prove themselves. I mean, they definitely had a chance to win it there on Anubis. But, yeah, I'm excited. That's, just want to see both teams really on Anubis. They had a lot of the basic drills down. Like, they knew how to execute a lot of the defaults and a lot of the quick grenades onto both A and B bomb sites. So if that's going to be true on Nuke as well, like, again, it's more fun to watch that. It's more fun when you see that they're a little bit well prepped. So hope that they are.
Yeah, exactly that. And there has to be a reason behind Tunisia picking into this. We saw them play it in the qualifier. Very good. It was a map in which for them is their pocket pick. I think more often than not, in basically every series, bar the ones that was perma-banned in, they were trying to pick into it. And understandably so, they looked very good. Their outside control on T-side is one of the main positions they'll consistently look for. They like these lobby lurks as well. Hence where we're going to look at players like Remind to get very proactive. It's just sort of part and parcel of his play style, right? Maybe a little bit alone more often than not, but he does like to play these lurking positions, which when they work, they really work. He gets in behind. He's very good at cracking open sites. And we sort of mentioned it a little bit in map one. The way in which Remind plays, it reminds me of old Stewie, right? Where it's very active on your own, but it's information gathering. He's basically probably a secondary voice in this team, kind of helping out the IGL, relaying a lot of information over. So having a player like that, and if he's on his, on form and on his day. I mean, he's near enough impossible to play against. And that was the thing. He had, 35, 36 kills at the end of that map. Ridiculous showing from him on an individual basis. So if he can bring that in towards Nuke, I think that's going to be definitely problem number one that Morocco are going to have to try and shut down.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. I'm assuming that they're going to use him in a similar fashion, just kind of send him out to open up some of the map. I'd be interested in the AWPers as well. I think both AWPers kind of had really good moments. So like on Nuke, that could be a really big deal out in the yard, obviously, or even towards the ramp room. So like a couple of good positions there where you might want to put some of those players once they can afford it. Yeah, strong start here for Morocco definitely would be lovely. I imagine actually for the team, like it could be the case that starting on the C side might even just be fine. Like they might just enjoy it because that's where they get to make a lot of the decisions. They get to be aggressive without it costing them too much.
It's true.
I can imagine that they're going to be probably fine with it.
And speaking of aggression, I think that's probably one of the biggest things we're going to look at on Tunisia on their CT side. That actually, they probably could have closed that out in regulation. They probably should have closed that out in regulation. The one thing that continued to cost them was they were so happy and maybe overly happy to fight early in towards rounds, and they were losing their life actually more often than not, and this is the awkward thing. And there's a general anecdote that a lot of us casters live by, which is trades benefit the T side, because it does, right? It spaces out the CT side, leaves a lot of the gaps in the defense, and this was an awkward thing for Tunisia. They were so happy to fight in towards mid, Potai with the AWP, looking for fights early doors, which sometimes you go 1-for-1, but it's not actually a win in itself. Didn't get a lot of information, and it would leave a lot of inherent gaps where they would start to get punished. I think for Tunisia, for me, the biggest thing I want to see is, can this side sort of just rein it back in a little bit? Can we play a little bit more passive out the gates on this CT side? Let the T side come to you. You've got the sights. You've got the control. Let them sort of play into your traps rather than the other side, which we saw Morocco adapt really well. After the first 3 or 4 rounds where they noticed Tunisia's real inherent aggression on the CT side, the first 30, 40 seconds, they would just pause, wait, and it would work more often than not.
And I mean, towards the end of the fourth overtime, you saw that Tunisia were figuring that out. They actually were being a little bit more disciplined. So hopefully that's a lesson that they're going to remember and not just kind of throw it away once they get on the nuke. I hope so, because I think it's going to make a big difference for them if they can. It's fine to be aggressive to find the advantage, but then when you have it, just try and hold on to it for more than 5 seconds, which definitely was a bit of it made it an interesting game. It made it fun to watch, but from a tactical point of view, might be better to try and get that locked down. They had a lot of practice on that on Anubis, so hopefully they've learned the lesson. Yeah,
exactly. And of course, for those who maybe didn't join us for the previous map or don't know where we're heading to, Nuke is where we're going next. Kin to Anubis in terms of the way it's played. I think these days as well, with those T-side spawns that got moved forward. Now, I say recently, but it's actually not. It's about 6+ months ago now. It's been
a minute, yeah.
It feels recent in Counter-Strike when we get these changes, because I guess we just don't get them all that often. But when the spawns got moved a little bit forward off of the T side, it meant they get more mid-control. So Ancient actually becomes very similar towards Anubis, very puggy. Actually, I mean, when we were doing the qualifiers for this and for Asia, we noticed that a lot of teams actually in best of ones, they basically always went to Ancient, because it felt like the real middle ground. At the moment, a lot of series that I've been covering back in EU online, same thing, Ancient's more or less always in the veto.
Yeah, people just enjoy it. I understand why. It is kind of like a Dust 2 type of map where it's there's not that many surprises. Everyone seems to kind of know how to play it. So, wow, here we go. I think we're into the game. So it's going to be Morocco as expected, starting on the CT side. Tunisia on the T side of Nuke. Second map coming up of the day.
Alrighty, I'm looking forward to this. For Morocco on the CT side, they've got to get things started sooner rather than later. First fight going to be taken into a single door. A little bit of presence being shown here. They're diving out of heart as they're trying to get these early fights, and no surprises, that's Remind for the first and the second as well. Riga goes 1-for-1 with Sacco, but this is pretty good control. Nade Banks could do a chunk of damage, and it does. USP for 1, looking for 2. Nuclean going nuclear as he finds a double of his own, puts it into a 1-versus-1.
That's huge. The timing could not really have been any better for him there. Pushing up just as they were planting the bomb, making it essentially a 1-versus-1 fight for him. And he couldn't get the Glock out in time after the bomb plant. So now, no kit here for Sacco, unfortunately. So he's going to have to find Chadonge somehow. He's walked back out through a squeak door. So right now, it's definitely favoring the Tunisian side here. Bomb's planted away in the open. He's got plenty of time running in there. Chadonge spots him. He's no longer actually defusing the bomb. So that little move is all he needed. That's pretty much the round 1 here. Ooh. Gets the headshot, but without a kit, it's not going to make a difference. So strong start for Tunisia.
Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect way to play it. You just don't need to fight, right? 10-second defuse. It's even these days as well. We've seen a lot of the CT sides actually prefer utility over a kit. And I think that's just the smart way way to play it, right? Don't give them the fight. Don't allow him to tap on towards the bomb and then isolate you. And Chidoni's plays that perfectly. Jump peeks over the box, sees he's not on it, and sees all he has to do is buy some time. Just play sort of ring around the rosies there with the CT, and it works perfectly. So that's all they needed. Good start as well for the T side of Tunisia, wanting to make sure that this nuke is as strong as it was in the qualifiers. We are going to see just a little bit of a lesser buy. No real overinvestment coming through for Morocco. I'm a fan. I think we briefly spoke about it in some of the online stuff. I do not like when CTs lose the pistol and force buy in the second round. I've been collecting the data on it, and it's not pretty. It's not pretty. I think the most I cover the EU region, I think, more often than not, and at the moment, before coming towards this tournament, 60 successful, and I think 14... 60 failed, 14 successful of CT force buys.
It's not amazing.
Yeah, statistically, it's not great. Remind is doing amazing, though. He'll get a double to open things up.
I wonder if that's a good or a bad thing. Like, if they get him too fired up again, he might just kind of go off on a solo mission. But so far, so good. That's you know, good cleanup here.
Yeah,
able to, get the quad. Can't get the ace, but who really cares? Going to be able to win the round, no problem here. So another good step in the right direction. See what Morocco is going to be able to bring with the rifles into the round. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I think. The more interesting kind of meta right now, I feel like, is when people try to figure out, is there a way that we can get just like one FAMAS or one MP9 in an odd round where nobody's expecting, like the odd gun in, like, yeah, it can cost you a little bit, but sometimes you have like a lot of success with it. I think it's fun to see people try and really squeeze the economy like that. Yeah,
I mean, these days as well, we have sort of seen it where the hero buys on just one person have actually become very popular, way more popular than Go, right?
I feel like it,
we would see a hero AK every now and again, and it would be like such a big deal, like, oh, they've got a hero AK, this is like a really big play. But these days, it's actually becoming a little bit more of the normality.
Yeah.
And I get behind it. I think there is an inherent plus for it. However, round number 3, the bonus buy out for Tunisia. Reminds me of a lot of information. You can see him relaying it over as well. 2 players spotted, one in towards top part and the other just on towards the top-hand side of sight. Up close, Nucleon. As this smoke starts to fade, there's a couple of bodies around that corner.
Look at oh, he actually flanked all the way to heaven, Remind, but he does get taken down. And again, the rest of the team are just waiting for him. Yeah. So he goes first every time, it feels like. And now the rest have to kind of make up for it. It's a little bit awkward, but they're going to find the kill on the Kenshi. So maybe not that awkward after all. Wriggler here. Yeah, and for Morocco, they feel like they have to do something. They have to move to try and make up for the fact that there's such a deficit. Wriggler with a nice shot, and Feno is on his own. The bomb is going to get planted down below at the B-bomb site. And it's just Feno here. If you could do anything to save a gun, I mean, that probably would be the best case scenario. It's just a Galil, but still, winning the round, I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, do we actually even give this a go? I really don't think so. Money is not in a really stable state. Keeping this Galil alive is actually going to be a small win, but even that, he might have to fight for it. Does actually upgrade to an M4 as well. At the very least, better than nothing, and making sure he gets the right skin too. I can get behind that. But
yeah,
for now, he's all about keeping this M4 alive, and he should be. They're going to X out the other way. So an M4 save it's a small silver lining. Very, very small silver lining. It's better than nothing. I think the other side, though, we have to say, pretty good stuff, though, from Tunisia out the gates, looking pretty confident. And we already mentioned this. This is a really good map for them. They played it all throughout the qualifiers. This is easily their go-to sort of pocket pick, where I think as well in this region, it's probably not played as much, right? I think Nuke is such a hard map to play at a pro level, and it's so difficult to break down the nuances behind Nuke. A lot of teams actually more, lean into maps like Anubis or Ancient or Mirage, which have a little bit more inherently kind of that sort of T-side, slightly puggier feel to them. Yeah. And in doing so, it means if you can master the likes of a Nuke or the likes of a Vertigo, which you don't really see as much these days, it does actually make you really strong. Something Complexity have been doing recently, they've been trying to make Vertigo a real part of their pool and using it as a real spanner in the works and vetoes, and it has been working for them.
Yeah, I think it's worth it to have that kind of a weird pocket pick that maybe the opponents aren't quite ready for. Feno, he saved the M4 on the other side. He should be essentially plain dead here. It's such a tough angle to face up against. So, again, it's a Remind in the early rounds. Phallus to follow it up. Takes down Nucleon. So, everything right now is working out very, very well for the T side. I mean, I'll say that, but a couple of great headshots coming through. It should still be well within their control here for Tunisia. Yeah. But, I mean, it's interesting. We saw that on Anubis as well. The pistols are coming through. Ches with the 5.7s taking down Chadonge, and suddenly it's Rigler and Fallas left. This is essentially, what, a 2-on-5 with pistols?
Yeah, they got the control of the bomb. This is the issue. Both of them are over towards ramp. The bomb's in lobby. They're smoked out. I mean, granted, thankfully, they've got enough time. But what do we actually do here? This is really difficult. Trust, I don't mind this either. He's low. But while there's smoke still up, play behind it, as it now starts to dissipate, dip away, a little more of a passive angle. Don't want to fall to something stupid as if there was a grenade, for example, and get kind of chunked behind it. Flash in. Deep smoke going to come through as well. There's still another player. Just might want to fight behind this too, but he will fall. Zacco lines them up, but he cannot get the kill. Rigler will trade, but my God. I mean, even in terms of the morale, that's maybe a bit of a small win for Morocco. Like you mentioned, 2v5 with pistols, and they made it as close as that. That's not actually that bad.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, they should have never been close to winning that round, but somehow, yeah, just today we saw this on Anubis, and it actually cost them some really dreadful rounds that they shouldn't have lost. So at least you're right. It's good that they managed to make it out of this one, but you want to see them be maybe a little bit more steady in those rounds so that it isn't quite as difficult. Still have some amount of money on the Tunisian side, so it doesn't completely destroy their economy. For Morocco, it's about getting into the game. It's actually Pate at the start of the round takes down Sacco, and immediate double smoke goes up in the yard so they can get the cross here, or at least, you know, threaten to. Again, it's Remind out there doing work.
T-side AWPing's quite awkward on Nuke. I think it's definitely one of the hardest. I think Vertigo's probably the hardest for T-side AWPing. I think Nuke's probably a close second. It's really difficult. You know, generally speaking, the CTs are going to get a lot of this sort of preferential control over yard control, if you're fighting through main or ramp. So you have to be really proactive. Oh, hang on, Remind. Surprise to nobody. He's in the back line. Somehow, some way, he's found Shush. And he was not expecting that at all. He might even get a second behind it. Of course he does. Nucleon gets his head ripped off his shoulders. And Pote holding for this main play too. He might get a chance, but Kenshi will catch him. Remind still getting proactive, going up towards heaven. They should have realized the A-side's pretty barren here, fellas. No one's here.
That was the bomb on Rigler. If he would have died, at least it would have been a little bit awkward, but...
They know who the last guy is, I think.
Yeah.
They must have heard him good enough, and I think he made noise. Yeah, they know. They know. Kenshi will catch him as he will drop.
The game plan is the same, right?
Yeah.
You send Remind, or he'll send himself, whichever is the case. But he's just going to go look for the opening. And again, when it works, these rounds are sick, right?
Yeah.
The problem is, what if he doesn't? Like, what if something goes wrong?
If he falls, right, I think it changes the narrative a lot, right? The issue is we've basically barely seen a point so far where Remind has got like super active, got him behind and fallen without getting either information or a kill. Like he's never been killed from behind, so he has no idea. Like at least more often than not, he either gets one and gets traded, fair enough, which even isn't terrible, or on the other side, which is what we've seen actually more commonly, where he gets one, stays alive, and then gains more information off the back of it. The thing we're waiting for, which would be really interesting, is actually what happens when Remind dies and he doesn't see who kills them, where they killed them, or how many of them was there. And that will change things. And Tunisia are actually flying blind. A lot of the information comes off the back of him. So I sort of want to see what... He'll get a double. Maybe. I mean, it's still a 1v5 turn 1v3. So still feels pretty unlikely. But keeping an AK alive in a low buy round is not the worst thing in the world. Does a half armor to maybe make him a little less fleshy. But yeah, the point I was going to talk about, I think, you know, it's a brittle plan, right? As you put it, because if Remind falls, we don't know what it's like. But at the same time, it hasn't really broken, right? And I think that's the thing. Maybe for all we know, they have really good contingencies for the mid to late round when they don't have Remind, but they just haven't needed to use them. Because I feel like
so far it's working.
In map 1, it only happened like once, and they won the round anyway. So maybe for all we know, they have a great contingency plan for if things go wrong and Remind gets caught, and they don't really know what information is to work with. We just haven't really needed to use it.
I think the thing that really surprises me is there's so many of these scenarios where you would think at least, even if the rest of the team are all one group, like they could flash to draw the attention away. So like it feels like a lot of the times it's not even just that Remind is flanking on his own, is that he's also the one initiating it.
Yeah.
Like, surely you would just want that to be somebody else on the other side. But yeah, again, following the plan quite well. 6-0 in favor of Tunisia here on the T side of Nuke. Second map. It's all working out very well for them. I can't really complain too much, to be honest. We need somebody from the Moroccan side to step up here and start to win some rounds for them. Otherwise, they are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Generally, I have a rule of thumb when I cast Nuke, and I say if you get 5 rounds on your T side, you've done enough. And the fact that they've already superseded that really does maybe sell some bad tones here. bit of an awkward spot. Like you said, Morocco, they absolutely need somebody to step up, and so far it's been a relatively quiet performance, more or less across the board. Sacco's leading the charge with 6, made that now 7, but even still, they've had these opening kills before and they haven't been able to close them out, so maybe now is the time for change.
Yeah, it's well played. Gives them something to work with. Remind is slowed for the minute. He was waiting over at the secret stairs leading down to the B-bomb site, so just kind of hoping that there was going to be some CT aggression, which there was earlier, so not completely wrong of him to wait for it. But now he's just navigating the tunnels down below. There's nobody from the CT side there. Oh, again. Sacco comes up with a nice double in this round. They're down below, but they don't have the bomb right now, so like it doesn't really help them that much. We'll see what they decide to do. There's 40 seconds left. The bomb's picked up now, finally. It's on Wriggler. Can he join the rest of the team? I don't know if he can. He would have to make his way through ramp pretty much alone. Otherwise, his teammate's going to have to join him and kind of, you know, flank ramp. But it's only like 28 seconds, so this is very tricky. Good grenades here, but again, it's on Wriggler, and he's going to go down. So I think the round's dead now.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, we saw this happen earlier when Wriggler went back into his lobby, and he got his kill, right? So it was fine, and he got bailed out of that situation. But in this time, it's not to be. Down goes Remind as well, caught by Kenshi, and it will leave Potai all alone. And all he's going to do is just keep this orb in play. Luckily, though, Anders, plenty of cash on the other side.
Sure, yes.
I mean, Wriggler's got now 13k. Just let's not fight, though, Potai. We don't actually need to. Stay alive with that orb. Make sure that that is, for at the very least, kept afloat. And Morocco will finally get their first round on the board on the CT side of Nuke. And maybe where we can see them start for the foreseeable future. Maybe a little bit of consistency going to come out from them. And without a doubt, we absolutely need it. I think if we don't really see them get, I mean, maybe even at least 5 rounds on CT side, they could actually be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is really crunch time, isn't it? It has to be the beginning of something really huge for them. Now, on the plus side, they've stolen 3 AKs, so that's always kind of nice. You get a little bit of a bonus there. Can be a lot easier holding a position with an AK. You don't get into that, like, you get the dink, but you die anyway kind of scenarios, which are never fun. Yeah, 6-1, and we'll see what they've got for us here. Gotta be careful here, Kenshi, turning it back. You never know. That door can get blown up really quickly.
Yeah. CT smoke, though, will come over to a single door. And it's very deep as well, so enough that they can hold it. If they push through it, want to dive in towards vent, at least one should fall if it's a group that go. Still, though, 1 minute 10 and a much slower round out from Tunisia. And this is where we kind of ask of them, can they slow this tempo down? Can they maybe just pump the brakes at times? Deep sight molly, Kenshi full blind, but a molly of their own. Going to make this a little bit easier for him to stay alive. He might even get a fight off the back of it. Doesn't go his way, though. He will fall. His teammate, Alfredo, gets the trade. Back turn, he'll fall. A double, not quite there, Remind. Potai going to get a team kill with an aid. As Fales falls, puts into 2 versus 2. And damage dealt both sides. Remind, of course, in for the flank as he's looking to try and catch him off guard. Head spotted. That's information gained. Oh my god, Remind, he knows. He knows. The big thing is post up with the orb. Don't move just yet if you can.
Yeah, he needs this kill. I mean, he's kind of slowly running out of time as well. 28 seconds. Oh, the time is ridiculous. Grenade is going to almost kill Chaz. He's going to be so careful. If he dropped down and died there, that would have been an awful way to go. But yeah, now they're pushing in. Nice shot. Close range with the AWP. And now it's a 1 versus 2, and he's going to be found. Bate with the orb just closing out the round. Tunisia, they let go a single round, and then they're right back to winning again. Yeah, I mean, honestly, absolutely bailed out there. No 2 ways about it. If Patai doesn't go insane, they lose that. They needed him. They got a hero. I mean, Remind, he was taking a sweet time trying to find that heaven kill, and the worst thing possibly happens. He then says, okay, cool, you know, I'm going to... They're not peeking me. They must have dropped on towards site or moved on towards Mustang, for example. Something like that. So I'm going to start to make a move. Pulls out his knife to go a little bit quicker. And at the exact time, he gets dinked. And, I mean, that's nearly cost him his life. And maybe even the round as well. But Patai, great work from him. Yeah. It will be another round for Tunisia. 7-1 is pretty damn miraculous. It has to be said. They're looking very, very good. Slight tech issue here. So... a bit of a moment for a breather, but this is not a bad spot that Tunisia find themselves in. 7 for me is already more than plenty on T-side, generally speaking. It should be, right? Like, they've done a really good job here at the beginning. Stuck to the game plan. They're happy with what they've been able to show. And, Yeah, I don't have a lot of complaints for them at the moment. I don't know what the answer is either for Morocco at this point in the time. Like, one of the problems is like the economy is so tough at the moment in the game, so they're going to have a very hard time making really good buys. I guess one issue is that there's a lot of essentially free yard control that's happening where Tunisia are just kind of like, they throw some smokes, no one challenges them, there's nothing going on, no one's shooting through the smoke either. They're just kind of allowed to take that whole part of the map, and that's a big problem. So.
Yeah, we need to find a better way to control this. And I think, there's a few different ways you can play around outside control. One, which is becoming more popular these days, is actually secret control being taken, but not yard itself. And then you have a main player and a heaven player. So you hold actually the 3 angles which you basically can get off the back of yard. And I think that's one way in which I've seen a lot of teams sort of adjust it, rather than directly fighting it with a garage player these days. Both positions of garage that are becoming back and go, obviously, is right side garage, just sort of around here where Saka's playing, was super popular. As CS2 started, people played deep in towards garage holding main and basically gave up secret control. That was a way in which they played it, and a heaven player would spam the smokes. So there's a couple of different ways to go about it. But Remind, again, going to get a kill. This time he actually was with the pack, but still inevitable. Remind 12 and 5. And also just in the 9th round. I mean, that, again, a guy who just cannot be stopped right now.
Yeah, it's a crazy impact that he's having on the game at the moment, putting so much pressure on Morocco. Down below, Nucleon is here. There's nobody else nearby. Sacco maybe could rotate in with the AWP, but he's very likely going to get smoked and grenaded off if they actually go for it. They've got so many nades on the T side that the ramp position here, I'm assuming it's going to get grenaded in 10 different ways. So there we go. And Wriggler coming up with a bit of a double in the middle of all of that chaos. Down below, Nucleon. Nice double. Actually, that's a bit funky. Now the bomb is down. 40 seconds. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. Oh, this is going to be a chaotic round.
Bit of a recovery mission needed. And he's still in a really strong spot. He's getting the support come through from ramp. This could be on. 2 versus 3, as you mentioned. Door going to be open. Wriggler going to spam. He's hoping to try and do something with it. This flank from Remind could be everything. Spots him. Thankfully gets the kill. All of that down to 1. Nucleon back sight. Puts it into a 1 versus 1. Time is ticking. 15 seconds. But Remind, as always, steps up to the plate and a home run for the King as he keeps this side alive time and time again, bailing Tunisia out of some dicey spots. And my God, what a player. He has been inevitable throughout this game.
Yeah, that's a crazy way to set up the round, right? They had it pretty much on lockdown to begin with. No problems, but they lose the bomb in the wrong position, and then they have to retake it. That was probably closer than it needed to be. But Remind, as ever, is just the ace up the sleeve here for Tunisia.
Yes. Jesus, 14 and 5.
He's playing so well.
He's been incredible.
Absolutely absurd. Like 170 almost ADR. Sacco out here. Speaking of which, we might have cursed him a little bit. And finally, we get a chance to see what is the plan now for Tunisia.
Now this is the really interesting point. So that's where Remind gets killed. He does basically no damage, which is really notable. And we have to look at what Tunisia looked like in the mid to late round. This happened once in the previous round, just once. Remind falls with minimal impact and minimal information, and nobody's there to react off it. So they're playing from a 4 versus 5, and this is the big one for me. I want to see what they can do here. It will change things up. I also wonder as well for Morocco, surely they must have at this point realized that Remind does things on his own. So whoever Remind is, the rest of the team aren't. Right? Yeah. I think they've surely got to realize this. Either way, one time the AWP going to find Saka. That's a big trade coming through. That's a lot of information gained down towards this lower site. And so far, Tunisia have had a pretty good success down towards B.
Yeah, they haven't. They might again. There's really only one player that's kind of in the area.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even say defending the bomb site, but just kind of on the ramp there. So I don't know if they really go for it now, they probably should be able to push through and get the bomb planted. That needs to be a kill there for Fallas, but out-dueled somehow by the MP9. We'll see if they get past the AWP here. They're going to make their way out onto the bomb site. And 5 or 3 versus 4, but the bomb is getting planted at the very least. It's Kenshi with the defuse kit in his back pocket, so got to keep an eye on him to see if he can get it close enough to the site here. I don't think this round is done yet here for Morocco. They need a little bit more work to get back into this one.
Oh, nice find. Nucleon will get one. Potite with the AWP. For a fight, take to tag. He might be in a bit of trouble. Down he falls, all down. 2-1. Wriggler, he's bailed him out before, but this one surely asks a little bit too much. Nade won't actually do enough for the kill. And he looks for another frag, and he won't be able to do it. Nice attempt. 2 kills to his name. Puts it into a 1 versus 2. But unfortunately, just not quite enough in that sense. Morocco stay afloat. It's already a good enough half, in our opinion, from Tunisia. 8 rounds is brilliant on T side. But if Morocco can get up towards 4, get a pistol round, the conversion of the back of it, that's 8-6. 1 gun round is the separation between what is an 8-6 and an 8-8. And at that point, that's where the conversation arises. But a lot of things have got to go right before then. We need 2 rounds consecutive from Morocco at the tail end here, and then we need the pistol to go their way, which at times can be a bit of a coin flip, and all the rest off the back of it. First gun round, 2, so a lot has to go right, and they'll be going on to the much harder T side as well to make matters worse.
Oh, here we go. Pretty fast towards the A-bomb site. You could see not even ready for it there. Fenno's going to go straight down. Fallas with another kill, and a good headshot onto Sacco. Grenades to follow it. They can't really climb up the stairs there. Oh, actually, they will anyway. That's chaos. Nucleon goes down. Kenshi in a 1 versus 3, but you know what? Some of them are very low on health. Grenade here is going to blow up one of them. Bate instantly dead, so this is actually somehow winnable. Remind, I think, going to play it for the late round. He wants to go up to the high ground. Just needs a couple of more seconds, and that should really be a round-winning position up here, even if Wriggler goes down.
Yeah, he's low. He needs to be a little careful. As long as they're not overfight here, we should be fine, but Remind will spot him, picks up the AWP as well. Beautiful work. The flank, as always, from Remind, finds some success. So nice work. And a 9th put up on the board from Tunisia. And this is the Tunisia we saw in the qualifiers, who were so good, so consistent. This map was great from them, all the rest. And this is the sort of Tunisia that we expected. Obviously, we were really surprised by how well Morocco played. We had no real indication about what they're like. A couple of the players, I caught some of the demos. Kenshi, I caught a demo from him, and Fenno. So I've seen sort of individually what these guys have done. But you don't really know, right, when it's on a big stage in a LAN environment. Right?
Absolutely,
playing in an arena that we're in. We're in a pretty cool one. It is, it's one of those, you never know how people are going to react. Nucleon for the first with the MP9. Getting proactive here in the final round of the half. They don't have the greatest of firepower in terms of the buy, but it's workable.
Yeah, they've done more with less in the past, so maybe they can figure out a way to get there. 9-2, that's still quite the lead. Although we say that, they did have a lot of trouble closing out the lead that they had on Anubis, so that, hopefully they will be a little bit stronger this time to put some emphasis on that. That seemed to be like the weakness in that game, was really winning, but 4 versus 3 at the moment here. Tunisia kind of getting back into this round here. Chudonge, a lot of real estate taken on the bomb side itself, but can his teammates actually make their way through is the big question here. Remind's going to get the kill. They know that hut hasn't really been cleared, so they feel like someone's probably in there, and they're right about that. Chudonge going to get the kill, and it leaves Kenshi out here. Man, this is a very tough first half for Morocco. Yeah,
Chudonge actually gets quite lucky there as well, because there's 2 players in heaven that just don't spot him on timing, and they actually get distracted elsewhere, so he gets to kind of go underneath them and clear out the hot player. And the hot player is sort of trying to be the insurance policy on the A side, and the fact that he gets cleared, so it makes life a little easier, but for a moment, it really felt like he could have been in a bit of trouble. Kenshi will catch Remind. There's been a nice little back and forth between those two. The 2 sort of rifling stars on each side have been enjoying this head-to-head. Kenshi still sticking around to give this a go, of course. Final round, but it will not make a difference. 10-2 marathon of a map number 1 and a 100-meter sprint of a map number 2, it feels.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that it's shaping up. I mean, again, this is the pick of Tunisia. They definitely know what they're doing here, so very well played. And I like the fact that they showed a little bit of flexibility in their strats, right? They had the Wriggler go kill, or not the Wriggler, the Remind go kill strat, which is fine. But they had a couple of rounds in there that were like very quick, where the whole team was together, hitting the A-bomb side or going down towards Secret. So I enjoyed that. Like, I think it was nice to see them, just show a little bit more than just that one side of themselves. That's pretty cool.
Flex the muscles a little bit, right? Show what we got. This is a much-needed pistol round. No 2 ways about it. If you don't find it for Morocco, it might already be the beginning of the end.
Here we go. Remind, almost getting overwhelmed, but his teammates are standing tall. Fallas with a good couple of headshots. Sacco trying to get back into the round here. Oh, they're whittling him down low. Sacco surely can get this one, but the reload happens at the worst possible time as Bate drops from the heaven with the dualies, leaving Fenno in a 1 versus 3. No bomb planted, and they lose the pistol on top. That's devastating.
That might be game. I mean, honestly, 11-2 now, and we're probably going to have a low buy-in towards this next round as well. I mean, we're potentially talking about this being the beginning of the end. And unfortunately for Morocco, just showcasing, Anubis was a good map for them.
Yeah.
They had the strats for it. I just feel like they haven't in towards Nuke. It's a very difficult map to prepare for, especially against Tunisia, who have been great. I mean, we are seeing a little bit I mean, small investment coming through, but it's nothing major. A few Deagles brought in. Even Armor's a luxury they just can't afford. So this one feels like a slight bit of a throwaway. And basically, Morocco are playing for overtime, but 12-2 down. That's to keep them alive in this map and the series.
Yeah.
Tunisia, of course, for those who maybe didn't join us from map number 1, it was a quad OT, but they won it out 25-23, I think it was.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it was a long one.
It took a long time, didn't it? I must say, I wouldn't have necessarily even minded if Morocco had forced them this round. Like, I think you can.
I agree.
You could have justified that. Like, I don't think there's any wrong or right way to play it because you're just so far behind that. Either way, you need a bunch of miracles to even kind of get close to it working out. This one starts with the Deagles, maybe. We'll see if they're going to be able to find something. Pretty good position here for Remind. Just holding the secret stairwell on his own.
Bit of a weird one. I don't really know what the sort of end goal here is from Morocco in this outside fight. Not about trade, though. Looks like going to get caught. The MP9 up close. They're always going to win that fight. But then Kenshi's Deagle, though, this is something to keep an eye out for. This is, in the demos that I was catching of him, his Deagle was crisp as hell. There's a couple of times as well where they had full buys and somebody had a worse economy, and he would be the one who would drop over an AK and just wield a Deagle and do fine.
Sick.
So keep an eye out for it. Maybe a plant out here, but then he gets caught. They don't expect the player up towards top sight. Riegler makes a move as well. Sacco gets caught. And it's all down to Chush, who's got a lot to do. 1v2 now, though. He has been tagged really low. And look, as he makes a move in towards Vent, there's somebody up there to meet him. In 20 seconds, he's barely got any time to clear anything.
Yeah, no way to get through, unfortunately. It's a nice attempt.
Yeah.
I don't know what else he could have done there with just the Deagles. So that's going to be 12 on the side of Tunisia.
Yep.
They just need one more. And they have plenty of runway this time. Like,
surely not. They were 0 for 9, and finally in the 10th attempt, close up the map. Surely we can't be talking about a 12-2 recovery. We said that Morocco do their best work when the backs are up against the wall,
true.
when they're really on edge of being defeated, and that's where they came alive. This is surely a task too tall in order. I can't see it. I don't think I've seen a 12-2 recovery on the T side of Nuke, maybe ever. On CS2. So Morocco, odds are most definitely stacked against them. I'm not going to completely count them out. Full buy going to come in for them here. AKs across the board, bar one Galil as Feno also picks up. I think it was a smoke and a molly, and one of the smokes used to help them cross outside.
Yeah, that's a good sacrifice. You need to be able to get down there. And you know what? So far, so good. This is pretty classic Nuke stuff. They've left one player in the lobby who can stop rotations, who can come in and help lurk at the end of the round. So I think this is pretty much on tracks right now. There's a very good chance they're going to be able to get the bomb plant down here in Morocco, assuming that they can get past Pate, who's down there with the EWP. But you know what? He seems to be...
He's holding.
Yeah, he's holding that position. I wonder how far out he is. Okay, not that far out, so close to getting that kill for free. Going to try and... Oh, no. That's not how that smoke was meant to go at all.
He will get the shot, though. Nice from him. Remind going to find one of his own as well as Feno caught in the back lines. Remind now going to really draw attention away from the site because they know he likes a flank. He's already got the one guy who was holding for said flank. Bomb struggling to go down. Potai gets one more, but Kenshi for a double makes this maybe a possibility. A lot of damage taken towards him, but a 2 versus 3 might be possible.
Yeah, good backstab for Kenshi. He did make a lot of noise, but I don't think they heard it, and that could be one of those stage experiences where there's like so much going on that you're just not really paying attention there. Bomb planted inside of the smoke, but Ches can't get out. It's all on Kenshi trying to go for the ace clutch to keep his team alive. It's not going to be doable. Tunisia, they will end up winning this best of 3. Hard fought on the first one, but the second one, they were on map pick. They look very solid on it.
Exactly, and this is really showcasing, again, just how good Tunisia can be, right? They're a side for us who went flawless at the qualifiers, dropping only just 17 rounds across 8 maps, 4 best of 3s. I mean, a ridiculous showing from this side, right? And I think, we came into the tournament and we put them as one of our favorites. Maybe even number 1. We've got to keep an eye out for South Africa, right? But either way, a ridiculous showing from them. And I think as well for Tunisia, I mean, a lot of credit has to be given to them. This is a side who, especially when you get to quad OT and you struggle to close out maps, it can be really awkward. But in the end, I think a really impressive series. And I'm now really looking forward to see what they can do for the rest of this tournament. Because they're in the group of death overall, right? They've still got some hard teams to play.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's pretty impressive stuff. Handshakes all around. Everyone's happy. Yeah, Morocco. I mean, probably a lot of rounds they're going to be looking back at it and thinking like, man, we could have made it. Like, we could have done something here, but it just wasn't meant to be on Anubis, unfortunately. But they look happy. So
yeah, exactly. I think there's a little bit of friendship between these guys as well. I saw them speaking to each other before the game, and you know, obviously we saw in the opening ceremony when Tunisia, that when their flag got brought out, a lot of cheers to them from the locals.
Yeah.
Obviously, that they seem to be kind of a great kind of friendly sort of
I say so.
friendly rivalry in a way, right? Because I guess they're so close. So honestly, a really cool game though, and being this is Group A, so the group of death, there's a lot of great teams. There's South Africa also in this group as well, and then Mauritius too. So a really tough one. Only the top two make it out of this group, so only the top two of South Africa, Tunisia, Morocco, and Mauritius. I mean, it is pretty hard for. So every series makes a big difference, and Tunisia getting that first, making it 2-0 as well, really helps. A round difference will be a factor in the worst case scenario of a tie, right? So getting a 13-2 like that could be a massive plus heading down the line. But of course, this is only the start. We've only game number 1 here. There's going to be plenty more Counter-Strike over the next few days. And of course, we've got the women's tournament as well starting just after us. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That is coming up. Lucy and Brandon are going to be over in that. Hope you guys will follow and check that out as well. Not sure if we're going to try and get an interview with someone.
Ooh,
possibly.
Maybe.
I guess we'll wait and see if anything like that's coming up. But yeah, I've so far for Tunisia, they're kind of living up to the hype a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see how much they're going to get tested against some of the other opponents. I mean, that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, so far, so good. I'm really looking forward as well to whoever makes it out from the African Esports Championships, how they fare now on the sort of international stage, right? Because, this is one of the great things about this tournament. It's a region that just doesn't get a lot of tournaments in general, and especially not Counter-Strike. We just don't really see, maybe see a few teams come from South Africa. We've seen a few players come from, like, Egypt, for example, but in general, we just don't really see a hell of a lot of tournaments in, right? So I think it's one of those things for us where I'm really interested to see now how things happen and proceed going forward. I think we've got a little interview happening, so we're going to throw it on over to the stage. Our wonderful host is going to bring a little interview. See you in a bit. I'm going to assume we're just done. I think so. All right, yeah. The other best of three is to start.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, once again to our lovely evening. We're talking, of course, about one of the players who had made the difference. And to be honest, we definitely enjoyed your performance. Got a couple questions, very easy. First of all, congratulations. You definitely dominated with the whole team, on the whole maps. It was something amazing, and I would love to know, of course the audience wants that too, how do you feel?
I'm really feeling proud of myself and proud of the team, and also proud of the federation. And I want to thank all the members here. And I'm really proud, actually, for the opportunity itself. And yeah, now we're feeling more confident than ever.
Before starting the game, did you feel that you guys have done anything that is possible to prepare yourself for such an amazing event? Or you feel that there's some mistakes that could have been avoided?
I mean, we did some mistakes, but I think we prepared well. And we did have our share of time to practice. And so, yeah, we did everything possible that we could do.
Couple more questions. Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? I'm talking as a personal achievement. Of course, the next step is asking for the whole team.
I think I see myself in the next 5 years as a coach, maybe, or head manager of a team or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Huge goals, ladies and gentlemen, of course. And the next question is going to be very simple. As a team, where do you definitely see yourself after perhaps a year or two? That's from a side. The second side is, are you ready to qualify for Saudi Arabia in Riyadh? And do you think that you have a chance at obtaining the title?
I mean, let's be realistic. I think our goals now is to be at least top 1 in North Africa, maybe top 1 in the Middle East also. But winning the title of Saudi Arabia, I don't think it's possible this time. We need to be. We need to prepare more. But I think we just want to qualify at least to quarterfinals or semifinals.
Well, the good thing about CS players, they are always realistic. They know what they are doing, and definitely we have witnessed magic being done by these great hands. The Tunisian team definitely made us enjoy this evening. ومشاهدينا الكرام أكيد ترجمة بسيطة فقط لكل المجريات. تكلمنا عن الأهداف، تكلمنا كذلك عن ما هي الأهداف المستقبلية لهذا اللاعب وكذلك منظومة الفريق ككل. وللأمانة قال بصريح العبارة أنه لربما كإنجاز شخصي بالمستقبل من لاعب إلى مدرب، أما بالنسبة إلى فريق كامل متكامل هناك بعض الأخطاء اللي يمكن تعديلها، وهدفهم الأول والأخير الرتبة الأولى في شمال أفريقيا. أكيد نتمنى لهم كل التوفيق، وأكيد بإذن الله راح نشوف التوفيق دام مبدأ الاستمرارية والانضباط لا شيء مستحيل. مشاهدينا الكرام فاصل جدا بسيط وراح نرجع نستأنف معكم هذه السهرة. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for a quick break, 15-10 minutes exactly, and we'll be right back. I was very honest when I said couple seconds and we're going to start the greatness, and indeed we're going to start the greatness with South Africa versus Morocco. Plot twist. It's a female virgin. The joy is double, of course, and it's such a great thing when you see that females can also compete, because in esports we don't talk about nationality, gender, we don't care at all. We only care about one thing, which is talent and pure talent. مشاهدينا الكرام، مثل ما تكلمت قبل قليل، أنا للأمانة عالم الإيسبورتس وعالم الرياضات الألعاب الإلكترونية لا يعترف بشيء ما غير الموهبة. لا يهمنا من أين أنت، ولا ما هو جنسك، ولا ما هي ديانتك، وإنما يهمنا شيء واحد فقط وهي الموهبة، ولا شيء غير الموهبة. Indeed, we're going to start in a couple seconds, ladies and gentlemen. But before starting, I'm going to toss it to my fellow colleagues, our dear casters on the left in Arabic language, and of course our dear casters on the right side باللغة الإنجليزية. مشاهدينا الكرام، ما راح أطول عليكم، راح أقربها مباشرة إلى معلقينا الكرام ناحية اليسار باللغة العربية، وأكيد أبطالنا المغاربة، ومن ناحية اليمين باللغة الإنجليزية. إن شاء الله تستمتعون معنا، وبالله عليكم أي لحظة حماسية، أي لحظة حماسية، تصفيق، جنون، لأن صدقوني لربما يمكن الهدوء واضح على أوجه البنات، لكن صدقوني كل التصديق أنه كمية توتر ليست بالطبيعية أبدا. فبالله خلونا نعيشهم الجو. Let's live the atmosphere and let the games begin.
Hello, everyone. Oh, are we okay? Sorry, I wasn't quite sure if we were live then. Hello, welcome back to the African Esports Championship. My name's Lucy. This is Brandon, not Leuston and Brandy, but yeah, we're really excited to be getting underway here in Morocco for our African Championship.
Yeah, look, it should be a really good event, right? 2 spots on the line here to qualify through to Riyadh at the end of the year. And there's 4 teams, Lucy. There are some favourites. I think between us, we've sort of arrived at the same conclusion that South Africa are definitely the favourites here. Haven't seen too much out of Morocco yet, which I'm really excited to, especially as the host nation. Hasn't had to go through the regional qualifiers, can come here and compete directly. And it just means that you can get immediately a sort of taste, because they are playing up first. Morocco take on South Africa. And we can get a little look-see into sort of what it will look like and what competition South Africa will have.
Yeah, because we've obviously already seen Tunisia, we've already seen Egypt, what they can deliver. What we haven't seen is Morocco. And so this opening game, I think, is really going to set the tone, I think, for the tournament. If South Africa do come through with that kind of known quantity, they come through as those to-be champions, frankly, then, that kind of tells us where this is going to play out. But Morocco, if they come through as that dark horse, provide an upset, anything could happen. Yeah,
they're playing with the same core they did last year, this Morocco team. I know Sabrine Hunter was in the mix. They've got the likes of Sebsgirl, Killer Queen, Kim, and Lena. They did play against Egypt, another team that is attending this tournament here in Casablanca this year. I'm going to be honest with you, Morocco, it was pretty one-sided. Egypt were the better team on the day, but that was a CSGO. Now we're in CS2. Completely different game, MR12, anything can happen. Obviously, it's some familiar faces, but also a brand new team from Morocco.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm excited to see what they deliver. Egypt, another team that I think we're keen to keep our eyes on here, given that they've already had the experience of playing at the World Championships, last year. So they've already had a bit of time on the stage, and I expect coming back into this year that they'll be looking stronger than ever. Look pretty decent in the qualifiers, but the team we're obviously most impressed by was South Africa, who blitzed their way through the regional qualifier. Wasn't even really anyone that stood up against them in their region, but there was the separation with the regions in the qualifiers, right? We had the North Africa region, and we had the Southern African region. So we haven't actually seen these teams tested against each other in this year's competition.
We haven't, but at the same time, when we speak about South Africa, we're talking about the established names, right? You think about Megs, you think about 2SSB, Casey. But you've got Avo, who I want to speak about a little bit, because Avo is an incredibly young competitor. Had a chance to interview her just as South Africa qualified, and she was like, this is my first real sort of experience, kind of competing at this level, representing your country at an incredibly young age. It's fantastic, and that is the opportunity that ISF gives.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how she performs on the stage, because obviously that is going to be a big thing for new players. We've seen it lots in competition when you get these young prodigy kind of players, right? They get these opportunities to play on stage for the first time, and it's a make it or break it moment, and it can break some players. They can really struggle under the lights in front of the crowd. We've seen it before. It does take time to get used to that environment, so it's very much sink or swim.
It is, but at the same time, because you've got this experience, because you've got 2 SSB on your team, I think South Africa are going to be fine. I think that obviously the environment as well for Avo to come in is going to be really comfortable. And I don't think they're going to have too much pressure on them at this event, especially because there's a second chance to qualify through. Top 2 teams out of the 4 make it to Riyadh at the end of the year, which kind of gives a lot of leeway here for South Africa. And then for the other teams, I'm excited to see Morocco, but I think probably Egypt, my favourites right now, having not seen a game being played.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So we've got 2 games going on here on the main stage. It is Morocco, obviously the hometown team, gets to play in front of the crowd to kick things off, and South Africa will be obviously against them. And on the other side, we have Egypt and Tunisia.
Yes, but with all that being said, we're going to have to throw it to a short break. We are going to go to a break. We're going to come back in 2 minutes. Morocco take on South Africa. It should be a really interesting one. We've got the veto as well, Lucy. It's Anubis picked by Team Morocco, Inferno picked by South Africa. It should be a really interesting state of affairs. I think BO3-wise, South Africa love a bit of Anubis, and I know Inferno is a very strong pick, and I think Inferno is general, just shows the depth of the map pool that South Africa have got.
Yeah, and you think back to you know, the times that we've had South Africans playing, for instance, ESL Impact. Inferno was always kind of the go-to map for them there. Yeah. So I think it's one that players like Megs, players like 2SSB are very comfortable playing on. Casey as well. So yeah, no surprise to see that pick by them. Anubis has been a mainstay, I think, of all the qualifiers. I think it was like the most common team map we saw. And well, how about we see some straight out the gate? 2 kills for the CTs to get things started. Morocco drawing first blood. We'll see the bomb outside of the A bomb site. Casey has to scale in, looking for the entry into the bomb site. Gets it onto Sebs, looking for more. It's actually Casey. Actually, she does get that kill onto Kim. Sabrine up and towards heaven, flush out eventually. Casey's trying to do everything, and maybe she will. 4 kills for her, looking for the ace, and what a way to kick things started for South Africa. Unbelievable.
That's a 3 versus 5 as well, that Casey just works into an ace. All 5 to kick off proceedings here is absolutely fantastic. And I really like the way that sort of Morocco were playing that as well, because they took the fight in towards middle, they got those 2 opening kills, and then immediately South Africa try and take the contact through A. It's Casey that scales, it's Casey that gets every single one. Damn, what a way to kick off your T side.
Feels a little unfortunate for Morocco, who did get those 2 opening kills as well. It's going to drop into middle. Casey again delivering with that AK. This is the full eco, so you aren't expecting them to run over these CTs, although it gets a little scary there, as it is a stacked bomb site. A lot of damage being done, but only losing the 1 player, so that's fine for South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely fine. You keep the AK, you keep the Galil, you can now reinvest and even upgrade your rifles. That was very much SMG-centric, just to kind of earn some money. Meg's even swapping over to the Glock and just sort of trying to create space for the rest of the team to come involved. But Stack doesn't achieve too much. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing just out of Morocco. Sabrine's immediately purchased the AWP.
Okay, cool.
Glass cannon, no armor, but she has got smoke.
All right, let's see where she starts with that. Looks like she's going to be on the B bomb site, maybe taking the dark peek. Looking for it. Avo is going to be close to the MAC-10, and if she swings around this corner, if Sabrine isn't ready for this close angle, because she walked up on the cover of the left, she could be in for a nasty surprise. The MAC-10 up close. You need to hit this shot if you're Sabrine. Do you see the rest of South Africa, the majority, outside of the B bomb site? Re-smoke into main will slow down their approach, though.
I think that's fine, though, because you've got Casey over towards A. She can now take the contact, and she's found the kill. That's going to pull rotates.
Yeah, how disciplined are Morocco? Fairly, actually. Kim's already on site, sees that there's no further progression off that, but Casey finds another, and that will start to draw players. And this is when South Africa strike. Avo gets that kill onto the orb. Lena sets up with the double. Killer Queen on that lurk, catches out Casey. It's a 1 versus 2. They know where she's coming from. Avo upgrades to the AWP as the bomb gets planted. She can just hit this line, has utility as well. Going to be a difficult player to get past. The wide swing, though, is perfect way to offset that AWP. There is a chance here. Needs to clear. Goblin doesn't fully look into it, so IHS able to get the kill. South Africa win that first gun round versus Morocco.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, Morocco are offering up just a lot of good ideas here in the early stages of this game, because you've got the discipline. They don't all rotate away. Despite Casey finding 2 openers on A, there's still 2 players on this bomb site. The big issue is that Sabrine Hunter now has to look back over towards B main because the utility's coming over, and that's where Avo can strike. Avo was so patient and disciplined in with the Canals lurk, able to find that kill. Just translates it into more success, but there is definitely opportunities here for Morocco. The difficulty is letting South Africa gain the momentum and start to run away with things.
Okay, we've got a bit of a half by stack in the middle. This is kind of fun, actually. The upgraded pistols actually don't swing. They want to bait her in to see if she'll further extend. And there we go, revealing all those players. That's a weapon to be picked up. Unfortunately, your armored player is brought down low, and well, the B bomb site completely breached. Megs will tuck into the corner, and with Casey by her side, that will be mostly a cleanup. Losing 2 players, but that's all fine for South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely fine. Just especially in sort of the eco landscape. Casey has worked in towards A again. Even on these low buy rounds, Casey is still setting that conditioning, walking in towards A main, willing to take all these fights. And at any moment, South Africa can now just pull out a fast A play because Casey's been given all of this space, all of this respect. At any moment, they could bring that out. And it could be well timed as well. When you consider that Morocco are now going to probably have to adjust in towards more mid and more B, I would have preferred that. Instead, it's going to be, again, this B lean, Killer Queen, this time going for a fight early. South Africa look to accelerate.
That Ops in play once more. Stars middle to see if she can catch off anyone, but doesn't see too many. Utility protocol is nice, but the incendiary doesn't fully spread. Killer Queen is worried about this dark play, the smoke allowing a lurk. She's right to be worried because Avo sits tucked in wait, looking for that perfect time to swing. 3 players present, but again, Avo finds that entry.
And they're just going to go. Lena pre-fired off the line by I Hate Jess. This time, no multi-kill allowed whatsoever. And if you're Morocco, I wouldn't hate a save here. There's players in your spawn, for goodness sake. I Hate Jess is on a mission to get rid of Kim, and she's done so successfully. Sabrina Hunter with the AWP needs to back out, needs to escape, if she even be allowed, and she won't.
Yeah, Megs. If there's a player that's just going to run you down, it's Megs. Casey's doing a great job of it as well. This is, a few things, just worth highlighting. This is Anubis. This is the T side where you do expect teams to get the majority of their rounds. South Africa very proven on this side of the map. But I'm liking some of the things I'm seeing from Morocco. Some of the setups, some of the pieces of utility, the ideas are all there. Just the execution getting bamboozled by the pace of some of these plays.
It's a shame, and it comes back to just with the experience that South Africa have got. It's just these lurks that are catching Morocco off guard quite a lot. Because if they were trying to set up in these crossfires, if they're just able to sort of just take a couple of seconds and remain rooted in them, they're in really good spots. I mean, this round was just I Hate Jess having an unbelievable entry path in, pre-fired onto Lena because she played there in the previous round. That's where she got her double kill. And then she just scaled immediately in towards CT. Because Morocco have only shown players in towards Temple, Dark, and close CT. You're never going to expect another player rotating in over there. And Casey can hear these rotates off the A play anyway because she's just always in made.
Got to praise Avo as well. Talked about, being this young player on the stage for the first time. And she's been really good at finding the space in Dark. 2 rounds in a row where she's bested the player that's looking after that position. And we know how difficult the B-bomb site can be to keep a hold of, and if you don't have that control of Dark, if you're getting bullied out of that space consistently, it becomes a very claustrophobic bomb site.
We just saw hand cam from 2SSB, and the reason I know that is because in the corner it said she had 10k. I was going to call that out, but now we got it on the HUD as well. She's wielding the AWP. Sabrina with the Deeg. Will be able to run down Casey. Finally, Casey stopped, but just for a moment, Avo steps in and puts the player advantage back in favor of South Africa.
Yeah, what a double from Avo. She might not be done yet, just wants to fight her way in. Runs down Kim. Clean kills to open it up. Bombs to be planted. Tispy's AWP on the line if they come through camera, although a smoke actually lands. Flashbang forward, forces the AWP off the line, but you gotta get past Avo. They do successfully. Barrel spotted, Lena, good kills. The swing with 2 of them, enough. And it comes down to the 1v1. Meg's bomb is planted for her, catches Lena just as she's setting up the utility. Smoke goes down, but it's too little too late, and that round is all Avo.
Yeah, it is, but at the same time, think about what Morocco brought into that. You bring forward a Deagle, you brought forward a FAMAS, an MP9. There was not the most amount in that, and yet it still comes down to the 1v1. Yet it still comes down to Megs having to clutch up for them, and she does just about manage it. Huge round from Avo. But Morocco, they are knocking at the door, and it is really up to South Africa to kind of just stop it. And so far, they're doing a great job of doing it. I'm really liking the fact that everyone is even on the kills as well, bar 2SSB. But you see her in the player cam, she's chilled. She's just controlling what's happening in the game.
Yeah, I feel like that's often the case with 2SSB. I feel like she kind of just sits back, plays her lines, and lets these aggressive riflers she has do the bulk of the work. Boost up.
Oh,
Lena
nearly.
does get some good shots off. She goes back for more, can't quite convert it. It's an awkward fight. But
There's that lurk punished.
yeah, finally, Casey not allowed to get away with it again. But it might not matter anyway, because once again, they managed to fight their way into B. Kim gets one from deep CT. It's 2 on 3. Megs has taken a very forward position and is going to catch off the rotate.
To be honest, I do think South Africa are leaving the door open for Morocco to come back into these rounds. Utility in this instance especially, so delayed. And you're allowing sort of the CT line to get over. You're allowing potentially Sabrine Hunter to get on the angle. Sabrine Hunter's rotate was a little bit late, but you can understand the point and the premise. There are certain opportunities here where South Africa are just kind of wanting to sort of take the fight to Morocco. And I don't think they're ready for sort of how hard some of these players hit. AWP going down is massive. And of course, South Africa will be happy with that.
Yeah, smiles on the faces. Successful hunt, nobody gets to live. Yeah, vibes in South African camp looking very positive. That's what you want to see. Coming in as the favorites. Don't want to get upset by the dark horse of Morocco, this team that is relatively an unknown element in terms of their CS2 form. We kind of told the story going into the series where we had that little delay about Morocco's experience in CSGO, some of what they showed us. SSB does get the opener this round. Now I think they're at the point where they just want to try and disrespect, and, well, you got to be careful doing that. That's where you can trip up. Big double kill, puts it into the 3 on 3.
Good molly. We'll keep Kim back for at least a moment, and the smokes follow up. Now South Africa can take this off plant anywhere. They can establish crossfires. This run will be heard, so Sabrine's lurk will be known. 2SSB can get on the line and hold B main potentially. Actually, has it been known? Surely Casey could con that over. I think she just has.
Yeah. Molly actually went down, so she had the smoker to burst through. Casey, nice shot. And the 3 South Africans on the site all get a kill apiece. But you can see where the faltering can come through, right? When you're on this roll, when you're 7-0 up, you start to feel like, yeah, we can kind of disrespect them a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We can really force the issue, and the shot's still good from the Moroccans. Nice double kill to slow down the entry into B, but unfortunately not quite enough.
I know this is going to sound probably a little bit weird, me saying this, because the scoreline is 8-0. But this does give me hope for Morocco just in this tournament as a whole. I think they're going to put up a really good fight against Egypt. I think they're going to do good against Tunisia as well. Like I came into this without really knowing what to expect, but I have been impressed so far. And there's been a number of rounds where South Africa definitely could have dropped the ball. The good news, South Africa, is they haven't.
Now they're just going to burst through middle, trying something else out, but again, a nice double kill. Kim also finding success. They're not getting into A easily. 2SSB needs the 1 versus 3. First is hers. Drops the smoke to camera. She actually swaps to the AK. Looking to rotate back to B, but look at Sabrine's position. In the perfect spot to punish, and Morocco get on the board.
Yeah, that was slow there from South Africa. You try and split through camera, but it's all individual. I don't know how Killer Queen's able to get away with so much there, but she does. And the mid-hold's been brilliant out of Morocco. This is the first time we've really seen it being tested on a gun round, and they passed with flying colours.
Yeah, that was great. Really good spacing from the CTs to allow those multi-kills. 2SSB given some space to work with it, but the flank timing from Sabrine, perfection. Money not going to be a problem. South Africa just yet.
It's crazy how, like, KC, Megs, IHS just don't have any money. This was an...
Avo's loaded, though.
Yeah, true, but it's 8-1. You have no money in the tank. That's a testament to how competitive this has been. This is now a change-up. South Africa just want to hit the site. They want to hit it fast.
Yeah, grouping up. Although, actually, they still have this leg. They love this default setup where they do have KC testing out A main. Good molly, forces Sabrine forward, but she starts firing. Megs can't win the fight. Despite that setup, Casey falls as well on A. This might be a disaster for South Africa. IHS, though, fighting back with a double. Avo chimes in. What looked like a disaster is picked back up. Killer Queen and Kim in the 2-on-3.
I can't believe that. And now you've just dropped, but IHS misses the mark. Kim, known entity, missed shot for 2SSB. The gap is closing, but that molly is going to buy time.
Both these teams are low. Time for the reload over 2SSB. Then it's going to burst through. Avo gets one, and it's down to the 1 versus 1. A tap on the bomb to beat out 2SSB, but it's the no-scope from the South African AWPer that denies.
But again, though, you can see it falling apart. You can really feel like that was Morocco's round to win. That molly, even though they put it in towards the corner, they didn't swing off it. There was no sort of hold for the utility. So it's so easy to be able to grab this kill if you're Sabrine Hunter. I can't believe that they just get free there like it's nothing. Another 3 versus 5 that goes in the favor of South Africa. Sure, it comes down to a 1v1, but ultimately, Morocco need rounds, and they've got no money.
And now it gets a little bit tricky. The MP9 up close for Sevsgal. Killer Queen with the FAMAS spotting in. Doesn't see too much. Or doesn't get too much, I should say. She does see stuff. They're putting pressure on mid and A. We saw this before. Last time it didn't work. This time looks a little bit better. Still a player behind Cake. Sitting in this smoke, trying to bait out. What can Kim achieve? Her bomb site completely compromised, and she just sits in the smoke as the bomb gets planted. She does deny. The MP9 at long range can't get the kill onto 2SSB. But she's still a threat. Still in the back of the bomb site and gets another. That is unbelievable from the MP9. Casey steps in with 2, and it falls to the deagle of Sabrine. Surely a known entity. Surely a known entity. She's got the kill, looking for another. That's insanity from Sabrine.
Yeah, but also take nothing away from Kim, because she denies the bomb. She waits so patiently. And South Africa just don't know what hit them. Shrouded in mystery was Kim. She gets an important double kill. And then the Deagle strikes for 2 more. That felt like a certain comeback. This time it's the 3 versus 5 for Morocco. And I'm talking about the economy being incredibly weak. It doesn't matter when you're hitting shots like that. What a round for Sabrine Hunter. What a moment for Morocco. They desperately needed that round. Max they can achieve is 3 on the CT side. Smoke goes awry. The incendiary's good. Sebsco will immediately be traded. Bomb can go down. 4v4 at the turn of the half. A retake that has to be gone for.
This position from Lena, powerful. Does get the kill. Casey trades her. Avo is looking, and she finds Cheddar. Sabrine and Kim. 2 players so low on this bomb site. You kind of wish that AWP was a rifle right now with this HP. Time running out for the CTs. They do have a kit on Sabrine. She's the only one standing. Can't hit her shot. 2SSB with a double. And 10 rounds for South Africa on the T side.
That's brilliant from Avo, because she takes the space when she's got the high HP, makes sure that it is one-dimensional on this retake for Morocco, and she drops her utility at the perfect time. Smoking towards Temple, Molly just in towards the entrance to CT. It completely splits that defense. It makes every single fight a 1v1, and South Africa just able to hold on to that after plant.
It's a shame. I really do feel like Morocco could have left that first half with a bit of a bigger haul.
At least 5,
I think.
I
I mean, that would have felt great right on the CT side. 2, ooh, doesn't feel like quite enough, but let's see what their T side has to offer. A pistol round would be a good way to get things started. Smoke. In fact, that one's kind of fun. Onto Dark. Gonna block that off. 2 players waiting for this flank. And it almost looked good, but Casey not missing a trick. Lena will get 2, in fact. It leaves it to Sebscal. 1 versus 3. Now all the CTs just step up. Too easy for Megs. That one goes the way of South Africa, but you could see how it could go the other way.
Yeah, look, Morocco were waiting patiently for that flank. They heard it as well. It's just KC right now is on a completely different universe. Just so much better. than Morocco. Well, it's got to be said, though, is that Lena's been having great impact. I've been really impressed with her, just finding multi-kills in sort of every single one of these rounds. And whilst a lot of them haven't actually ended up being relevant, it's good to see that we have got this firepower in Morocco. Sabrine Hunter, I think, has been pretty decent as well. You can kind of see that no one's really lagging behind. It's a real team effort here for Morocco. And that's going to be so important with these later games to come, especially even in this series on the next map. I'm talking like it's done, but it is 11-2 to South Africa.
Yeah, that pick coming up next as well. Got a bit of a half investment from Morocco. There's a few players that have put a little bit more in, like Sabrine, like Killer Queen, but then you have some that have kept a bit of extra cash. Say overtime will loom if they lose this one. They put a bit of pressure on A with some util. That has brought a lot of the South Africans over, and now the Mac-10s, the Tech-9 just walk in. They managed to really pull those rotates and make it work for them.
Good scaling. Look at this, and towards CT immediately. Sabrine Hunter can hear them coming forward. 2SSB should be dead. Like, there's no way she should get out with anything. And yeah, I Hate Jess and 2SSB have stepped up, has turned the retake completely on its head. You've got a quick flank out of Avo, and now you're in a point where the defuse can just be stuck if you want to. Running over with the MP9. 2SSB, how on earth is she still alive in all of that? South Africa completely overwhelmed the site.
Oh, I mean, great retake, but it felt so good for Morocco. They get the entry kill in, they have good positioning. That deep line from Sabrine, you think that's guaranteed one, but she doesn't convert the kill immediately. That gives the opportunities for the CTs to deny her. 2SSB somehow, well, I know how. Her teammates just overwhelm Dark, make it so difficult to get her off that bomb. One bullet would have done it. And it could have been a different round, but the numbers overwhelm. Flash misses, that's the one to allow the Dark peek. I'm not going to stop I Hate Jess getting aggressive. Actually a pretty spooky spot. She's going to drop, but her teammates have already cleaned up that Dark lurk. South Africa playing for Canal's control successfully.
That's crazy. She just drops in towards the water. Yeah, rightfully punished by Lino. Immediate trade, though. 2SSB on the A extremity. Avo trying to line up a nade for B. And there was an opportunity. Sabrine Hunter could have just walked in there. Instead, gets tagged by Megs. Now she has to back up 2SSB as locked off mid. But Sabrine Hunter's found both.
Massive double kill. Casey will slip in, who's now found her 20th frag. And she's in hot pursuit. That bomb trying to enter into the side, it's all down to Kim.
Oh, I thought she was going to go A.
She could just go A.
Go A.
Throws the HE forward, tap on the bomb, try and catch that swinging player, and it's perfect. Knows where 2SSB was as well. Gonna commit to the plant now. 2SSB falls back for a moment, but is gonna re-aggress into Dark. Kim's not catching a whiff of her, but now she finds her. A clutch from Morocco, and they stay in Anubis.
Yeah, well done from Kim. Just the fake plant, just baiting in the swing. South Africa have been really aggressive, just all over with their map controls. You're going to expect this flanking from B main, and it works perfectly. Casey just not prepared at all for the quick tap, the wide swing, an important clutch for Morocco.
Kim's been really impressive, actually, across this map. Seen quite a few moments from her. Actually, I think from all the individuals on Morocco have had those different moments. So South Africa will force. And they've taken aggression out of B main. You can see the deep smoke thrown, but Sabrine is watching this. So should be holding for that aggression. In fact, they've got a player top mid holding as well, so they know exactly what South Africa are up to, but you're still got to win the fight. Avro's 5-7. It's a little bit tougher. They do eventually flush her out. Now they try and force their way into A. Successfully on that first kill. Casey does get one with the pistol. And it's a 2-on-2 bomb. Being planted, being committed. 2SSB almost in a position to deny. Flash over. 2SSB, I think known in the heavens. Smoked off. It's a 5-7, and Megs recovered AK to get this done, but Megs is low. Swing is perfect, and it falls to 2SSB.
That's the important one. 2SSB trying to clutch up. They don't know about her just yet. Has got a kit. surely is aware that Sebsgirl is right next to her, creeps round the corner, will deal the killing blow, but now it's a 1v1. You can just wait for the bomb defuse noise. TSSB can stick it, but here comes the swing, and the confirmation just about for Killer Queen. 3 in the round, Morocco with another, and that was your force buy. Now it has to be an eco.
Another one that comes down to the 1v1 as well.
It was scary.
Very scary.
She got it.
Nice push from the CTs to try and take that space, and even though the Ts were aware of it, Avo wins out the fight with the 5-7 versus the rifle, so she's been super impressive. Yeah, this should now be that economy completely reset.
Should be.
Should be.
Yeah.
Some scenic shots. There we go. Yeah, so we do have the eco. A couple of upgraded pistols, I think. I don't think they're P2Ks, are they?
I hope not.
3 players using the P2K.
That'd be P250.
Certainly a choice.
Avo with the USP. Can she do it again? Not quite. Megs tries to step up. But now you've seen 2 players here. Do you want to commit to this? Well, the answer is yes, currently for Morocco. Waiting patiently. They've got a lurk of their own. Check out Sabrine Hunter. She's going to do her best Casey impression, but this time on B.
Yeah, so she'll just walk in now. TSSB has gotten aggressive and punished for it. And the P250s, that's what was in their hands. They're doing well to clean up here.
IHS is 14 to 15, but has 113 ADR.
That's obscene.
That's ridiculous. Compare that to KC, who's 21 and 9 and has 106. She has more ADR than KC. Megs will find 1, but that's all it's going to be. I don't think they're going to go for the round. They're probably just going to try and deny, get as many kills as you can. It's only a Galil. It's not that exciting, but Casey will still run off with it. Megs left to hunt, but won't find anything.
Well, save Khalil. It's something. Especially when you got IHS 1900, TSSB the same. Beats having to invest into one of those CT rifles.
I really like looking at the dynamic of South Africa. You've got Avo, obviously you'd expect to be this bundle of energy. First LAN, it's like you're trying to hype everyone up. You've got Megs, who is just Megs, cool, calm, collected as ever. TSSB is just chilling. IHS always got a smile on her face. Like, the vibes look really good, and they also feel balanced, which is going to be important just as the tournament goes on. And probably right now, you need to sort of close this map. You can't allow Morocco to get the momentum back, because we've been saying in that first time, they were scary. They looked pretty decent. The fact that it was a one-sided half is a little bit of an injustice, in my opinion. They definitely could have walked away with a lot more. And they're trying to prove that. They're trying to show how competitive they can be.
Yeah, already super impressed. Kind of labeled them as that dark horse just because they were the unknown entity outside of the few players that we've seen before in the CSGO tournament. But impressing, certainly, against the region's best.
Tactical timeout called by the CTs. And they know they've got the investment. They know they want to close. Lacking thing here is flashbangs. Avo with 2 flashbangs, and that is it. Only 1 nade, no molly. A lot of investment here into the firepower rather than the util.
Morocco win this round, and I'll start believing.
I won't, but I respect it. Hit me up at...
You never believe.
Hit me up at 12-8.
I've never seen someone that believes less than you.
Well, fair enough.
I like how that lands on the ledge. That's cool. Avo did wonders on the T side in this position. On the CT side, she's just locking it out.
Walking forward. Oh my
wow.
God. Okay. And that's going to scramble rotations. And now that allows Sebsgirl just to walk in A if she wants.
Yeah, she was so loud, though, on the fallback. So I think it's not going to draw too many players. You're actually going to get the re-aggress. They heard a falling back player, so they feel, all right, maybe there's some space here. No flashes. No bother. 1 for 1.
Oh, that's interesting. So Sebscale's dropped utility and is trying to keep the pressure over. Has drawn I Hate Jess. And now Morocco are just going to hit into B. Avo has got a massive task on her hands.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure everywhere, haven't they? That flash in the middle as well. Now the utility comes through and Avo will be coming over. She's just tucking in. There's no Molly to flush out her position. Bomb to be planted safe. And now come the swing from Avo. Looking for the second. Spray doesn't quite connect. USP, run down. And it's a 2-on-2 as I Hate Jess catches Lena through that smoke. Player in dark, and they want to swing double. Oh no! Pluck from the air. It falls to Sebscale.
It does. I think this is probably it. Back turn though. Sebscale finds Casey. Low HP. Is there enough time to defuse? IA just needs the kill first, and I think she's done it. Especially with that kit. South Africa will lock in the map pick of Morocco. 13-5. But my goodness me, Lucy, I think Morocco definitely had the surprise package of this tournament.
Absolutely. A great showing despite the defeat. Very impressed by what Morocco brought out. CT side just needed a little bit more. I felt like the T side had a lot of things going for it, and even that last round, a lot of those CT rounds came down to just small pieces of decision-making, which have gone the other way. If some of those fights were one out in the other direction, we'd still be deep into this. So Morocco, for their first game on the stage, a good showing.
Oh, I'd definitely say so. I feel like if you just wait an extra sort of couple of seconds or thereabouts, then Morocco were in some really decent crossfires. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. And it's just the nerves of being on the stage. It's sort of the inexperience of some of this roster as well, right? Because we already spoken about the fact that in Yash and kind of qualifying through to Yash last year, Morocco had a core of players that are now being brought forward, but also they're mixing in some new players. And we are seeing some really interesting sort of results out of Morocco. I'm really interested to kind of see how they bounce back on Inferno. We've got an MVP as well of the map. I think I know who it's going to go to. I can imagine it will probably go to KC for South Africa because she was unbelievable. Notable mentions, though, for me, I Hate Jess and Avo.
Yeah, Avo for sure. Particularly when we're talking about the context of her first big stage game, right? And to be performing as well as she was. Yeah, I know that Casey's Lex on the A side were obviously very influential on that T side, but Avo's success into Dark, I don't think she ever lost that fight.
No.
I think she was winning it with Mac 10s against AWP. She was winning it rifle versus rifle. Always felt like she had that space. And as I mentioned, right, when you don't have control of Dark on the CT side, you just feel like you've got no control of anything. They can burst through at any moment. So Avo resting that every single round just made it feel really difficult to hold on to B.
Yeah, and I think Sabrine Hunter had some really good lurks. I mean, we all spoke about the KC lurk over towards A, but Sabrine Hunter was just walking out B main at times just uncontested, with no nades, just finding the opening kill, and then falling back. It's a shame that that round, like that last round of play didn't work for Morocco, because the way they actually built that up in the mid-round was brilliant. And I think it did deserve that round win.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, to be fair, for all the praise we're throwing onto Morocco, this was the expected outcome, right, for South Africa, right? Yep. So I guess the good thing here, if you're a South African fan, is, you know, the team has come, they've arrived in the server, they're looking as good as we expected. There's definitely some things that can be punished. We definitely saw that there are some weaknesses. In fact, when they were trying to force the issue, right, there was a few rounds where they got a little bit maybe cocky, a little bit too much, like they wanted to punish a team that they, you know, felt like they were much better in the server, and that didn't work out for them. But one thing it did work out for them, their match MVP, Casey. Beautiful performance from her, 21 and 11, so almost a 2.0 KD.
Yeah, she was fantastic, and I was just really impressed with her just being able to walk in and find so much impact, just so many entry kills on that T side, and it really just sort of stifled the rotations of Morocco. And sure, we are giving Morocco a lot of praise. The fact is, we're saying that South Africa need work. They still won this, what, 13-5, 13-6. So the fact that you can come into this looking a little bit hit and miss, a little bit dodgy, and still come out with the victory in dominant fashion is a really good sign of showing for South Africa.
Yeah, and that is with, you know, that's not their map pick either, right? We have Inferno coming up next, right? So we'll see how it goes.
Everyone, here we are, second map about to kick off between Morocco and South Africa. Anubis, we saw some good things out of Morocco, but it was South Africa ultimately to take away their map pick. Lucy, we now look to Inferno. I need you to sell me the dream here. Sell me the dream for Morocco, please.
Well, the dream is that, you know, we did see some good stuff out of them on Anubis, right? There were signs of that promise from this team. However, Inferno is kind of the stomping ground of South Africa, so it feels like the sort of place where they're going to struggle even more, right? This is the map that South Africa have been playing these players in our different teams over the last few years. It's always been the primary map of South African teams. So I'm a little worried for them. We'll see. Maybe they'll have planned for this inevitability, knowing it was their opening matchup, but all signs look to South Africa. Let's see.
Straight into Inferno, and as you say, like, a lot of fundamentals are going to be put to the test here for Morocco, and you're at this point where Morocco was showing some good stuff on the CT side, but they were keen to bite and over-rotate very easily. That is a bread and butter of Inferno. That's something you cannot afford to sort of have happen to you on this defense. Fast play in mid. Sabrina Hunter also locked out the choke point with utility. Well timed on the incendiary, but they're just going to jump past it.
It's going to separate the players, but it might not matter. There was no one to swing from short. Interesting smoke thrown into the second mid as well. Just going to be spamming. Moto smoke is down, so separating these players from CT. Sebs gets one. But Avo, IHS, and Megs all chime in, trying to force through the smoke is Sabrine, and didn't work out. Fontu planted, Kim and Killer Queen. Do they want to go for this?
Not sure.
No armor.
Yeah, probably not then. Save the smoke, save the flash. You've been dinked as well. Killer Queen's low HP. Kim will try, but IHS will succeed instead around the corner. Even with the burst fire, having fun with it are South Africa. And immediately, just a change in the perspective for them. T-side Anubis, it was a lot more lurky. It was a lot more just sort of going for these mid-rounds. Here, on Inferno, it was just the pistol, sure, but you're straight out the gate. There's all 5 players just traded.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if there's more set strats to come out from South Africa, because I will say it really felt like, for the most part, their T-side on Anubis was just run the default and go from there.
Yeah.
There were a couple of rounds towards the end where they started to go for those mid-A splits, so we definitely saw, you know, some variation to the strat book, but it was pretty simple on Anubis. I imagine Inferno, a few more tricks up the sleeve, especially if they start getting tested.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see maybe just that your default of taking Banana, taking top brackets here, especially against a low buy or a force, you can kind of get away with just doing whatever you want. This is a rinse and repeat of the pistol. And we might actually be in territory where South Africa go A every round and say to Morocco, okay, just come and deal with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, you know, just that lurk put in play, you know, towards B, just to keep players rooted, to be annoying. That's kind of what their Anubis default looked like, right? It's like Casey, hang out on A, and the rest of the squad do their job. The Eco Frag's getting farmed up as the save from Morocco. The Eco doesn't get really too much done. South Africa be happy not losing any players. They only had the 1 SMG, so they were playing for the longer game. Now we'll see the M4s on the board for Morocco. They've gone for 5, which means, Brandon, a complete lack of utility.
Yeah, and that's something you desperately need on a map like Inferno. You need to control top Banana. You need to control top brackets. You need to do that with your incendiaries, with your HEs. IHS, it's good to see that she is finishing off her kills this time. Has got the most ADR and has got the most kills. Let's go.
Yeah.
And they're going to do it again. They're just going to keep going A and say to Morocco, okay, well, guess what? We're going to do this again. You better have an answer for us. Otherwise, we're not going to change our default.
Yep, out too short. Lena spam, because there are a lot of players. No, you got to play your in Boiler. Sabrina misses the opportunity. Avo gets the kill. Lena doesn't reveal her presence. I'm surprised she didn't start spamming off that contact. So they're just going to burst through successfully.
I'd save. Genuinely, I would save. Yeah, look, Lena, I was going to say has a timing, but no, it's Casey and Boiler, and Casey finds another. This is just absolute domination from South Africa. 3 rounds out of 3, they've gone A. 3 rounds out of 3, they've only lost 1 player, maybe 2. It has been unbelievable.
Casey is a really interesting talking point when it comes to sort of South African women's teams, women's players, I should say specifically, because, you know, she was a time where she wasn't always playing kind of with the main South African squad, but she's always been considered kind of the best, really, when it comes to South African players. So it's cool to see her playing on the national squad here. I know she's played in a lot of like open teams as well, different times, and there's a lot of talent. That is quite the tower. Superior with the Moto Smoke. Now they're going to go B.
Good damage from Kim, but unfortunately not a second kill. I Hate Jess lives with a sliver. And now the rest of the piece just clean up. Yeah, I think Casey is brilliant on this team. I think I Hate Jess, especially in the last year or so, has really just taken a meteoric rise ever since CS2 has come out. It was kind of interested seeing her sort of on the impact stages, but I don't know, it's definitely gone up a gear, which has been good to see. I'm just excited for Avo. Avo's development is going to be the interesting storyline, not only here in Casablanca, but presuming all goes well for South Africa, them in Riyadh. Like, having 2 international lands under your belt at such a young age is only going to help you develop enormously, just as you continue through your career.
I think we just had the Steam profile picture appearing. Oh, that's cracking me up. What a great profile picture. Good flashbangs for their protocols when they went up banana. Back to action. All about, again, for Sabrine. I haven't seen it on Inferno yet.
This is default.
Yeah, this is more what you expect. Getting the apps control early. CT is smoking off boiler, so I feel like that should signal to South Africa that there is some sort of aggressive setup in brackets, and an AWP could be a possibility.
Good molly. That completely just upsets the AWP. Killer Queen's now got to be really careful. Sebscale has to call over this info. Molly's come in from balcony. Good counter smoke. Actually, it just bounces out. And now there's opportunity here for Avo if she wants it to potentially creep forward. Instead, it's Casey finding Sebscale. She'll remove her from pit, and now Avo can take space.
It's always Casey. Avo's space quickly plugged. Swing not quite there, and Casey on the warpath. Sabrine misses her shot with the AWP. 2 players are low on this South African squad, and you feel like you want to go for this if you're Morocco. I know you're in the 2-on-3. With damage done, you really want to get onto the board soon. Smoke on Demoto, though, blocks off any possibility.
You can't. You can't go for it. You also don't know how much of this damage is confirmed as well. I mean, oh, Kim has got more opportunities. Sabrine Hunter will actually live for at least a moment, but now the swings are just too difficult. Kim tries her best, but split between 2 angles. 2 SSB and Megs just swing in tandem. South Africa, that one's closer, but they still get the round.
Yeah, there was a way in for Morocco after 2 SSB whiffs that shot on long, and they see that opportunity to get onto the line when she goes for the repeat. But when Sabrine isn't able to get that kill, that's kind of the key thing, right? The way Morocco got into that round, or would have been able to get into it, is Sabrine posts on pit, gets 2 SSB, and then you don't have to worry about that left side. You can focus side. You can then focus onto onto Meg, sorry. You can see how close that came off the swing. 2 players lying in wait. Yeah, Meg's able to close it. Bailing out 2 SSB. South Africa, great start to their T side.
Even before, I think Sabrine had an opportunity just posting in from sort of like the library angle towards short. And if she was able to hit that shot, then you can rotate back. You can then wait for your rotate. You go in on a 2v2. But yeah, it's a little bit of a shame. Tech issues here, so we're just going to wait for all the players to be ready before jumping back in, hopefully momentarily. But Inferno, for me, is definitely more T-sided now. I think with the changes to the incendiaries, them being a lot more shorter, you can take Banana a lot more freely. But 5-0 is a hell of a strong start. I think normally 6-7 rounds, you're good on T-side. The fact that South Africa have already got 5, it is boding very, very well for them, trending upwards, especially with Morocco going in for that retake in the previous round, losing the AWP, losing the M4. The money's not going to be in a great state of affairs.
Still very positive in the South African camp. Back underway. And we will be able to cobble together a buy for Morocco. Full stage loss bonus, and a few players had a bit of extra money from the save the round previous, so justifying that investment. But I feel like they might need to start taking some of their own aggressive measures because sort of sitting back playing kind of the default CT setups isn't working. Maybe Sabrine has an idea for it. Crosses middle early, but not able to extend into apps because of the molly.
This is better. Fighting B is Kim, and that's sharp onto Megs. Avo will trade, though, on the other end of maps. Avo is always in apps, and it's going to push South Africa in towards brackets control, something they've always been able to take. A whiff on that smoke out long, never mind. Casey just spams, but it's actually Sebskull that finds Avo.
And the spam through the smoke onto IHS. This is looking good for Morocco. 4-on-2, Casey low as well.
Yeah, that smoke's whiffed. It's got a massive gap just sort of on the front side as you're coming towards middle.
All Morocco have to do is make sure they don't split the defense too much. They're worried about B. They are going to reposition so they have players watching long, but it does mean that short is a possible angle. They're playing so passive. They had full banana control. I feel like you just leave a player spotting banana and then put 3 players onto A, because now you run the risk, but Casey falls. And maybe there's no longer a risk. It comes down to 2 SSB, 1 versus 4, and this tucked in position behind Cold. Surely a little bit too tricky to clear. Smoke towards Moto, that'll give us some space to work with, but you imagine the CTs don't even respect this. 2 SSB hits the shot, but to spam through the smoke, Morocco get there first.
You know, Sebskull didn't even swing, didn't even peek. Wanted to guarantee that round win for Morocco. But that was sloppy from South Africa. Smoke in top brackets missing completely. Avo wins out her fight initially in apartments, then gets completely removed out of the equation. All individual for South Africa. These were the sort of mistakes that we saw creeping through just on Anubis, just sort of towards the tail end of their T half. And they can't afford for it to creep in again now, because we know Morocco, once they get a few rounds under their belt, they can sort of run away with this. That was a cobbled together buy, as you mentioned. MP9s, Famacies, M4s. Now, Sabrine Hunter's on the AWP. She's dealt with Megs again. That is 2 for 2 opening kills on Megs.
That's what we've been looking for. Sabrine finding success with that AWP. Struggled the first couple of times she brought it out, and Killer Queen needs to be careful. You can see Avo looking for the punish, but there's an AWP on the line. 2 opening kills for Sabrine, and a 5-on-3 for Morocco.
Yeah, that was really nice. You just bait the reload out. You got the AWP there on the line. 2 SSB will find Sabrine. So that is the AWP, and that is potentially an AWP back in favor for 2 SSB, but stepping in is Killer Queen. Essential kill for her. The bomb has just been scooped up down T bracket. 2 SSB, how can you work this into a winning scenario? If you go B, there is only Kim there.
Now gonna go there. Kim has no denial utility either. No molly, no smoke to slow this down if they do start to enter into the bomb site. IHS does have the full kit of util, so can smoke off the cross.
You've got to go around the corner, Killer Queen. You've got to take space in towards top brackets. You've got to know whether they're there or not.
They're going to hear the util and they're just going to commit to it. 30 seconds left. HE goes forward. Rotations on their way, spamming through the smoke, not catching anyone. They want to scale in, get rid of the CT. They swing in tandem. That's the space, the bomb allowed to go down. IHS takes the forward position. Flash over the top, the low HP Killer Queen falls. Now it's a 2-on-2. Up close, behind the coffins, IHS gets another onto the elevated angle, looking for this follow-up swing, and she will collect a beautiful 3-piece from her. 2 SSB with 2, and between the 2 of them, they pull off essentially a 2-on-5.
Yeah, a 2-on-4, like in complete dead to rights, and that's all because Morocco just didn't look for that info. Rotated another player over towards A. Where has South Africa been finishing a number of these rounds? A. So it makes a lot of sense for them to kind of just posture and put another person over there, but you can't do that if you're not looking for info. If that comes from your player playing a little bit more aggressive on B, you can't do that if you're Kim. You've got no util. You just need to fight. You just need to take info. There was none of it.
Yeah, that's the thing that really separates the good from the best is their ability to info gather in those positions and not just feel like they've got the advantage and they can sit back on their laurels. No. When you have the advantage, you need to utilize it. Make sure that there's not a way back in, because a team like South Africa If they see that opportunity, they will take it.
They're seeing one now. Again, this smoke is a little bit awkward. So I Hate Jess is just trying to see whether she can see just in the wisps of it on that right-hand side. Smoke forward on the boost. Now that angle isn't a possibility. Flash forward, it's just going to be the speed commit.
All by yourself, Kim needs something big, can't get it done. Too many players overwhelming the entire squad of South Africa. And you save. You have to save. You've just reinvested here. You've got 3 rifles. You need those into the next round. They have not had a full round where they have 5 rifles with utility on everyone. There's always compromises. This round had the compromises, and that's why they couldn't defend the site. They had no counter utility, nothing to lock out South Africa, and they might just lose it all right here. Avo walking through the smoke and actually get up close next to Killer Queen. Doesn't work out for her, and sadly, I think for Morocco, that entices them forward. But it's just to doom, just to their demise.
That is such a shame. And it's these mistakes that are creeping in for Morocco round on round and now map on map. I can't believe they went for that. They had no right in going for that retake, especially because Kim didn't find anything. That was essentially a 5-on-4 in which you're maybe having 1 flash, 1 smoke being brought forward into that retake. You're so disjointed as well. The player on Banana doesn't go after the contact's been taken from CT. It's actually the Banana player going first. It's too easy. It's too simple. It's a shame, but it's South Africa up to 7.
But they're going to keep investing. They're going to keep on buying in. Sabrine gets the AWP. At least has some armor with it. She kept extra money to buy it into this round. And yeah, you've got the rest of the squad all lacking the utility. And it's so important on a map like Inferno just to block these advancements. Sabrina gets caught. At least Killer Queen does get that kill. And Seb steps up from 2 from pit. Needed that because she was the only one on site. And now it's given a chance for Morocco. A player advantage bomb to be planted. They want to force through. Avo, her spray wild, but straight to the dome of 2. Takes control of it and rests this round back to South Africa. Lena, yet to frag, needs to.
Eyes widened on Avocam as she goes for that spray. It's going to be a tough one for Lena. At this point, this is where you do go for it. 1v2, sure, no kit, but you need rounds. You need to get yourself on the board. And Avo's looking to deny, even on 13 HP. Lena about to come around the corner. Avo looking the wrong way. So that will open up a 1v1, but the time is just not there. There's no kit. Megs is tucked in the entire time, and now will reveal her presence. South Africa, their T-side domination continues.
Meg's like, I don't know, it's all over. Not really had to speak too much about Megs. Meggy Weggy.
Meggy Weggy.
And she's likes to be referred to.
She doesn't.
Her preferred IGN. Being overshadowed a bit by the likes of Avo. That was a nice double kill. I loved it. Was a little bit wild, but she was able to control it. Headshots on both with the full spray. Okay, Morocco do go for half buy, so they can buy into the next round. So, some discipline, but I feel like it comes a little too late. You would have loved a better buy in some of these previous rounds and a chance. And now, gonna get bullied. Nice deagle shot, but that was your only defense.
Oh, that's been heard as well. Look at the lurk. KC has heard them rotate towards long, and Meg's just threw the smoke on Sabrine. Why not? Why not just keep adding insult to injury now for Morocco? I Hate Jess with the swing. Can't actually get by the FAMAS, but there's KC in the backstab. You know Sebscale was here. And it's going to be a 9th on the board for South Africa, only losing 2 players in the process.
Casey's lurks. So influential on Anubis, finding all that impact here as well on Inferno. We saw one nice little deagle shot come through from Lena, but simply too many players.
Good news is for Morocco, the format for this is double elimination.
True.
Also, you're playing against the hardest team first.
Yeah, honestly, get this one out the way, right? You can get the rematch in later if you have to play through. Top 2 teams out of 4 make it through.
Exactly.
That's another opening. You'll find success.
Double up.
Double up, all right. Kim's got hers. Morocco just need to make sure they can capitalize on this. That all posted towards the apartments from Kim.
Oh, timing on that.
It felt perfect. Destined for a frag. Gonna swap out with Sebs.
It's going to be a bit fakey. We dropped the utility in towards B for South Africa. That has drawn a third rotate over. One AWP locked out, but Kim finds her mark.
There we go. Sebscal finds hers on the KC2, trying to push through that smoke. This looks like a second for Morocco.
Good rotate as well, because the bomb got dropped on Kim's initial kill. 2 SSB. Now reveals that she's here, but well timed with that swing.
Yeah, great setup there, right? The AWP takes the first contact from the left side of New Box, and then you get that swing out from close first. Avo, what you got for us? Not a lot, unfortunately. That is flawless for Morocco to get that round. They don't lose a player. That's what we need to see.
Yeah, much better. But it's similar. It's like life at the very end for Morocco in towards a half where it should have come out a lot earlier. The issue I've got with this one, Lucy, is that Anubis, I was trying to create a conversation. I was trying to sort of paint a bigger picture about Morocco are looking competitive. They haven't in this first half. And South Africa have just been in complete control. A couple of rounds have crept in, but this doesn't feel like what we saw in Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, we did expect this on Inferno. I think Anubis was a must-win for Morocco, but let's see. A third, maybe something to work with. Lena gets one as they try and force their way in, but now the MAC-10 going to be putting the pace on to SSB as well. The whole squad ready to roll into B. Sabrine needs something, can't get it done. A forward position. Wanted to play around Fountain instead of New Box, which meant she had nowhere to go. And now Killer Queen does get one, so it's 3-on-3. Not impossible, especially if that AWP gets a chance onto Avo. Do you want to re-swing this? Apparently, yes. Killer Queen gets another. They are being successful in this retake. Lot of utility, but Killer Queen finding kill after kill. That's why they call her the Queen. Falls to KC, who has been delivering time after time for South Africa, and she does it again. A triple kill for Casey the Killer, and that's 10 for South Africa.
That is ridiculous, but what a reposition out of KC. Just moves in towards Pit and just takes them all down. I cannot believe that there is not a single trade there. There should have been. That was Morocco's round to lose, and I tell you what, they've given it to KC on a silver platter. Take nothing away from KC, who's back-to-back been unbelievable in both of these maps. But that is a real shame because that felt so good up until KC happened.
Yeah, it was looking great, but 3-on-1 KC in a powerful position.
It was weird because you see her moving over, you see the camera fly over all dramatic, and I'm like, yeah, she's won. Like, even before the first bullet.
Yeah. Directed by James Cameron.
Jess Cameron. Dealt with. Instead, there she is. A swing with her and Megs. They now know these players are in mid, and they're just crunching. They are hounding them down, South Africa. All the kills come in. There's a bit of team damage as well on Sabrine Hunter. Unlucko for Morocco.
Unlucko for Morocco. Yeah, this is South Africa that comes in with a point to prove. When they've gotten to the world stage, when they've gotten to those LAN finals before, in ESL Impact, for instance, it's often been a struggle for them, right? It's been tough when they've been that wildcard team to find, you know, the success that they want internationally, but they're here to prove a point in the national championships, looking to win out here in Africa and prove themselves over on the main stage in Riyadh later this year. 2 spots, remember, on the line.
I think it'd be really good for them because I think we kind of got shortchanged a bit when we saw just sort of South African teams at Impact.
Because I was always against the Galaxy in
I
the
know.
opening game.
Like, it was so unfair, to be honest. And now we kind of get to see them just sort of develop and also just go up against other international rosters. And don't get me wrong, it is stacked so far, just at the end of the year for Riyadh. But having them there is another good experience. It also inspires belief to this nation who is consistently trying to perform at that top level, is consistently trying to have the opportunities, and hopefully Impact will again offer up these opportunities towards South African sort of regions. And I do hope so, because from the bits that we saw out of Impact, whilst it was just sort of one-way traffic, it was also a nice insight just into these regions. I think that's the main thing. That's the main takeaway.
Well, I mean, that's what these tournaments are all about, right? It
Exactly.
keeps the regions alive. It reignites that passion, because the whole of last year, the whole of this year, there hasn't been opportunities for women's Counter-Strike in South Africa, in anywhere in Africa. So Iesf is completely revitalizing that love, that passion, that ability, and that platform. So to have this African championship, it's such a meaningful thing for all of these teams. And for there to be these 2 spots available as well to represent not only your country but your region on the world stage it's a fantastic opportunity. Obviously, when we talk about that kind of finals, it is, as you mentioned, incredibly stacked. Like the European teams alone are ridiculously strong. And we have Canada, we have the United States, 2 incredibly impressive teams during their qualifiers. We've got Argentina as well, who got all the way to the finals last time. Not even mentioning the finalists, the winners, sorry, the Netherlands.
Yeah, they weren't even in the qualies because they'd won the whole damn thing. So they're just chilling, watching on.
Yeah, so I really actually can't wait for that. It's going to be maybe the most stacked women's event we've had in decades.
I'd say so.
Decades, years.
I would definitely say so, especially on an international scale.
Yes.
I think the storyline as well, Team Poland coming back in, because that is the Na'Vi Javelins team of old. But what I will say is that is the same team that when they last competed at ISF in Bali, they won.
True.
So they're technically defending a championship that they don't have anymore, but they hadn't played in the previous year.
Yeah, they didn't lose
so
their championship
they didn't
title.
lose. So you've got that narrative. You've got the Netherlands one as well. Like, what are they going to look like? Like, are they going to be the same sort of prolific force because they looked unbelievable in Yash? You've got France, who have been boot camping. You've got Spain, who are looking really good and surprising the BO1s.
Sweden.
Yeah, it's just a lot.
Giuliano, Zaz, right? 2 of the most tenured names in women's esports, let alone Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah.
Giuliano and Zaz. Those 2 are, I think when you look at any female competition in any esport, there's very few names that you put alongside those 2 players. So to have them representing Sweden is also incredible.
I think Zaz is the only one from Imperial that's actually attending, because Anna wouldn't have made it.
And,
Kat didn't make it.
Kat didn't make it.
23, I don't think she was competing.
No, she wasn't competing. So, yeah.
It's just Zaz.
It's just Zaz. Wow. Okay, well,
So
that's the best team in the world.
Amazing that we're sat here saying, and it's true, by the way, this is one of the most stacked tournaments we're going to have, and only 1 player from Imperial.
Pretty wild. Pretty wild.
That's
Portugal?
pretty wild. Yeah.
You mentioned them, right? That's another.
I'm excited to see Team Portugal.
Yeah, that's a really exciting squad in terms of just raw firepower that's on that team. Obviously, D7 has gone up. Her stocks have gone up a lot, I feel, in the past 12 months. I think we're both very excited to see her on the Na'Vi squad now, which has gone international.
Such an interesting roster.
Yeah, I know. Obviously, it's in fact starts in like 2 weeks, so we haven't got a chance to even talk about it yet, outside of like seeing it and just chatting to each other about it. So we've never spoken about it on broadcast.
No.
That's maybe the debut I'm most excited for.
Yeah, and to be fair, we've actually been kind of keeping that close to our chest. I think we want to surprise each other on broadcast.
Oh,
like
with our
just having-
takes? Okay,
with
yeah.
our takes. So, like, no, I don't think we've spoken about it too much.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a Na'Vi stan for like years and disappointed every LAN, unfortunately. I'd given up at fact at the last LAN. I said my friendship's over with Na'Vi Javelins. Fluxo Demons are my new best friends.
Well, they've made a roster change as well. You've seen that?
Yes, I have.
Julie gone.
Josie's in. That's exciting. I remember like.
Why is Julie gone? Julie was great.
Yeah, she felt like she had this great resurgence in CS2
I
as well,
know.
right? Like I've been really impressed by her. Anyway, enough waffling, guys. We can talk about these other nationalities when we get there in the World Championship at the end of the year. For
It was
now,
just a preview.
we're in Africa, all right, and we're focusing on South Africa versus the hometown heroes of Morocco. South Africa 11-2 up on their map pick, looking to get themselves a spot in the upper side of the bracket. Just 2 rounds needed.
Look at all the MP9s. All 4 of them. I got to remember, this was the pistol in which South Africa just ran at Morocco. They crunched from B, they crunched from top mid. It was overwhelming. And now we're at this impasse. I don't mind the force. I don't really out of Morocco. You kind of need to make a decision quite quickly. You decided to go, okay, well, we need rounds now. So that's what we've gone for.
The issue is obviously the lack of utility.
Yes,
I also don't know if that's a HUD bug, but Kim not showing armor, which could be a slight concern.
Please be a HUD bug.
I hope it's a HUD bug. We do get those these days. But
Great
flashbang to set up the swing. Casey and Avo get one apiece. Kim does get hers. Traded immediately. Lena's lurk. The only thing that can maybe get them back in falls to Killer Queen. Top of the board, 14 kills. Make that 15. She might not be done yet, but Casey, her counterpart on the other side, leading the charge. And that will be series point for South Africa.
Yes, South Africa looking a lot more dominant here on Inferno. And of course it has to be this forcing. Great flash, by the way, from Avo. Just sets up KC, swing from pit, and then Avo just follows up at close range with the SMG. So smart layering from South Africa. Unlucky on the D.
Yeah, Lena's like, oh man, I absolutely whiffed that.
I absolutely had it, and then I didn't.
That was mine. All right, this force fire is actually better.
Yeah.
3 rifles, 2 submachine guns, 4 rifles on the other side. Have Morocco got anything left in the tank?
They did at the back end of Anubis.
They
when
did.
it was map point, they were forcing the issue. Lena's now holding for this flank down banana. In fact, no one is here apart from Megs.
Yeah, they took 3 players here initially just to assert the control through the deep smoke down. Megs now falls back, plays passive. She can juggle utility as needed. It's going to take time for Morocco to re-clear this. Oh, they've just walked into this massive layering. However, they've come out relatively successful.
Oh, and Avo's now revealed her position as well by Boiler. Lena can maybe step in.
Lena needs his kill. Oh, Avo gets hit. Casey falls on the site, so they've managed to wrap long, get into the bomb site. They know Avo's position. She's going to walk around through the apartments. Megs is rotated. She's out long, going to be smoked off at Moto.
She can flash. She can flash forward, and then Avo can peek out balcony. That's exactly what's happened as well.
It's a bit of a gap, actually. Megs can use this. Being a distraction with her util, Avo just crawls out, and she's able to get that kill onto Kim. It's down to Killer Queen once more, but it's not planted for her. Oh, it's not planted for her, and it can't be denied. Avo provides the coverage, and South Africa take it into.
Yeah, unfortunate for Morocco. We saw some good showings out of them, but South Africa, it's their map pick. They make it even more dominant. 13-5 on Anubis, 13-2 on Inferno, and now we go to our host.
Oh, our MVP was South Africa. Sorry, Casey, apologies.
From South Africa.
For that, from South Africa. MVP on both maps. No surprise there at all. After a fantastic performance, it felt like she was always winning her fights, her lurks. Perfection on both maps, but yeah, top scoreboard 24-8, slightly better actually than in terms of the KD than her performance on Anubis. So yeah, Casey coming through as an absolute monster to deal with.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I want to give a shout out to IHS as well, because IHS was doing a lot of the heavy lifting as well for South Africa, but behind the scenes. But with all that being said, I do think we are now going to the host of an interview with South Africa.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after South Africa winning and dominating actually the rounds, and of course we have to say thank you for our national Moroccan team for showing the warrior spirit. But round of applause everyone for South Africa for actually really dominating on the whole rounds and showing age is nothing, gender is nothing, and we only agree on talents and nothing more. A couple questions for you from the personal side. Where do you see yourself after a year or two?
I want to play professionally in Impact, and yeah, I want to play overseas for a living.
Oh, dream big. That's the only model that I got from that answer actually. And another question, which is specifically, what was the mistakes that could have been avoided in the previous rounds?
I feel we went a bit aggressive and played a bit puggy, but I mean it worked, so yeah.
It actually worked and we saw the domination in the previous rounds, and to be honest, we really did enjoy it. One more thing, which is, who do you think is the best player on the team? We believe that teamwork makes the dream work, but who's the best player in the team?
I feel everybody is equally skilled. All my teammates are insane and cracked. So, no, you guys are the GOATs.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for South Africa and the great spirit. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations and see you in the next chapter. مشاهدينا الكرام، فعلا كانت مباراة جد رائعة إلى أبعد حد بين جنوب أفريقيا وكذلك منتخبنا الحبيب المغربي. As I said previously, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a small break after, or at least before moving around to another game. Stick around, 10-15 minutes maximum, and we're gonna continue our lovely evening. مشاهدينا الكرام، أكيد سنأخذ استراحة جدا بسيطة قبل استئناف هذه السهرة العالمية أكيد بالأراضي المغربية الحبيبة. للأمانة متعة مضمونة.